Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the channel. So, someone has just brought this to my attention just right now, and they've requested that we stream it and then react to it as well. So, of course, your wish is my command. So we're streaming this and reacting to it in real time. So this wasn't advertised, of course. So I'm not quite sure how many of you are aware. But really, what we're going to be doing in this session is to watch and react to what is certain to be Peter Obi's last ever appearance in a town hall meeting before the election starts. So a live streaming of Obi's appearance, last appearance, I suspect, in a live streaming before in a town hall meeting right before the election start. So let's jump straight into it and then we see how it goes. So here it is. Let's go.
People's Town Hall. Let's get straight to the business of the day, everyone. I would like to bring on stage the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party and a former federal lawmaker, Dr. Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed. And with him also is a two-time former governor of Anambra State. He calls himself a trader, or he's a businessman. Welcome the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Mr. Peter Gregory Obi. Thank you so much indeed, gentlemen, for gracing this stage. Thank you so much. Please, you may have your seat. Nigerian people, this is about you, and you have the floor right now. But let's begin first and foremost by hearing from the candidates their opening statements, and each of them will have 2 minutes to tell Nigerians why they deserve your vote on the 25th of February 2023. I will now begin with the vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Dr. Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed. Your opening statement. Why should Nigerians vote for you and your principal, Mr. Peter Obi? You have 2 minutes to pitch yourself and your mandate to the Nigerian people.
The day you hear the sentence, President Peter Obi, Nigeria has already united. Once Nigerians are united, we will collectively work towards solving all problems: insecurity, failing economy, unprecedented, aggravated corruption. We truly deserve the votes of Nigerians because this is one election that is turning out to be about character, backed by record, competence, capacity. This is clearly not supposed to be an election about sentiments of religion and ethnicity, because right now Nigeria is paying a very, very high price. Northern Nigeria is paying an extremely high price for voting based on religion and ethnicity. We're going to stop the killings and start the healing. Stop the stealing, start the keeping. Stop the slide of our currency and start the climb of our society. I don't need your 2 minutes, I'm okay here.
Thank you so much. You're a scholar, I know, so perhaps why you're speaking poetically this evening. Let me allow the presidential candidate of the Labour Party 2 minutes to pitch yourself to the Nigerian people why you deserve their vote on the 25th of February.
Well, thank you for inviting us, and thanks the Nigerian audience. For me, if you look at the cumulative effect of leadership failure is what we're suffering today, where we have a country that have created the highest number of people living in poverty, the highest out of school children, the highest unemployed youth, the highest drug prevalence in any country that I know. The list of bad news is endless. Just 2 days ago, I was flying from Enugu to Lagos, and seated beside me was a young girl who was crying uncontrollably, and I was wondering why. And I turned, I said, "Why are you crying?" He said, she was kidnapped along with her parents, and the kidnappers have let her go. So she's going to Lagos to beg her uncle to give them money to pay, but the mother is crying, they're beating the mother. That is Nigeria of today. These are things, I'm just giving you an example that is immediate why I've decided to be part of this race. We want to start turning Nigeria around. We want to start building a nation that starts pulling people out of poverty, start bringing our children back to school, start the healing, like he said, start creation. That is what we want to do.
Oh, interesting. You've won the stage with your opening statement, but I know that I was going to ask you, how's your campaign going? I have things looking up for you and your opinion supporters.
It's going very well. Extremely well. You can see it on the street. You can see them. You can feel it anywhere. No other candidates or people who can walk the streets, and people will be as excited as they are with us. Everybody wants this area.
Interesting. Before we get started, I also like to ask Mr. because I know you did a press conference when you were talking about fake news. Some people who had fake Twitter accounts in your name and all of that. But it does look like that scenario changed a bit. But how's that for you?
It really hasn't changed.
Really?
Yeah, it's on the increase actually. But I've been able to succeed from the last press conference that I held. It has made a huge impact on 2023 elections. It was actually intended to call a particular gentleman to order. And I don't need to repeat all his utterances. And they were taking us on a very dangerous direction. It was uncivilized, undemocratic, and unpolitical, the way they were attacking our personalities. It was no longer making sense, the kind of politics they wanted to practice. A businessman like Peter Obi, who was very, very excited at the oil opportunity in northern Nigeria, and all they could do was to say that he was against it. This cannot continue. When I joined the ticket, I impeached certain lies against him, and I saw that they were heading towards that. And particularly my good friend on the APC side, on the same level, he was really, really, when people think they have money, they have power, and the sitting authority is theirs, there is no limit. Someone has to tap them on the shoulder. I did it and I pointed a finger. You do it again, do one, I'll do three. I'm capable of doing it. And they've stopped. However, me and my family have been paying a huge price for, my attempts to save Nigeria, to rescue Nigeria. They sent all sorts of people after me. I would have been a lot happier if only they stopped at me as an individual. But, the thing that I was able to sort with the presidential and vice presidential candidate, I ended up suffering from a much lesser level. 35 years ago, at least, our dad of blessed memory passed away. No one ever insulted him until I joined elections for presidency. This is not fair. No one ever insulted. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. You don't insult people's parents or their families. It doesn't happen. It's a huge price for anyone to pay to insult anybody's.
Sorry about that. I know it's a bit emotional. Sorry about that. Let's get to the very first segment of the conversation, and it's about security. One of Nigeria's foremost security consultant is the first that will shoot through for us tonight. His question I'd like to bring to the microphone, Mr. Kabiru Adamu.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these questions are derived from your immensely articulate Obi/Ahmed Baba pact with Nigeria, creating a new Nigeria. It is possible. That I went through that document, and I must commend you for the work you put in making that document available. I have 3 questions. The first one, you were silent on the correlation between climate change and insecurity. Kindly comment on this, given that climate change and the inability of governments to implement adaptive measures is likely to continue to drive insecurity in Nigeria, the Sahel, as well as globally, and this will, of course, impact Nigeria. Question number 2.
I think they should take that first and come to that second one.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Do you want to take that question?
Well, on issue of climate change, I've said strictly that we'll follow the protocols, and where we think it is difficult for us to follow, we will discuss it. But there's already set protocols. It's not something you adopt what you want or what you don't want. There's a set protocols that's been agreed globally, and I will follow it religiously. And then where there's issues, we'll discuss it. And that's where I stopped the issue of climate change. I don't want to go beyond that.
Okay. Thank you, Your Excellency. Question number 2. You imply that good governance will address insurgency and secessionist agitations in the country in the long term. But what is your stand on these issues? And what would you do in the short term to contain them?
Well, like I said, in the short term, the issue of insurgents and whether it's agitations and everything, is to sit down and discuss with them. We're in a democratic dispensation. You govern by discussing, you govern by consensus, you govern by. So I will sit down and discuss with every agitator, without exception of them. We must use carrot and stick. I will discuss with those who want to change. I'm convinced that when they have reasons, you have to look at what is causing agitation today. It's issues of injustice, issues that to do with that, where there's the void of fairness, issues to do with unemployment, poverty, everything. When you start addressing these issues and you engage them in a discussion, you start bringing them to the table. No agitator globally who have seen reason, a convincing argument that things are going the way it should be, will continue to agitate because they're agitating for something. We all have agitators around us. My children, everybody agitates. But we sit down and discuss it, and when they see reason, they agree with me. But to think that you can continue with this injustice, continue with this unfairness, continue with this level of poverty, unemployment, and young people not knowing where the next meal will come from, you're going to have a crisis in your hand.
What about those cases that are in court based on failure of conversations?
Yeah, you haven't that's what I'm saying.
Should you be president?
Everybody, I'll discuss with everybody, even if you're in prison.
The point I'm making is that
even if you have been jailed, I'll bring you out and we'll discuss. Because there are things you don't end up unless after discussion. That's why I say carrot and stick. We must exhaust reason before we apply stick. It is important. This is the democratic dispensation. You don't get up and just give orders. I won't do that. I will govern by rule of law. I will govern by, say it again, sitting down and discussing with everybody.
Does that include the Jamaat al-Sunnah lil-Dawat wal Jihad in the Northeast and the indigenous people of Biafra?
I have to find out who they are. Once you tell me it is, if it's you, I'll come to you. I have the exhaust reason. Once you can identify who you are, I'll discuss with you. No matter what you're doing, no matter the type of gun you're carrying, I'll discuss with you. It is after discussing with you that I'll now say there's one government, because I've been charged. But we must discuss with you first.
Thank you, Excellency. Number 3, what is your view on security sector governance, and how will you handle this if you emerge as president, but you are not in control of the parliament?
Well, I think the parliament is, they too are insecure. Nobody's safe. It's not as if they live in a different country. So I don't think there will be a problem. They are kidnapping senators, they are kidnapping legislators, they are kidnapping president, and everybody doesn't mean to kidnap the president now. Everybody's at risk. Governors are running for cover. So we will all sit down, because we are now, anarchy consumes everybody. If they throw a bomb here, it will not spare any of us. Nobody knows who. You might take me and share before the people who came to watch us. So it's important that we start. So when it's a problem for everybody. I'm going to sit down and they will see reason in what I'm doing. It is not going to be a government where even the citizens, I'm going to bring both state actors and non-state actors alike together and make everybody see reason why we should save the country and build a better country for all of us, our children and grandchildren.
Thank you, Excellency. The question on security sector governance, what's your view on that?
Well, let me hear your clarification a bit more of what you, because you said you read my documents.
Yeah, but you were silent on security sector governance. In other words, there are, I think, about 27 security departments in the country. Part of the challenge at the moment is that they are not working together.
Bringing them together,
and
coordination is there.
Ensuring accountability.
I said we'll bring them together, make them work as one, ensuring accountability, ensuring effective service, and making sure they are responsive, and making sure that there's a clear authority. And if there's any failure, deal with it decisively.
Thank you, Excellency.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Adamo. There is another security expert who is going to be asking questions. Is abroad, is Indu Nwokolo of Next Year. Mr. Undu, your question.
My name is Dr. Ndu Nwokolo. I'm a partner with Next Year. Next Year is an international multi-competency development firm based here in Nigeria with offices across the world. So these are my questions, and I wish that you help Nigerians to understand how you're going to solve our security and safety challenges if you become Nigerian president. First, defense and security sector got the biggest budgetary allocation in 2023 financial budget, which is 13.4% of the total budget, or 2.98 trillion naira. While we acknowledge the rising insecurity and the need to improve safety and security of citizens, there have been established relationships between militaries and defense procurement, as well as corruption in Nigeria. And while the military is underperforming, we have been pointing fingers at how procurement issues have been carried out in the time past. If you become Nigerian president come May 2023, how would you handle the closed nature of procurement in the military and defense sector? B, what significant steps would you be taking for Nigeria to reduce our spending on arms? Second question. According to Next Year Violent Database, between January and December 2022, about 3,032 Nigerians, or people who live in Nigeria, were victims of kidnapping. Considering the effort your government made at fighting such issues in Anambra State when you were governor. What will be your practical steps as a government in the war against kidnapping in Nigeria? This is because, judging from the way kidnapping is done in Nigeria, each region has a uniqueness of its kidnapping challenge, and this needs to be solved. Policing, second-tier policing, which will be different from the federal government policing?
Well, let me start with the first thing instead about procurement, if I understand the question clearly. Every procurement, be it in the military or in any other sector, will be transparent. We can no longer allow the military or anybody to operate in a different world because we don't have resources. So we're not going to have resources that people can use to do procurement at their own terms. All procurement must be transparent, and more Nigerians must be transparent, visible, measurable, and we must get value for that procurement. You know, we must be sure that this thing will bring the value added to it. And I assure you that nothing will be under the table, it will be open. On the issue of what we are going to do to stop kidnapping and everything, is that we need to go out to the root of it. We need to involve communities in securing our country. We need to involve communities in securing our country. I give an example, and I'm sure somebody who is here knew a little bit of what I did in Anambra State. We said, listen, this thing starts from the security, from the communities. I invited every single community. We had about 180 communities in Anambra State. Said each of you must set up a security outfit paid directly by government from my office. I paid them, each paid directly by government, bought all of them a pickup, security pickup, other equipment that was necessary. Told the traditional ruler and his thing that I hold you responsible if anything goes wrong in your community. If anything goes wrong in this community, we hold you responsible. And we have 180 communities where we have a telephone line connected and everything. If you do anything in one community, within 5 minutes, everybody have received the message and everything. If you have, and then moved on from community, went to local government, the state, working with approved federal agencies, and it became clear within a period of less than 1 year. The difference was clear. We can do the same thing nationally. There's no reason why we should not have local government policing, state policing, and of course, national policing.
But that has to be enshrined in the law. The Constitution does not recognize that. How would you achieve that?
I just told you what I did without the Constitution. We have to start somewhere before we amend the Constitution, because we can't wait for the Constitution until all of us are kidnapped. We can do this. Forget about what we. I'm not saying it won't come into the Constitution. If I go and do vigilante in the village, you don't need the Constitution to start, because people have to secure the people that will make the Constitution. Otherwise, they won't even be alive to change the Constitution. We have to be alive for the Constitution to be changed. I'm telling you what I'm going to do. Using my position as the president today, I will sign. If there's some power for the president, it's not everything that he has to wait. I have to secure the people first. Then we amend the Constitution to suit it.
Would you be considering the 2014 confab and tinkering with it?
Well, that one will come. First is that I must secure the people. Everybody will be alive, including the president. Then we talk about what we are going to implement. I'm not going to wait for anything. Nigeria must be secured, and it must be secured as quickly as possible, whatever it takes.
Yeah, Dr. Baba Ahmed wants to say.
In 2018, I submitted that misprocurement or inefficient procurement is responsible for an estimated 65% of the quantum of corruption in Nigeria. This question from the gentleman simply confirms my submission. His Excellency, Governor Peter Obi, has given a very powerful argument that the moment you have a leader who is not stealing and the people can see he and his people are not stealing, nobody will be mad enough to steal. So you need somebody who is content. That is already an action taken. Content by his lifestyle, content by his achievements, that the only thing he wants to achieve now is to secure Nigeria. And no contract is going to be inflated. Be it security, be it defense, be it policing, whatsoever. Successive Nigerian regimes have under-procured the development of Nigeria. That is why we're so weak. Our security is so poor. If we spend 10 trillion on security, we need to extract 10 or even 11 trillion naira worth of security service, security goods, security gadgets in everything we do. Apply that to the world of education. Why is it that a gentleman will get a fresh university started at 1.75 billion in 2011, while another government is starting with 10 billion naira in a secondary school? The moment you have leaders that really, really mean business, immediately everything will be procured with the deserved efficiency. Because security you talk about is a product service, product-service. You are buying it. So you buy the right thing, the right price. And what we're saying is that we have the records, we have the capacity and attitudes to buy everything for Nigeria. The best thing any leader can give Nigeria today is to remove his personal, group, and political interests. We're ready to do that.
All right.
If you remove that, all of Nigerian procurement is going to deliver the service you require. And remember, out of over 1,000 members that have been to the National Assembly, I challenge everybody with modesty. Go and verify. I am the only sponsor of the prohibition of inflated government's contract bill, 2004. Colleagues are here to verify. I was behind when I was managing director of Obi'S research. I was behind what they now call due process. It was called clean contract certification, proposed to the then brand new federal government in 1999. And then it was watered down. It became due process, which became another layer. Every ministry have their own, and they just added costs. We are going to either one of two. We lower the amount we're spending on everything for that particular quality and quantity. Be it roads. If we're spending 10 billion naira on 100 kilometers of road, and it is 90% inflated. So you either give us 9 times that length of road at the same quality, or you give us back our 90%.
All right. A lot of Nigerians are already...
And then we will, and then we will pay Nigerians more. We will spend more on education and healthcare and on uniting Nigeria. This is no-brainer. It's not rocket science. I've been saying it for 4 years.
All right. There are a few questions that Nigerians are already asking. I'd like you to, we'll go on a short break, but when we come back, I'd like you to respond to those questions and we'll move into economy. Sarah Nyamoko Felix on Facebook is asking a question. I'd like you to just take a look, but when we come back from the break, you'll be able to respond to these questions. There are several other questions also on Twitter and several other platforms where people are watching and participating. Hashtag the People's Town Hall. Everyone stay with us. The People's Town Hall continue with Peter Obi and Dr. Baba Ahmed. When we return, we'll be responding or getting the response of both men on these questions on social media, on security, and then we go to economy. Stay with us, everyone. We'll be right back.
All right. So there it is. We'll just pause for a moment whilst they go on break. Just to really look at what we've heard so far. So D, are you there?
Yeah, man.
All right, brilliant. Good to have you. So that was the opening phase. A lot of things said. So they said also in the opening phase, opening monologue, pull Nigeria out of a hole, start creation rather than consumption, which is their campaign slogan, consumption. Yes. So pull Nigeria out of a hole, start creation rather than consumption. And then Dathi, he said, so he got quite emotional, Yusuf Dati. He says the attacks on them had been vicious, and it got almost tearful to the point that he had to step off the stage. I'm sure you saw that. So the emotions of it. He said they were making certain commentaries about his father, who is now late, and his voice started to quake, and then he stepped off the studio of the podium. So there was that little drama. And then on the climate change / insecurity, Peter Obi said he will follow the protocol on climate change. And on insecurity, he said he will sit down and discuss with them wherever the insecurity is coming from. He says he will govern with the rule of law. And then he said he will bring them out of prison and talk to them, which speaks to the Nnamdi Kanu space. So Nnamdi Kanu out of prison and then engage him in a conversation. How will you handle not having the house? So that is so this is one of the criticisms that is being levied against that space. This is one of the foremost criticism that is being levied against that space. So if you become president and you don't have a single seat in the House of Representatives or Senate, how are you able to govern? So that's a question that a lot of people have been asking. And Obi said, he says he doesn't think that will be a problem because the problems that afflict Nigeria impacts on everybody, including them, the people that will be in the parliament, and he will make them see reason. I'm not quite sure how strong a response that was. How do you handle corruption in security? So that's to say the army contracts that are,
all the procurements.
all the procurements in shadowy places that are not accounted and documented for. He said he will introduce transparency in that. It says that they will stop the procurement scam by leading by example. So that mantra that they always chant that if they don't see us stealing, then that disincentivizes them from stealing. So what are you making then of that opening phase, DOG?
Yeah, thank you, woman. To be honest, most of those answers, for me, I don't think it's convincing enough. It's just a straight answer, like the climate change. Obviously, okay, there is a set rules for handling climate change globally, but your own society determines how you implement them. I was expecting him to go further than that, but he went on and said, "Oh, I will just follow the set rules, global set rules, and all that, and I don't want to say more than that." I think you should be saying more than that anyway. Then going to the issue of in the house, if you don't have any House of Representative, I think it's difficult because, okay, we might say, okay, security, everybody's facing the challenges of insecurity. But what about other decisions that you need to make and you need the House to approve it? What if they go against you in other areas? So it's not just about insecurity alone when they refer to the House of Representatives, So the first phase, to be honest, if I want to put all together, I'm not really convinced. And the issue of, they've been insulting Dati and his father, and he's trying to be emotional. If you are in politics, you get a lot of abuse. I think by now, people like Atiku and Tinubu should be crying every second with what
imagine the level of abuse that imagine.
With what they face on social media and all that, even their family got part of it. Some of them, their wives, So these things should be I just think they are trying to. Even Obi saying, "Oh, I was on the plane I think those are the things, those are the kind of strategy you use. Like if you go for interview and all those things, that you just formulate a story to, to package yourself well. You are on a flight from Enugu to Lagos. Then a girl was crying beside you. Then when you asked the girl what was the problem, she was said her mom and dad has been kidnapped or something. All those story, I don't think it's to me. I don't believe that story. I don't expect him to be. We know they kidnap people. You don't have to tell us, you're in a plane, then they get started. Why is it beside you? A girl was crying beside you in the plane because they've kidnapped. I just think is all those things when you say, oh, can you tell us or write a comprehension or write something, then you just think of something that didn't even happen, then you start formulating the story just to, capture people's attention and all that. So all that, I think it's just, they don't need all that drama. Dirty
So
crying, they've abused your father. The father is dead already. And not like they killed anybody in your family because of, if somebody died, maybe they attack your family or your children in school got some bullied and all that kind of stuff, then I will understand you being emotional. But being emotional for abusing your father, even your father is late and all those things, and trying to form, I think they're just trying to, and that's what I think they are playing on people's emotional intelligence. Like I've said, most of their campaign talk, because they know how people feel and they are using it to it's more like an emotional blackmail to me. But people are falling for it. Fine, let me just leave that because some people won't agree with me anyway. This first phase, I expected more in most of those. Like even the security is what any layman would sit down there and say, oh, when I get there. But I think that it's more complicated and more complex than that, the
but
insecurity.
surely you're not expecting that they'll give complex answers in a town hall. So it's just an indication of is that your daughter that we can hear?
Yeah.
Oh yes. Yes. I think really you don't expect a more complex answer, but let me get back. Let's get back to their conversation. Give you a moment to attend to your daughter. So they're back. So let's listen
Okay.
some more. But in that first phase, did you hear anything new that
No,
that
that's exactly my point. Like, it's nothing new, and every answer was just basic. Is not in depth enough to, at least in some of those questions, I expect them to go for them, because this is more like the last town hall meeting. I expect you to dig more. Even you should tell us some of your plans. Forget about people who steal it. If you sure you win election, you implement your plans and all that. If they steal it, it's still for the good of the country. That means your plan is going to work if other person that win the election. So that idea of, I don't want to say my plans, I don't want to give it out so they won't use it. What the hell is that? But anyway, let's continue then.
Oh,
We
all
see
right.
what this is.
All
Second
right.
phase.
We'll see
Yeah.
what else they have to say.
Yeah.
All right, so that was the opening phase. So guys, we get back to it. Hopefully, we get a bit more as we carry on. So back to the town hall meeting. Peter Obi and his running mate Yusuf Dati in a town hall meeting with Seun Okinbaloye on Channels Television, and an audience and a global space that is interrogating them. So let's see what more they have to offer.
And the People's Town Hall live on Channels Television. Mr. Peter Obi, the presidential candidate of the Labour Party, and his running mate, Senator Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed, both of them are on the stage answering questions from Nigerians. This is a different town hall in the sense that Nigerian people are the one engaging the candidates themselves. Let's get some questions now from the social media. This one is from Facebook and is from Sarah Inyamoko Felix in Namek. And she's saying, please, Mr. Obi should rightly tell us what plans he has for the men on uniform, in bracket, our security agents and their families, especially those who have lost their loved ones to insurgency and those who still dedicate their lives to this fight.
Well, first and foremost is to ensure that they are rightly motivated and encouraged, and that we go a long way in ensuring that, one, they are properly insured, and if anything goes wrong, that we give them compassionate compassion as a society by being part and then looking after their families. We must motivate them to be able to take risks for the country. We have had a case of where recently I was telling somebody that I'm looking for phone numbers of police people that lost their lives so I can call their families, visit them, or things like that. When I was governor, people can tell you about what I was able to do for the police people that had even ordinary accidents. We need to show them, support them, let them feel that they're part of the society, they're cared by Nigeria.
There are a few other questions coming from Facebook, but let me go to Twitter now. This is from Josie at Call Me Josie. This is quite a sensitive question. And the question is asking, it says, tribal militia men are overtaking communities in southern Kaduna, Benue, Niger Plateau, and recently Enugu State, and settling in their ancestral lands. How would these government stop the influx of nomadic militia gangs in these rural areas?
They are part of what we intend to, again, discuss. It's not something that I went to on 25th of December. I spent my Christmas with people in IDP camp in Benue. I listened to them. And I told them that if I'm the president of this country, I will take your issue personal. Because as long as you're in IDP camp, Nigeria is in IDP camp, no Nigerian will leave his ancestral land to live in a camp in Nigeria and will say, we have a country. So we are going to sit down to discuss with them and the invaders, if they are. It's something that I will be open to discuss and arrive at, again, an agreement that will make each of them to live peacefully.
Let's go to the economy now. The National Association of Traders, they are represented here, and they will be asking questions. Please go ahead, introduce yourself.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Ijoma Amiforo, representing the National Association of Nigerian Traders. Good evening, His Excellency. Good evening, Dr. Ahmed. We want to ask, as traders, we have noted your plan to move Nigeria from a consumption-based economy to a production-centered economy, and it will require some import substitution, I'm sure. It's a tough process. It will take, it takes tough decisions and serious willpower to do that. According to the National Bureau of Statistics, already 130 million Nigerians are living in poverty. This will require tightening our belts, according to the structural adjustment program of the 80s and all. What plans do you have to make sure that the already worn out populace are not cast into more hardship, especially in the short run when you start taking these decisions? Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And maybe I need more clarification. I'm a trader myself. I don't think it will require what you say, that it will require more tightening of belts, it will require import substitution and everything. Yeah, okay, let me give you an example of, we can look at the issues where, when we talk about moving Nigeria from consumption to production, there's no reason why we should be talking about hunger today when we have vast uncultivated land all over the place. That will not stop any or affect any form of importation. If we stop importing foods and everything, you're going to pull more people out of poverty. Because if you go, like states I've used, for example, if you look at the poor states of Nigeria today, Niger is there. Niger has vast uncultivated land. If by cultivating it, you're going to employ people more of poverty, more people will be employed, and by the time you start value added, which is what I'm talking about, when that value added, and that will even add to export, I don't see why you're going to, what you're saying will apply.
Oh, okay. Let's take an economist, Dr. Paul Alaje, who is sending in this question from Lagos.
Your Excellency, there is no economy without energy. Between 2016 to 2022, Nigerians are now paying more for energy. Even before Putin occupied Ukraine, the electricity significantly increased. The cost of PMS has also increased. What are you going to do to help Nigeria? President Obasanjo started intervention in power sector. Olusegun Obasanjo started intervention in power sector. President Yaradua, President Jonathan, and now President Buhari, they all have tried their bit, but power seems to be stubborn. How do you intend to overcome darkness in Nigeria and once and for all give Nigeria stable power supply? Are you going to cancel the existing contract with the DISCOs and GENCOs, or what exactly are you going to do to make industry produce more, to improve unemployment, and to make power available for homes for all Nigerians? Your Excellencies, in 2015, Your Excellencies, in
question, this power issue is at the center of our economy. We get it right, we get a lot of things right. I'd like you to tackle the issue of power. What would you do?
Well, let me reply what Paul said first. He said it's stubborn. I don't think the power is stubborn. It is the people who are trying to solve it that are not doing the right things. We're not the only country that have power problem. People have solved it everywhere. It's not this is not a rocket science. It's been done in several countries of the world. So why is our own different? Yes, there have been issues where we say that the privatization or the process which was started or completed did not go well, but we're not going to revisit or cancel existing positions. No, we're going to make it work. What do we need to do in power is to unbundle first the transmission line. Because today, we're actually generating up to 10,000. But the transmission line cannot carry that. Support the DISCO, we're going to support the GENCOs who are existing, unbundle the transmission line, support the DISCOs to make sure that at least whatever is produced is willed and distributed accordingly. That is the first thing you're going to do. And you have to do this strictly under a guideline properly supervised. Then you have to open up like South Africa has done. They have power issue like us. Even when they're 60 million and they're generating almost 40-something thousand, they declared emergency and said if anybody can generate up to 100 megawatts without license. If somebody who is 60 million generating 40-something thousand, almost 50,000, declare the emergency, we declare war here on power and say how if you will consume everybody, you will consume us. But we must get power.
You were in Egypt. What did you learn when you went there?
Of course, it's a very easy thing. Egypt did the same thing. Egypt had below about 20,000. They found that from Arab Springs, one of their studies showed that power is the critical issue. Today, Egypt is generating almost 50,000. In fact, Egypt is exporting power to Europe. If these things can be done around us, South Africa, Egypt, why not Nigeria?
Practically, Mr. Obi, should you win this election in February, in practical terms, how much of power do you estimate that you'll be able to give Nigerians, say after 2 years of being in office?
Go and read my
practically
manifesto,
speaking?
is there.
Can you tell Nigerians who have not read it?
It's committed. No, they need to be reading as well.
No, you need, since you have the platform, you can
when I
them.
didn't present it, they said my manifesto is all they want. Now that I've presented, you should read it.
Now you have the opportunity. This is the people's town hall. It's for the people of Nigeria.
I said within 4 years, first 4 years, we'll be able to distribute not less than 50,000. But I can tell you we're going to do far more than that. It's going to be war. We're not going to, like the vice presidential candidate have said, 2 of us are coming from a different, this is going to be a generational change. We are going to show Nigerians what they've never seen before.
Do you have something to say about the issue of power? Because I'm going to bring another interesting issue from the second question from Paul Alaje.
Nigerians should not be afraid to spend if you're spending correctly and you're going to get value. And this is a national attitudinal revolution we have to adopt. If you scare your government to think that the moment you touch some economic fundamentals, you are going against the people, that economic doctrine has given way to value chain processes. I used to say that why buy fuel cheap and buy security more expensive? Nigerians, so long as the domestic demand that will be engendered from the injection of money by a new government that is able to save from waste, a new government that is able to engender investment, okay? So long as the marginal increase after marginal increase is going to bring you to a level that you are paying the realistic commercial level price for either energy or electricity, then Nigerians should develop this attitude of accepting and reasoning with their government. Because a government does not operate in vacuum. We need to let Nigerians know well ahead of time that this revolution coming, your understanding and your participation is it, actually. There is nothing that can be achieved without the willing participation of the people. And then the pricing is what matters. Economists, we have to understand the era has been changing. There was an era in which it was taken for granted that electricity must come cheap. Then to an era that government will now be adjusting it depending on, then to a level in which they have to pay the commercial rate. Now, what is the commercial rate? If the commercial rate is high, the country must be brave enough to pay it, because if the people use all sorts of arguments to refuse to pay, then you have a problem. It will not work, and government will have to continue to subsidize.
Let's listen to yet another question. This one, I guess, is on inflation from Dr. Alaje, the economist.
Your Excellencies, in 2015, when the incumbent administration began, exchange rates at official window was less than 200 naira, and at parallel market, it was around 400 naira. Today, exchange rate is worse off. We now have over 450 at official window and over 720 at parallel market. This has implication on inflation. It has implication on poverty, hunger, and deprivation. And more importantly, the Debt Management Office revealed around the first quarter of 2021 that over 1 trillion naira was added to our debt profile simply because the Central Bank of Nigeria devalued naira. If you were the president of Nigeria, how do you intend to help Nigeria with a stable exchange rate? What are the practical steps? What would you do so that the naira in Nigerians' pocket will not continue to go worse off?
All right.
Paul, and you know that the only thing that drives exchange rate is your reserve, and your reserve is as a function of your export. When you're not producing anything and you're not exporting anything, There's no way you can control that. You just have to move into production. Just have to move into production. I've given this example all over the place. You can't have a country like Nigeria with 200 million people living on 926,000 square kilometers of land. Our total export, Paul, you know, in 2021 is 18.9 trillion naira. If you use that the exchange rate on the average 400 and 700, use 650 as the average pricing. It's about $30 billion annually if you have it, if you're able to get all the receipt. $30 billion for a huge country like this compares with Vietnam. Half of our population at 100 million, living on 331,000 square kilometers, a third of our land. Their total export last year, or 2021, is over 350 billion. And they all manufactured and produced goods. We did, including oil, 30 billion. They did, including alone, 30-something billion. So we need to start producing and exporting. 2, oil, which ordinarily is your main source of foreign exchange income, is now being stolen. You are the only OPEC country, apart from Venezuela, that could not meet your quota because people in government are stealing the oil. So it is a mess. You need to deal with all this. Otherwise, go and look at what happened in Angola. Angola was able, because of Ukraine war and the oil price went up, Angola was able to bring down their inflation, bring down their rate of exchange. Go and see what they improved. It was almost twice what it is today in Angola. But because our own, we have not the oil to sell. What we sold was stolen and everything. And you have to control your financial rascality. What is inflation in Nigeria today? Paul, you know that. One is the biggest is food insecurity, which is fueled by insecurity. That's fueling the biggest inflation we have today is food inflation. That is fueled by insecurity. Followed with the fact that you have a problem with the exchange rate because you're no longer getting oil receipts. And then, of course, the financial rascality, you're throwing money in an unproductive space. Look at your level of your money supply. It's about 4 times your productive supply. Your GDP grew in the last quarter of 2022 by 2.25%, but your money supply grew by 11%. So that means you're throwing more money in an unproductive sector. So we need to do production. We'll start solving that problem. Otherwise, you're going to have a problem. And once you start doing it, you have to make these 2 rates. We must not continue this criminal rate of exchange.
Mr. Obi, the Manufacturers Association representative is in the room, but there is something I would like to clear, and this is a very quick one. There is a lot of blame game around on the issue of the fiscal part of the economy, the policies of the CBN. Who would you blame for that?
Well, I blame the fiscal side. You know, often at time we blame those who are working when we should blame those who are in charge. I had a situation in Nigeria that I say it very often. There was an agency in Nigeria that was bought. This was about 20, 30 years ago. I was involved in a probe. They bought a house. This agency bought a property in United Kingdom. 400, that property is supposed to be 400,000 pounds. But this agency paid 2.4 million pounds. Because this is a property I know, and I knew where that environment, that there's no way a property can cost that much. Because, of course, it's not here that people can do anything. If you Google and say, property in this area, they showed me. So I decided I must see to the 8th. In the end, it was clear that there was a directive from a big man who told a young person to pay that price and said that that is the price. So the question became, should we sack this person who, obviously for fear of his job, was doing what the young man said, or do we deal with the big man? Everybody said we deal with the young man. I said, no, you can't deal with him. He was just merely obeying orders. And in Nigeria, when you don't know where the next thing will come from, you probably do certain things that you ordinarily not do when you know where the next thing will come from. And when I confronted the man, he told me, he said, as I thought this man is giving him this order, his wife was, this happened to him, this happened to him. And if he doesn't obey, they'll bundle him back. And then his children are all going to school. So as far as it's concerned, even if he wants 10 times that, he'll do it. So I'm not holding fault for doing the wrong thing. But let's go to the source. That's why that he said, if you don't do the wrong thing, those below will not do it.
So, I mean,
and I've done it in another.
So if you win the election, the CBN structure as it is today, would you leave it or would you do something about it?
Don't worry what I'll do. The rest assured that I'll do the right thing.
All right. Quickly, because the manufacturer association is...
I'm not giving a different position to Mr. President in waiting. I'm only adding. You said, who would he blame? We should blame the head. We should blame the president. That's what His Excellency Peter Obi has been saying. Hold us responsible for anything that happens. In the first 16 years of this democracy, they had the patience to award contracts, even if they were inflated, and be following up and be collecting. Here come the last 8 years of our democracy. They were so pressed for 12 years while they were looking for power, so pressed that they had no time to wait for the contracts to be awarded, if it is roads or bridges. They just wanted cash the next day. That aggravated the actions in CBN, the very, very wide gap that the doctor, economist spoke about. That also informed quick cash, like when there was COVID palliatives, that cash of billions had to go and be changed. And you know this cash is not being given into, it's directly converted into cash. So there became an era. I said an era, I didn't say government too. I'm not criticizing anybody. There came an era in which they became more and more impatient for quick cash. That was responsible largely for the very sharp increase. Well, you know, like I always say, we've been keeping the records. After the first wave of COVID, when government tried to soften the sit at home, go and study how the dollar jumped from 365 to 485. Find out what happened in Zone 4. Find out what happened to the BDCs all around. These things are there for anybody to verify. In summary, we have suffered the consequences of some people's burning desire to get rich quickly, and the easiest way was manipulation of exchange rate, which already Mr. President in waiting has already said they are going to be matched. No brainer. No brainer.
All right.
Why should people go into risks and long-term investments to make a tiny percentage of what families and friends of the powers that be will make between Wednesday and Saturday, when the CBN gives out exchange rate? And these are people who came out to say that everybody who ruled in Nigeria before them was a thief. They came out to be greater, you know, in quotes, what they call others than those.
All right. Let's ask, a lot of people will be wondering, already thinking about what you said, what you do about the CBN, and maybe somehow that will spill out in the course of today's town hall. Let's listen to the representative of the Manufacturers Association.
Your Excellencies, Kayode Alonga is my name, representing the Manufacturer Association of Nigeria. I've listened with great excitement, times without number, the promise to move Nigeria largely from consumption to production. And I would like to ask a question about port infrastructure, efficient port infrastructure and services. There's a strategic relationship between ports, import, and export. You have touched deeply on it tonight. With what we have today, a country of over 200 million population, with a far bigger economic potential than Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Kenya, Egypt, Morocco, we have, a port inefficiency that is crippling the performance of our economy. If elected president come 2023, what would you do differently to improve efficiency of our port infrastructure and services? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
And you know that 20 years ago, the biggest port in terms of operation, the busiest, was Singapore. In 20 years, Singapore have moved from number 1 to about number 4 or 5 today. Because the port of Shanghai, other ports have come up, 3 have come up in China. Even Rotterdam, that used to be the biggest, the few have all gone. So these things change as quickly as possible. The reason why you still have the inefficiency is that people live off that inefficiency. We're going to remove them. There's nothing in it. Ports Authority is something I followed. Are you aware that Nigerian Ports Authority is the only port that I know in the world that have office outside this country of operation? They have office in London. They even have guest house in London. Can you believe it? For running a port in Nigeria. We're going to dismantle this confusion and get the country to work. That's what we're going to do. It's simple. There's nothing, it's not a rocket. I keep saying it's not a rocket science. It's been done. People have to do the right thing. Port is not difficult. Nigeria is lucky that we have ports all over the place. All these oceans you see are ports. What is happening to Ibom? What is happening to, look at the Port Harcourt ocean terminal that started by Shagari. See today, it's not functioning to how it should. Look at Warri. There's so many places everywhere in Nigeria is ports. And you cannot just open it up. But people deliberately don't want it to be opened up, because if it opens up, they won't have the confusion. And that's what is happening everywhere in Nigeria. They don't want to open up the economy where people's talent and hard work will match up the opportunity, because they will not have anything to steal.
How would you change it? What would you do specifically on that round to change that?
Easily bring build ports and manage it. That's what is happening everywhere in collaboration with the government. Singapore lives only off ports. I can tell you people who live off ports everywhere, except Nigeria.
All right. Gloria, hi.
Hi.
Go ahead.
Good evening, Your Excellencies. Good evening, everyone. My name is Gloria Sien. I represent the Nigerian Union of Journalists. Sir, our question has to do with the issue of removal of fuel subsidy. Considering that this current administration has said that by June 2023, the subsidy will be removed, is it going to be your priority in your first 100 days in office? How sustainable is subsidy to the Nigerian economy? Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria.
Well, they have removed it. That's what they've done. But I can assure you, it will go immediately. Subsidy, I've said it before, is organized crime. And I cannot allow it to stay a day longer. What they're telling you is not what it is. Half of the subsidy that's been, what has been mentioned is not subsidy. First is that we consume the quantity that is not supposed to be consumed here. We are the same population with Pakistan. They consume below 50% of what we consume. So first, the first half, I will remove it and give those people who are drinking it water, because that's what they're supposed to drink, so we can save the money. Two, we'll deal with the other remaining issue. We need the money today with our debts. We need the money to be able to invest in a critical social development issues. Look at this year's budget. This year's budget, education, which is the highest since this government came, is about 2 trillion. Health, which is the highest since this government came, is about 1.5 trillion. Then infrastructure, which is road and everything, is about 1 trillion. So these three critical development areas is receiving 4.5 trillion. Subsidies 3.6 trillion. No, half year.
Like okay.
Half year 3.6. So every year is about 7 trillion. Which country will invest more in subsidy than education and health and even roads? It doesn't make sense. This is the annual budget of education is 2 trillion. Annual budget of health is 1.5. Road infrastructure 1, and subsidy half year is 3.6. It will go immediately.
All right. Maybe this question, the vice presidential candidate will tackle it. Latasha Ngube is on the microphone. Latasha, hi.
Good evening, Your Excellency, Mr. Obi, Mr. Dati. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm a lifestyle, entertainment, human interest writer and editor, as well as a political analyst. Aside from my ever-growing concerns about the redistribution of wealth amongst the youths, job security, home ownership, and so on, I would like to focus on the one area Nigerian youths have distinguished themselves and promoted the country in spite of its many setbacks. The entertainment industry has grown in leaps and bounds, with many international players moving in to cash in on our talent and creating millions of dollars and taking it away. What plans do you have when you're elected, or if you are elected, to scale the industry, create structure, and bring in everything we can and build Nigerian youths? Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's a very double buy in every sense. Youth-oriented and...
Before I answer, let me once again appreciate the contribution of Nigerian youth in bringing Nigeria out to the world and actually adding so much value to our GDP. You see, the bedrock, education. If we raise the value, the quality of education that we give out, it will, from inside the industry, improve their work ethics and deliverables. The second thing is from the side of the economy. We have been speaking about boosting the disposable income of Nigerian families so that there's a little more room to consume on entertainment. I mean, to spend on entertainment. And that is a huge boost that we can give to the industry. The rest are all tied to what Mr. President in waiting and what we've been discussing here. Power, security, an economy with all requisite infrastructure. Then, of course, by the time we're able to pass that message out that security in Nigeria has drastically improved, we will move a step forward to link Nigerian movie industry, Nollywood, with international movie centers. And by the way, it has pained us a lot during this World Cup season to sit and watch without Nigeria. When African Cup comes up next, like I said I would do with ASU, I will again plead with Mr. President to whoever is in charge of sports and youth development, ensure that all is done. We move mountains to bring African Cup to Nigeria. There is no way World Cup will be played without Nigeria. Nigeria has passed that. It will never happen again by the grace of God. This is entertainment. Sports is entertainment. And Nigerians, and then we're going to proliferate sports. Its infrastructure and the reward coming to the participants. Never will the salaries or allowances of Nigerian players be delayed by 1 hour. We will be there to ensure they are compensated and compensated over their own compensation. Link them with industries and companies, raise their profile internationally. These are part of what we'll do. Okay. Please, if I can just revisit the last question. There is a variety of ways that Nigeria is being shortchanged from what Mr. President has called, the scam is a crime. Time will permit me to mention only two. You see, when there is a Ponzi scam like the subsidy, a very, very small group of super rich who do not consume Nigeria, they don't consume Nigerian food or anything that adds value or brings the money back. They exchange the money. By exchanging that money, they are depressing the Naira, which is a loss. And I have argued that any further depreciation in Naira is a direct assault to our national security. Then it is depriving a key area like security. Just imagine injecting, for example, 6.3 trillion on security and not on a scam called subsidy. Just imagine what it will do. And whenever you speak about amounts, look at, for example, if you say 5 trillion is going to be spent under a system like ours, look at 5 trillion to be between 30 to 40 trillion. Because right now, the 5 trillion spent is giving you only 15 to 20% at best of the value of services and products and works that you're getting. Once, like I said again, group, personal, and political interests are removed, without increasing any amount, you have increased the value of what you are getting. So when you speak about 5 trillion now, you're speaking about 30 to 40 trillion during our own time.
All right, let's wrap up quickly in just about 60 seconds on the economy, because we still have education, which I'm very, very passionate about. The issue of health is also there. And more importantly, women, the young people, and people living with disabilities, we must tackle those issues tonight. Quickly, Mr. Obi, if you want to touch on the issue of subsidy, what would you do with the money? Then also, if you become the next president, if you are elected in February, you will be inheriting a burden of about 77 trillion naira in debt. How would you resolve that?
Two things. Let me go to issue of fuel subsidy again. We have Dangote refinery almost nearing completion. We will accelerate this completion. We have modular refineries today that have been completed. They can't even get crude. Can you believe it in Nigeria? That we have even modular refineries that are completed, they can't get crude, something that is available all over the place. We are gas-rich country. We will encourage gas fuel vehicles and as well as, again, gas consumption in other areas where fuel is needed. Even people they say is illegal refineries, we will bring them into legality by sitting down, because I said I'm going to talk with everybody. So if you're illegal, we'll regularize their position, discuss with them, bring them into the purview of what is right. They become part of what is right. On issue of debt, I said before now several times, there's nothing wrong in borrowing. Every country of the world that I know and I've saw this is borrowing. But it is what you borrow for that makes the difference. When you borrow for production, it works. When you borrow for consumption, You have a crisis. The crisis we face today shows that we borrowed for consumption. And because of it, we did not see the growth in the value. In 2015, our cumulative debt was about 15 trillion. Today, it's about 75. So it's grown 5 times the size. So it's now from 15 to 75. We're talking about 400% increase. In 2015, our GDP was over $500 billion. In fact, our per capita in 2015 was 2,550. Today, after we have borrowed 400 times, which means our per capita should have been about 1,000 now, but it's 2,000. So what happened to the money we borrowed? It's a very simple thing. If that money was properly invested, there's nothing wrong. How are you going to manage it when you come into office? Because they're huge debt. We've now moved to where we're owing less than 20% of our GDP to almost 50%. Because if it's 77, at 410, if you add a little, we're going to have $200 billion of debt with a GDP of 450%. What are you going to do? First is that you stop all borrowing. Every borrowing now will be for investment. 2 is to discuss with the lenders on how you can now stretch the borrowing to be able to pay and be able to continue running the country. Leave financing for me. I will know how to handle it. It's my sector. I'm a trader. So I will deal with it. But nobody will ever borrow again if you're not borrowing for investment. There's nothing wrong in borrowing. And we'll then start saving. You see people talking about, they have said it, every candidate has said it, I'm stingy. They didn't know that investment and saving is development. That's how you develop. The biggest debtor in the world today in terms of countries that are developed is Japan. Japan is owing over 230% of their GDP. But Japan is the highest holder of US Treasury. Here is that what they borrowed is consumed, nothing saved. So we entered one chance.
Let's go to education. Yeah, this is another very important aspect. We have the representatives of us. It's good to see you again. Please go ahead and introduce yourself.
Thank you so much. I'm Ben Ugeoke representing ASU. You spoke.
Okay, shall we pause it there for a moment I thought they were going to take a break at that point, but they've gone straight into education. But we're all interested in what he has to say about education, but really the meat of really what we want to hear from Peter Obi was in that phase. So let's just recap. It says, pardon me. Pardon me. So it says, what are you going to do about the energy sector and electricity? So that was when the interesting bit started. It says, the problem of power is not difficult, but the government is not doing the right things. We will not cancel contracts, because Sheung asked him if he was going to cancel the contracts that are existing, which has not served any fitness for purpose. So he answered that we're not going to cancel any contracts, but make it work. It says they will unbundle the transmission line, and then they will add in new guidelines, and then they will open the power sector to liberalization. So private sector participants, they can come in. So there is a clause within the Nigerian constitution that says that you can generate energy up to a certain megawatts as a free entrepreneur and get an easy license for that. But he's saying he's going to attack that space to liberalize it, either to move that wattage forward. He didn't say that, but that's my interpretation. Either to move that wattage forward, or to remove that clause completely and open the market totally. So that's how I understood what he had to say. So it says, unbundle the transmission line, new guidelines, open to liberalize the power sector to to private participants. And then he made this promise, and politicians, they never learn the lesson not to make promises, but he made this promise that within 4 years, we will be able to generate and distribute more than 20,000 megawatts. So that's a promise then, of course, a lot of promises, of course, and as soon as you get the reins of powers, then at least traditionally in Nigeria, it works out differently. So again, within 4 years, we will be able to generate and distribute more than 20 megawatts of electricity. But then Dati came in and it sequenced us through the energy pricing in Nigeria in terms of electricity. But what he then said was that when they are able to generate this electricity, people will be paying at commercial rates and it's not going to be subsidized. But then, of course, that would not still be an assault on people's wallets, because if you deduct the amount of money that you spend on petrol for your generator every single day, and you then have one monthly payment for electricity, I think you will still be quitting. So you'll still be quitting however much they're looking to increase that too. Hold on. Let me get Patrick on the screen. So he said that, and then they went on to the exchange rate. So he says, how do you stabilize the exchange rate? So so Obi went to his traditional go-to. He said you have to increase export to shore up reserves, which in turn will stabilize the exchange rate. So is panacea, because what he prescribes and understands is that the exchange rate, the naira to the dollar, the naira to international currency, is very heavily linked to the country's national reserves, and the national reserves impacts on then the rate that your sovereign currency exchanges for vis-a-vis international money. And the panacea that Obi is prescribing is to go on an aggressive foreign exchange earning export drive to build up a national reserve that would then shore up the national currency. So that's his panacea. And then he was asked if he would leave the central bank alone or he will make significant and long-lasting systemic changes to the CBN, and he said, leave that one to me. So he was coy about that. They asked him about the ports. He says, I am going to dismantle the bottleneck and bring in private sectors to build and manage the ports. The fuel subsidy, the subsidy will go immediately. It is organized crime. And then he brought in Dangote. So Dangote will rescue us as soon as it comes on upstream. And then he also talked about modular refineries that are already built and ready, but you can't get the petroleum to them, even though the whole of the country is awash with petroleum. So get petroleum to the modular refineries. And then he says he's going to leverage gas, which the country has in abundance, and introduce gas-fueled vehicles into the Nigerian space. So in terms of the illegal refineries that is dotted all over the creeks, it says it will find a way to onboard them into legality. The national debt, nothing wrong with borrowing if it is for if it is for construction. He actually used construction, not consumption. That is to build something that would produce. We have borrowed over 400 times what we had as debt in 2015, but our per capita has fallen. We have borrowed over 20% of our GDP. We will stop borrowing except for investment and talk to lenders to realign our borrowing. So those are the highlights that I picked up. But gentlemen, good to have you. Let's go to Kulata. So Kulata, hopefully you were following all the way through. So what are you then making of that, especially that cameo, his panaceas to the economic space, which if gotten right, solves a lot of the problems. So Kulata, good to see you.
Yeah, I started following in the middle. So some of what you said were some of what I listened to. So I mean, what he said is not surprising. I mean, the solutions to our problems are as simple as what Obi highlighted. We have to drive a lot of to fix our foreign exchange, we need to be export focused. We have to earn the foreign exchange, and also we need to have them in reserves to back up whatever rate we have. And the fact that it was a bit coy about what it's going to do in CBN is a bit revealing, because if you do that and you still keep this dual exchange rate, it's still not going to help us. I mean, it's still not going to help us, because you still end up enriching a lot of people. But from an OB performance and DATI performance, I think they're in their elements. This is a nice performance from them. I mean, a little bit going back to, I mean, they're now more, the Obi's responses are more, they're a bit more fleshed out now. There's that. I think having a manifesto helps him more now. So it's not just 100% reliant on comparative statistics that may apply, that may not apply, and all that stuff. Even though he still makes a few references there. So, but there are few. I mean, on specifics, you are only going to push him to the point that is reached. It didn't get too much into details, but his answers were satisfactory enough. They were satisfactory enough for the audience, but maybe not for eggheads, because you still need to talk about how you quickly get this export-driven stuff. Like, it just doesn't happen overnight. The quickest,
because that sounds to me like a slow and laborious process. So you have to build an industry to export. In order,
exactly.
Then that doesn't sound like a 4-year plan. That sounds like a long-term plan.
That's a 10-year. That's like a 10-year plan, minimum 8 years plan. Because for you to export anything, you need to add some value to it for you to make money. We export ginger, we export hibiscus, we export basic stuff. Cashew, we export cashew, but they're just at the raw stage. So for value addition, you need to fix our power for us to be able to add value. So the price to add value to it is cheap. Because if you go and add value to a product and it's run off diesel power generators, we will not be able to. Our export will not be as competitive as what you get from China, as what China is getting. Selling. So most people will not be able to probe in this level of detail that how do you even make our export competitive? Because if our export is not competitive, what are we going to sell it to? They will go buy it cheap. So there's that. And fixing power, I think he said something along the veins of power that is going to focus on the transmission and all, which all good, all well and good. But what about the existing contract that the federal government has with Siemens, for example? Are you going to break that contract? Because how are you going to unbundle the transmission?
What he said, I don't think he was suggesting that he will break that contract. But what he was saying is that he's going to liberalize that space, remove the bottleneck, allow for more private entrepreneurs and competition.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
You know, competition drives down price.
Yeah, that is theory. But in the practice, we have a contract with Siemens. What will happen to it? Because we don't have a contract with Siemens with private enterprises running it. It's NEPA or whatever it's called right now that has that contract with Siemens. So before you can privatize or whatever, you have to ride out that contract or pay them off. And then you now go and unbundle. That adds additional time into the process. So that means we won't be able to get power quickly, except you build whatever Siemens is going to build. The transmission works, and then you can now bring in investors to go and do more to it. You can't break the middle of that contract. And then he also did not address the insolvent distributors, the people that are owing banks and they're supposed to be distributing power. What do you do to that? Because transmission is our big weakest link. I agree. But I was expecting reinforcing the existing contract that Siemens has, so at least transmission will work, and also reinforcing distribution of gas like the AKK project, so at least we can build more power stations around the country. So it sounds good. I'm also tempted to say privatize transmission, but in practice, that is going to further delay us getting power. We should reinforce the existing contract, make sure the transmission capacity is bumped up. Then on the long term, you can now think of unbundling it and privatizing it, not in the middle of an active deal with Siemens. So
what works better? Just breaking all of these contracts and burying it in the courts ad infinitum, or paying them off, or staying with these contracts that has not served any purpose for the Nigerian?
I will stay with the cement contract because it just started. We just started Fusion. The deal itself is less than 2 years old. And they've been supplying the country with a lot of transformers, huge transformers. They've been importing it. I mean, it's now coming into the country. It started coming into the country like less than maybe 3 months ago. And you can see those, and also a lot of mobile transformers, massive mobile transformers, huge transformers. So this thing just started, gaining, Fusion. I will rather double down on that because now the transformers are getting installed. It's coming in, it's coming in, it's coming in. Now, the few transformers that even brought and installed in the country, power has been relatively stable compared to historical levels in Harmattan. Because our most chaotic time of power supply in Nigeria is during the Harmattan. We do better during the rainy seasons because all the dams are full, the reserves are full, and they can release the reserves. But in Harmattan, it's getting better. So you can postpone liberalizing transmission. You should double down on that transmission, on the deal we have with Siemens. Siemens built it for Egypt. Siemens can build it for Nigeria. And I was also expecting him to talk about the new deal that Buhari signed with the United States, that they're going to add additional generating capacity for Nigeria via solar. I think it's maybe, I don't know if it's a grant or if it's a loan on a grant. I don't know the exact funding mechanism, but it's something worth $10 billion.
Is that one of those green energy spaces that they are trying to get us into?
Exactly. It's one of those green energy spaces because it's supposed to be solar and all this renewable energy, and it's worth $10 billion that will add additional generation to us. So double down on Siemens deal, double down on it. Once it works, bring investors, think through, don't rush to go and do the privatization of the transmission. Don't rush to do it. Double down on that. So it sounded good, but I question the logic because it will just put us in perpetual courts. Like, rather than doing the work, we'll just be bouncing left and right with the courts, and now looking for foreign exchange to settle to break the contract. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, all right, brilliant. Let's hear Patrick speak on the port. So Patrick, good to have you. So what Peter Obi was saying about the port is because a lot of privateers, as you know, one of their biggest costs is not even getting the goods from abroad to the Nigerian shores, but getting it out of the Nigerian shores to their warehouses and then onto their consumers. So the bottleneck there is a real pain point for Nigerian businesses. And what Peter Obi is saying, he is going to dismantle the bottleneck and then bring in private sectors to build even more ports, because he's saying the whole of the Nigerian, because Nigeria is so surrounded by large oceans that the whole of the Nigerian space is actually a port, and he's saying he's going to bring in the private sector to build and manage ports. So what does that sound to you as a plan?
Yeah, that's a very good model. In different parts of the world, we have private sectors, models where private sectors are the one running or managing the ports. I know of India. In short, the richest guy in India, one of his major business is managing ports in India. So it's a good one if you can get the private sectors to manage the ports. You understand? It means efficiency anyway, because they're also profit driven. They want to get the goods out as possible. They want to get things moving. You know, in that sector, you have other aspect of the business managed by private sector, like the shipping, the transport, and all those stuff. So we have private sector. So why not get private sector to actually doing the actual managing, running of the ports? I think any of them that come into power will probably do that. And Atiku is someone who's well experienced in that area. That's his business. Tinubu also will be able to do that. So, and I'm happy Peter Obi is also speaking in that direction. That's a very good one. The only thing I really feel he has not really dealt with very well was the way it's going to help improve the exchange rate. And then he said is going to increase imports. You have to be specific. That's the model that everybody runs. Everybody knows that you increase imports. Exchange rates are affected by so many other factors. The first one is the interest rates in the country, and that has to be intricately managed. If you lower the interest rates too much, there might be some problems also. It means that bank will create more money. If you increase the interest rate, rather, bank if you lower the interest rate, that means that people will tend to borrow more, rather, and when people borrow more, that eventually might result in inflation, and that will have a negative effect on exchange rate. Because if you have inflation in the economy, then the exchange rate is going to drop. It's not it's more intricate than the way you just said it. So exchange interest rate is one of them. Now, I think what he was just trying to really address is just one factor, which is the balance of trade. The balance of your trade is the net of your exports and imports with other countries. And if you have a surplus in balance of trade, you have a positive balance of trade, that's likely to help improve your exchange rate. And there are so many other factors too, like the terms of trade within the country, then perception. And that's what people don't know. Perception is key. The West has a way of creating very good outlook for their country. We all live in the West now, so we know the reality. It's not as rosy as it is, but it's not bad. You understand? The West is a good place. But what I'm saying is that they are doing a good job in PR. The US is doing a lot of job in PR. I don't know what is happening in the UK, but we are not doing that in Nigeria.
But how sorry, Patrick, how Peter Obi has positioned it that that's the real thing to attack is to improve the national reserves in terms of foreign exchange, and that is the golden bullet to the stabilization of the value of the naira. Is it right in that direction of thinking?
No. When he said, I've just been cracking my head, how does that affect the rates? Because the factors that drive exchange rates essentially, the ones that quickly come to my mind is about 9 of them. You understand? Or 6 that I can remember now. I know interest rate is one of them. You understand? I know your differential inflation. That's the inflation of your country compared to the inflation rates in the other country. For example, if we are dealing with the US dollar now, what's going to determine the exchange rate is going to be the difference in the inflation between Nigeria and the US as a country. You understand? These are models. They are mathematical models that are used to determine exchange rates, and one of the functions in that model is differential inflation. Exchange rate is interest rate is also one of them. So differential interest rates. So the interest rate in the US compared to the interest rate in the country is going to be one factor that will affect the exchange rate. Then the current account, the national current account balance. You understand? So the current account balance is actually the balance of trade between your country and your trading partner. So if you have if you have a positive current account balance, you understand that's you have surplus instead of a deficit. Yeah, you're likely to have a better exchange rate. And public debt also. If you're borrowing so much, you understand, that will stimulate the economy. That's what borrowing does. It stimulates the economy. Then there's so much money, and then that might result in inflation. And then it will circle back and result in a high exchange rate for your country. So that's another thing. Then the terms of trade, your terms of trade, the import prices which you have with other country. That's one. Then the economic performance of the country. How does that happen is that if your country is performing very well economically, people tend to be attracted to invest. And when they are coming to invest, they are bringing in foreign exchange to invest. So that will definitely increase the supply of foreign exchange in your economy, and that in turn will continue to boost performance. And once those countries have directly invested in your own country, those foreign companies have directly invested in your country, they'll continue to grow the economy, and then they might be getting foreign funding because the parent companies are actually outside your country, which definitely will increase the dollar supply in your case. And then In Nigeria's specific case, one of the things that's going to be a major determinant of exchange rate is our subsidy. That's not the traditional, it's not a traditional function in any economic model for exchange rates. But in Nigeria's case, we're spending so much in subsidy, and these subsidies are paid for in foreign exchange. And if we're able to manage that with Dangote and then stimulating other opportunities to improve our petroleum product supplies, that means we're going to be saving that money, and that foreign exchange can actually be available for other things. That would definitely increase the supply of foreign exchange in our country. And then the major trade, the crude oil, if it can meet up with our quota, then definitely exchange will improve. But you need to be more specific in the areas where you want to improve export. Is it rice production? You understand? And then to know that, okay, this area that I'm focusing on give me the balance of trade surplus that I need to be able to improve my exchange rate. So that's where he needs to really talk on.
All right, thank you, Patrick. So thank you, Patrick. Yeah. So let's hear from Callistos and then DOG, and then we watch the final phase and then just have a rounding off on his performance. But Callistos, good to have you on board. We are reacting to the Peter Obi town hall meeting, which almost certainly his last public, at least to the media town hall meeting before our votes are cast. So we are just assessing his performance, seeing what we're making of it. But what are you making of it? Callistos, good to meet you. Callistos, on mute. Callistos. Oh, all right, let's go to DOG. So DOG. So this second phase of it now, where he speaks to the economy and what he wants to make of the port and all that. Assess his performance. For me, he has come out a lot better than he has done in previous interactions. It looks as though practice makes perfect, and we can see a marked improvement in his presentation. Or can you, DOG?
Yeah, this circumference, I think, is enough. But the issue of privatization.
Sorry, your voice is faint. Your voice is faint.
The issue of privatization.
Now we can't hear you at all. No. No.
Let me find out.
Oh, all right. Okay.
Hello.
Yes, you are live, Callistos. I came to you earlier, but we couldn't get a response. So respond to. I was saying to you that we were listening to the Peter Obi's interaction with the media, his town hall meeting, which almost certainly the last one we will be having before election day. So we are assessing his performance, but are inviting your appraisal of that assessment of that performance. So give us a short appraisal so that we can watch the last phase of it and then have closing remarks.
Yeah, we all know Peter Obi has really changed the face of politics. As a very young entrepreneur, have never in my life since I was born have such an open discussion about electing a good leader. Looking at him normally, or just like ordinarily, he's the best for the job. You can't engage all those all those as let me say the other party member contesting like the way you engage this man. I think he's the right man for the job, and his assessment, everything he says there, definitely you won't go into details or trying to explain, but that idea alone is not just easy to bring it up. So this, I think, I can't wait to see February 25. This will be the most interesting and very wonderful election I've ever had since I was born in Nigeria. To see such a person coming out for presidency, seeing the soundness, everything, I don't think any presidential candidate can be engaged the way P2B has been and bringing out these ideas. Very important in a code. For me, he's the best man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Good to meet you. Stay with us. Let's hear from Alexander Gomez. So up to this point, then, somewhat of because he's now going into the minutiae of intention. So we're able now to pick from what he has to say to see if we feel it fits in with the solutions to the Nigerian problem. But Peter Obi's performance in what might likely be his last town hall before the elections. Alexander, your appraisal.
Yeah, hello everybody. Long time no see. Um, Very impressive. The best so far that I've seen him. He doesn't sound like he's regurgitated, which is a good thing. He looks relaxed. He's grown into that position. I wish him the very best of luck. Ruling over or governing over a space like Nigeria is not going to be an easy task. So all I can wish him is the best of luck. It's going to take a lot of effort to turn the country around, and he's got, with the right policies in place, it's doable. Can he do it? I think he can. I don't think he's
is he looking and sounding for you like the right man for the job? Is he looking and sounding to you?
No, because when Tinubu talks, there's something about Tinubu that just, and because he's turned an economy, an average economy, to based on his policies and systems in place to a top 5 economy in Africa. I think he'll be the most suited person for this job. But having said that, because of where we are 3 months ago compared to where we are today, from an OB perspective, he's looking more presidential than he's ever been. So I would say not really, but he's beginning to look more presidential.
And the running mate, what are you making of him in terms of his confidence, his presentation? Does he subordinate himself sufficiently enough to Peter Obi while still maintaining his personality? So your assessment of the running mate that
I'm not altogether fascinated by that guy, because I know that he's a first generation Nigerian, and I don't think that kind of person should be vice president of Nigeria. We have more capable people from the north who are thoroughbred Nigerians and northerners who can do the job. I have a bias, and just because of that, I don't ever rate him. I never do.
Is that concerns about his allegiance to Nigeria or his ancestral home, which is Mauritania?
It's because he's a first generation Nigerian, and I don't think that he deserves the position of the vice president. I think that, like I said, they're more qualified people, they're more thoroughbred northern Nigerians that he can bring on board, rather than a first generation Nigerian with a Mauritanian background. So the guy doesn't usually impress me when he speaks. In actual fact, when he speaks, I just turn away from him, because I don't think he's deserving of that position, quite frankly.
All right, brilliant, Alexander. Always brilliant by Alexander. So, DOG, you rejoined us. So you were there all the way through. We took it from the beginning. So this second phase of it now, Peter Obi now goes into the economy. It speaks to that big ticket item, the subsidy, the even bigger ticket item, the exchange rate. So his preferred is panacea. So what are you making then of the ex-governor of Anambra's solutions to the myriad of Nigerian problems? DOG.
Yeah, thank you, woman. I think Peter Obi has actually done well in all of those questions.
Look at this guy. You over football, Abi? That don't play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he has done well in the aspect of the exchange rate and all that. Where I really have a problem is, you see, privatization. I was
All right, D. We're still
We can't hear
struggling.
him.
Yeah, we still can't hear you. So let me just play the second half of it, and hopefully when we get to the rounding off beat, we can hear you better. But let me bring it back on. So there it is. So let's listen to the what hopefully is the long half of it, is the last half of it. Hopefully it's not long-winded. But
Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, FCDO.
Thank you so much, everyone, for staying with us. The People's Town Hall continues. Now we get into the very final half of the program tonight. So let's get to it. Anu Oluwakwo Kukoyi is standing by with our question.
Good evening, Your Excellencies.
Oh.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anu from Yaga, Africa, and my question will be on youth inclusion in government and politics. There are over 4,000 young people contesting in the 2023 general elections. We want to know what your party is doing to support them to win now and in the future election cycles. Then secondly, what will you do to support youth development, education, and ensuring investment in the sectors that affect young people if you are elected as president in 2023? Thank you.
All right.
Well, like I've said before, let me start with the issue of youth inclusion. I don't think I will be supporting them to win election because already I'm trying to carry myself to win. So it's a difficult thing to try to support another person. One thing I can assure you is that they will be part of the government we are going to form. A critical plank of our government will be youth and women. But this is you can see I'm struggling. You cannot be carrying underweight when you're already in difficulty. Then you crush yourself. But involvement, yes. We need them. It's about their future. They have to be in decision making. I say it every day. And I do it now. You could see in all my visits, in all my trips, I go with youth, I go with women. So it's something I've done in the past. I brought young people into government when I served as the governor, and women were in charge. So for me, I'm not trying to change. In education, I said, the more you invest in education, the better your development. So education, I can assure you, education and health will not receive less than 10% of any budget that I'm part of. We'll make sure that we increase the budget, fund education properly, fund health properly, fund pulling people out of poverty. These are two critical areas that HDI is developed, is hanging, and we must invest in it.
All right. Mr. Bere Efendu of Women in Politics, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Your Excellencies. I'm a Bere Efendu, I'm the president of Women in Politics Forum. On record from INEC, women represent 50.8% of registered voters, and the percentage of women in governance is abysmally low. We tried to correct it, the last, the National Assembly is still on, that's the 9th National Assembly, by presenting bills to the National Assembly. The 5 bills were rejected. I want to ask you specifically, what will you be doing to change the status of women in governance, to ensure that women's political participation is equal to our votes? Because no politician, I know that as you are going around canvassing for votes, women, without us supporting you, you will not get elected. So what specifically will you be doing to ensure that there's increase of women's political participation? Thank you.
Thank you.
I've always maintained that what we need to do is to look at people's past. Just like somebody came now and said, looking at my past, and I was able to explain the circumstances I found myself that made me to take decision that I took them. Now you're asking the same question. How will you? In fact, let me tell you, as governor, I was about setting up Ministry of Men Affairs because women took over. It's simple. Go and verify. As governor of Anambra State, my chief of staff was a woman. Permanent Secretary, Government House, woman. Commissioner for Finance, woman. Accountant General, woman. Head of Service, woman. Commissioner for Youth and Sports, woman. Commissioner for Education, woman. head of commission for local government. I said, they took over. It was us that was listening. And I can say it without anything. Women are more productive in Nigeria than men. Any day, any time. I worked with them while I was in the banking industry. They save the bank. When they believe in anything, they go for it. I wish our men would do the same thing. And they are less corrupt. They're less corrupt. When they are really satisfied with little, the men will just go on and on, forgetting that it is public money they are taking. I'm very sorry about that, man. I'm one of you, but I have to say the truth of what I observed in the whole exercise. So, for me, this government is about women and youth because we want to change the country. They're not going to look for me. They're not going to. And we're going to, that bill, you said that we're going to represent them. We're going to revisit it. It's very important. Bangladesh, that's why they changed. One of the fastest developing places today is Bangladesh. Prime Minister is a woman. Opposition party leader is a woman. Speaker is a woman. You know, when they're there, because they have children, they have families, they want to succeed.
All right. Yes, we have someone from the National Association of Persons with Disabilities. Please go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, and good evening, Nigerians. My name is Adetunde Ademefu from the Joint National Association of Persons with Disabilities. I bring you greetings from the National President. We have two questions. One, Nigeria currently runs an inclusive education policy. And by inclusive education, it means bringing learners with disabilities and learners without disabilities in the same classroom, learning together. And of course, that's a strategic plan in addressing future discriminations. Do you believe in inclusive education? If yes, what are the plans that your party has? If no, why? As a follow-up questions, do you commit to appointing persons with disabilities into critical offices? And by critical offices, we mean, for instance, Minister for Finance, Budget and Planning. So besides the offices of special assistants and of course, Executive Secretary for the National Commission. Thank you.
Well, you know, here we classify people with disabilities. We all have disability. These glasses I'm wearing is a form of disability. I can assure you that it's not just listen. We're going to appoint people. We are not going to look at. Our consideration will be what you are going to offer. There's so many people who probably for one thing or the other, not of their own making, we can say they're physically challenged. Because I don't like using the word disability, physically challenged. But I've seen some of them that are very, very intelligent. Don't forget that I met Steve Hawkins in Oxford. You know, I met Steve Hawkins in Oxford. So I believe in inclusiveness when it comes to inclusive education. We will make sure that everybody is part of it. Again, if you think there's things you want me to learn more about what you want us to do, I'll be willing to learn it. But I can assure you that we will, in terms of education, we will be inclusive. In terms of if there's anything we can go extra to do to make sure that those who are physically challenged are listening. If there's any learning thing, because I won't stay here and tell you, I know everything I have to do to satisfy what you want. So if you want, even after this session, come and teach me what you want. I'll learn, because the job of a leader is to also learn. A leader doesn't know everything. If you know everything, you're an idiot. You know, I don't know everything. So if there are things you want to teach me, I'm willing to learn. Learning and learning is critical. It's number one thing for a leader.
Mr. Maudi is standing by the microphone. Please go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, His Excellency, and good evening, everybody.
Sir, the patriots in human rights community, in order to address Nigerian women exclusion in structures of representation and decision-making, collaborated with like-minded legislatures and presented a bill on special seats for women, a temporary measure to address Nigerian women's historical injustice and discrimination. The bill was rejected. Sir, if you and your vice are elected into office, what will you do to ensure that it becomes law, so that women will have legal framework to ensure they are included, sir? We know you are a good man, you've done it in the past, but we need it across the country. What will you do differently, sir?
I said I will represent the bill, and it will be passed under me.
Okay. So Nigeria has the highest maternal mortality rate in Africa and second globally after India, that has over 1 billion population. What will you do differently to ensure this maternal mortality rate is reduced drastically? Thank you.
Again, that issue is one of those sad things that happened to us. He said we have the second biggest. We have overtaken India. Now we have overtaken India in infant mortality. We are expected to overtake them by 2025, but we overtook them in 2022. You know, this is one record where we were faster. We have overtaken India. That's not being 7 times our population. What it is, you need to invest in primary health care, starting with the human infrastructure. There's no reason why Nigeria should have shortage of human infrastructure in primary health care, because I have millions of people that are unemployed. A nurse told me yesterday that is unemployed in Nigeria. How can that be? It's not possible. You need education, because all these women, especially in the north, because the biggest sector where we have this infant mortality is in the north. Because you have huge population of people, you have not paid attention to educate them properly, support them with the proper health care infrastructure, which is the human infrastructure. It's happening. On the 1st of January this year, I was in IDP camp in Abuja. 6,000 people, they have only one room clinic, only one room. The person working there is a freelance, a nurse who volunteered. And he told me that if you know the number of women who have died here, that she can't cope. Why would that happen? So these are areas to invest and deal with.
Right. So a lot of comments have been coming. They wanted to hear from Dr. Baba Ahmed. A lot of Nigerian doctors have fled the country. And your principal was making reference to you as an investor in education and the health sector. Does your mandate have a strong plan on ensuring that more Nigerians stay and service the health and education sector? The UK alone in 2022 had almost 80,000 Nigeria go for education. Either the one they applied for and their family that went with them. Almost 50,000 of them had application that they went for education in the UK. That's just one country. So what does your platform or your ticket have as planned in those two areas?
I believe in healthy competition. And we're not going to be operating from a point of weakness, driven by the fact that great changes are about to happen. First of all, it is better to have brain drain than to have a brain in the drain. I've been saying this for a very long time. We cannot afford to have educated and trained medical practitioners and others see them go to waste because the system is not working. Right, go ahead, build up a career. When things are okay back in Nigeria, we'll bring you back. Now, the things that are happening, and they're going to happen at the same time, the one, there is going to be a positive revolution in Nigeria. It has started. You can see evidently from the obedient movement. Then there is going to be a revolution in governance itself once we come into power. That is going to have what we call announcement effects. That effect is going to hit the world as a tsunami. You have Nigerians who have lived and worked and retired in the Western world. They now openly admit that quality life is in Nigeria when Nigeria works. We are in touch with them. We have a system that will bring them back even while they are there. We have a system in which they will invest in Nigeria and use Nigerian medical practitioners and other professionals while they are still there in the Western world before they finally relocate to come back. We are again feeding them that come back to your home country, live like a king. Don't slave your life away in that quiet, cold. You have built the profession, you have built the career, good. Now it's time to come back. So this is what is going to happen.
All right.
Security in Nigeria has been fixed. Nigerians are secured. Money is going to start flowing in. The government is just and is serving justice. Investment is overflowing into Nigeria. Then expertise will be following. Then Nigeria's position in the world is not only going to be by population. Nigeria's position in the world will begin to reflect its population and its productivity at the same time. These are the revolutions, these are the movements that are emerging in the next, I can say, 48 years that are happening. This is real and present. It is happening now as we speak. There are medical doctors who have succeeded in all that they can succeed. They have the money to bring into Nigeria. All they want is a government that will make Nigeria work. And it's coming.
All right. We're just at that moment. We'll listen to your closing thoughts. We just have about a minute each to close your argument before we close finally. But there is a question, Mr. Obi, which we're getting. People would like you to comment on. One of your opponents has described you as a stingy man in one of the campaigns, and that you might find it difficult to get things done with that kind of character. How would you respond to that kind of statement?
Well, very simple is that as governor of Anambra State, between the year, it's surprised, between the year 2000 and year 2015, the only measure of development that is known globally is Millennium Development Goals. This is a standard benchmark. If you check, when I became governor in 2006, we started implementing it in 2008. So we are late by 7 years. By the time Nigeria stopped in 2015, Anambra was #1. And that includes, I was #1 in education. This is by UNDP, not by Nigeria. By UNDP, was #1 in education. By Nigeria and WAEC, I was #1. I won Bill Gates Prize in health. This is again not Nigeria that marked it. So I can go on. I had the best road network. In terms of fighting poverty, go and check. Ask Evelyn Oputu. I was the first governor to go to Bank of Industry and say, I want us to do something. I want to put in money here, and you support my micro, small businesses, which is what the governors are seeing today. I and Evelyn Oputu started that. Then go and ask Magnus Sparko, who was in charge of poverty alleviation. I was #1. I'm calling names of people. I can go on and on. But let me tell you about that issue. It's good that when my opponents talk, let us talk about corruption. One of the things that is killing this country today is corruption perception index. And that is measured on how you manage public assets, nepotism, how you share the land, how you manage your money and everything. And I've challenged everyone and just said, go and see whether there's anywhere a kobo of Anambra State money is missing. Saving have now become an issue. When people have stolen all the money and impoverished the country, and you're now questioning a man who's left the money without anybody telling me to leave it and go.
Mr. Obi, we'll take that as your closing moment because we're totally out of time. But on behalf of China Salvation Partners, the Situation Room, these are charter of demands, one for you and one for Dr. Baba Hackman. These are key areas in which the civil society organization want your team to look at and tackle. But I must sincerely thank you on behalf of all our partners and everyone who have come to witness this event tonight. Thank you so much, indeed, and I wish you the very best in the coming days.
All right. All right. So there it is. So there it is. Peter Obi'S pardon me, Peter Obi'S town hall meeting. Apologies. There was a period that the thing went off the screen. I was changing location and I did not know. But I think you've gotten the full gist of what the aspiring president wants to deliver. So there is. Okay, Baba, say come in.
Oh, sorry. I was just. Okay. My intro. So I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry. I thought you were making this submission. Sorry about that.
Yes. So what I was hoping to do, Babati and others, is just to give you a very quick recap of the totality of everything that Peter Obi has presented yet again. I'm not sure that there was that much of a deviation from what he's always said, but I think he may well have gone into a bit more detail than we've ever heard him say. So the first one is to, it says the opening statement, his mission statement is to pull Nigeria out of a hole, start creation rather than consumption, and it's our sidekick, Dati. It says they've been attacking them. I'm not quite sure if anybody watched it from the beginning, but when Dati was saying that that their campaign has been suffering a lot of vicious attack, and then he went on to say that some of those attacks have gotten so personal that his late father was also being insulted, and his voice choked, and he somewhat tearfully, and he stepped off the stage. So that was a moment in time. I've never seen that within the Nigerian space before. So that was the opening phase, their opening remarks with Dati. So that's just to tell you that the strains of all of these things, it gets to a lot of these people sometimes. We gather and throw all manners of invectives at them, forgetting that they were human beings. But then they got into the meat of it. So the first one they tackled climate change and insecurity. I will follow protocol regarding climate change. So that's to tell you that the Obi team has no definitive policy position on that space. If somebody tells you they will follow protocol, then that tells you that they don't have a definitive policy position on a space. So I will follow protocol on climate change. On insecurity, he went back to what he has always said. He says, I will sit down and discuss with them. So that is both the agitators and the banditry and all of that space. So I will sit down and discuss with them. I will govern with the rule of law. And then this next bit is clearly stating towards the Nnamdi Kanu space. It says, I will bring them out of prison and talk to them. So, and the only person, of course, in that space, Nnamdi Kanu. So he answers that Nnamdi Kanu's question that has been lingering over his candidature for a while. So his planned position for that, he will bring him out of prison and have a conversation. Right. So the next question they asked him was that, of course, there is no parliamentarian likely to be under the Labour Party banner under an Obi administration. His answer to that is that how will you handle not having the House? I don't think that will be a problem, was what he said. He said that the problems afflicting the Nigerian state, that he afflicts equally the parliamentarians. And through that personalization of those problems, sorry, mute yourself, please, Joel. So through that personalized, and Callistos, your connection is not linking to the thing. Maybe come out and go out and come back in. So he said the problems that afflict the Nigerian state equally affects the parliamentarian, and through that he expects them to be on board with the solutions. He says, I will make them see reason is how we will handle not having a single parliamentarian in-house. How will you handle corruption in insecurity? So, of course, you know that half of the insecurity that we are suffering from in Nigeria is the corruption within that security sector. It says procurement will be transparent. That's what he's saying. And he's saying that that would apply right across the board under his governance. Procurement will be transparent. We will stop procurement scam by leading by example. So that is what is always said, that if you see that the leader is not stealing, and that will then prick on your conscience not to steal. I'm not quite sure if that is naivety or even extending to naivete. But there it is. That's his solution. What are you going to do about the energy sector and electricity? So that's a big ticket space, The problem of electricity is not difficult, but the government is not doing the right thing. We will not cancel. So they went further to ask him, the existing contracts with Siemens and all of these disco companies that stymies the product getting to the end user. So yeah, they were asking if you cancel the contract. So he said, we will not cancel the contracts, but work with it. It went on to say that they will unbundle the transmission lines, set new guidelines, and then they will liberalize the power sector to invite private participants. But then I'm not quite sure if this next one is a momentary lapse in judgment or a rush of blood to the head. It says within 4 years, we will be able to generate and distribute more than 20,000 megawatts of electricity. So that's a bold statement right there. And that's one of those comments that politicians make that it hangs around their neck, sort of. Electricity will be sold at commercial rates. So they are saying if they do perfect electricity, there will be no subsidy, and it will be at the open market rate. So the exchange rate, that was the next space that he spoke to. How do you stabilize the exchange rate? And he went on to suggest you have to, so that was the question, and this is his answer. You have to increase exports to shore up reserves, which in turn will stabilize the exchange rate. And but by the way, I'm not quoting him verbatim, I just took snapshot notes of what he was saying. So those are just the essence of what he's saying rather than verbatim what he did say. And then they went on to ask him about the central bank space, which has proven to be one of the news around the Nigerian neck. He says he was not going to answer how he was going to address the central bank. Just leave that to me, was what he said. So I quote him verbatim on that one. And then on the fuel subsidy, another big ticket item, the subsidy will go immediately. That is what he said. It is organized crime. And then, of course, if you remove the subsidy, that will spike up the price of petrol, of course. But what he went on to say was that Dangote will be on stream roughly by that time. And he says they will pump a lot of effort to make sure that the Dangote space is on stream and working. And then he went on to say that there are modular refineries already ready to go within the Nigerian space, but they're not getting crude to them, which is in abundance in Nigeria. So that speaks to somewhat the space acting against the people. So there are modular refineries who can actually refine to a significant enough capacity to impact on the markets, but they're not getting the crude to them. So they're going to get crude to the modular refinery. He went on to say that they will leverage the abundance of gas that we have in Nigeria and introduce gas-fueled cars. He says they will legalize the illegal refinery and onboard them into legality. On the debt, it says nothing wrong with borrowing if it is for construction. We have borrowed over 400 times what we had in debt in 2015, but our per capita has fallen. We have borrowed over 20% of our GDP. We will stop borrowing except for investment and talk to lenders. So talk to lenders is loan rescheduling, as you know. On the entertainment sector, it says we will invest heavily in sports. And then that went on to add, going back to the previous question, that the subsidy game is a Ponzi scheme. On the Japa culture, so I missed a lot of that phase. So I'm hoping that you guys are the next section. I was moving about to come and reposition myself in the house. So, but on the entertainment, on the Japa culture, he said, I believe, so this is Dati now speaking to the Japa culture. He says he believes in healthy competition. That is to say, he doesn't want to hold anybody that especially doesn't want to be in Nigeria. And really, the world is such a global space now. Nobody necessarily lives anywhere, really. We all live on an aeroplane, if you want to do the truth, really. Everybody is on the aeroplane at the first opportunity. So I believe in healthy competition. The Japa people fed back that the quality of life in Nigeria is better. So long as we resolve security and money is flowing through a balanced economy. And then, of course, the last question about the acerbic remarks from Tinubu in the direction of Peter Obi, which he takes on frontally. A lot of controversy in his response, that last phase. So he went back to that education being number one in Anambra, which a lot of people have interrogated, and they have a contrary view on. And then he went on to say that he won the Bill Gates Award on health during his period as Anambra governor. And that's a space that we on this platform have interrogated, and he did not actually win the Bill Gates Award on health. He won just a narrow, specific award on the eradication of polio. So we know that. And then he says that during his tenure, the best road network in Nigeria was built in Anambra State. So not even in Anambra State, it says the best road network in the country was built under his administration. Number one in poverty alleviation. So those were the things that I picked out. But in terms of the performance, we've not yet heard from you, Babati. So hopefully you watched it to some extent. Good to see you.
Good to hear from you too, sir, for being a wonderful host and for the wonderful recap of what happened. I saw most of the town hall. I would say I was particularly impressed with Obi, but most especially is deputy. He really that they complement between each other. I love the chemistry between both of them. So I was particularly impressed by Dati. One of the few points that I actually wanted them to expand more on was when they mentioned the ports. It was mentioning all these ports in Oni and Warri, but it didn't really talk about the viability of those ports. There's beyond the politics of Nigeria in terms of people trying to stifle or intentionally prevent people from expanding. He didn't really mention the reasons behind it. I think he kind of dodged it, but I think it goes towards what I really wanted to talk about more: economic integration of Nigeria, which there has to be a reason for one man that lives in Oyo to say, I'm packing my bags to go and live in Taraba because there's something there for me. So you need to force that economic integration of Nigeria, that people can just move up and down. We don't have enough mobility amongst the spaces to justify that. That is the key to Nigeria's prosperity. And one man, I have to be honest with you, this coming election is going to be the most consequential, the most important in our history, because it's going to either make or mar our country. And I'm afraid that if we get it wrong, Nigeria might cease to exist in the next 4 years.
What constitutes getting it wrong to you? And before you go to that, you are talking about mobility, but the capacity to move from, there's nothing that stops me, for instance, to move from my base in Oyo-Alaafin and go and live in Sokoto. I certainly would not be deported. And there's flights and roads to get there. But if there's nothing for me to do there, then there's nothing for me to do there. So it's not a government.
That's what I was saying. To, like, when I say economic mobility, in terms of, if I was talking to somebody today and they were talking about Nigeria possibly developing semiconductors and like Singapore, Taiwan, but if you can make it to the point where states are viable enough to develop those kind of things in their own states, that forces you to move over there if that's what you're interested in. So I'm talking not in terms of security or no, you not been living there. I'm saying that economic interest for one man from Oyo to say I want to go and live in Taraba because there's something there that he's interested in doing economically that will make you money. So, but if you then give incentives for each state or each region to create their own economy where they can develop all those things, then that forces a Yoruba man to say, I want to go and live in Taraba, I want to go and live in Sokoto. It looks beyond culture, region, and says there's something there economically for me. So we need to do more of that, but we don't have enough of that right now because everything is too centered in Abuja for now. So we should need to diverse our economy. So that would kind of help towards the economic integration. And I have to say to Kulata as well, I did listen to his questioning of Adewale, and I was hoping that Obi will also talk about that as well. That was about ungoverned spaces in Nigeria, that we don't have enough. There are so many places in Nigeria that are ungoverned. I think he was responding to Klata's question about ungoverned spaces. And we need to define where Nigerian is and define our borders. So security, he didn't do enough. He didn't really go deeper. I really wanted to talk about security, but that maybe later on if we talk another. But in terms of
there's no later anymore. You know, we're roughly a month away now.
Right,
you know,
right.
There's no room for any more whatever.
Right, because you know, some people on this platform they love data. So some people blew my mind today. I was having a conversation with some people. They blew my mind in terms of Nigeria can have over 30 million jobs in the online space only within the next 2 years if you get the right leadership. Talking about Taiwan, I mean, these guys just have it down, but you just need that leadership. So when I talked about make or mar in terms of that country being together or not, I'm talking about the way we are spiraling out of control right now. If it continues in the next 4 years, I don't think that country survives it because we have so many things going on at the same time simultaneously. So so to answer the question directly, one man, if we pick the right if we pick the wrong person for these elections, I am afraid that grace that we've had for a long period of time, we will not be able to endure for the next 4 years, and we might just spill out of control. So that's my concern about that country. But if we do get it right, I see Nigeria rising up with great leadership and with the capacity of the average Nigerian spirit to, we can do amazing things with right leadership. But
you see, I see it differently. I see it as glass half full. I think Nigeria is on the precipice of getting it right. And if we have
leadership, regardless of leadership.
No, I think the leadership that we're likely to get this year now, I think is going to take us to new heights. And either Peter Obi or Tinubu, I'm confident that either of them will take us to new heights.
That's why I said right leadership, because but conversely, one man, if we get it wrong, it's going to be very dire. It's going to be very, very bad.
No, that's the end of Solomon Grundy now.
Yeah,
if we this is last chance saloon.
Yeah, because I think we are at the last stretch right now, and we cannot afford to get it wrong. So I'm appealing to all Nigerians: if you can vote, let's do the right things for once in our lifetime and keep that country safe, please. We just need to get this right at this point. We cannot afford, regardless of what you believe. At this point, I'm going to be very objective at this point. I'm not trying to be tribal or really, just please, for the sake of the country, if you still believe in one Nigeria, let's get this thing right. Because we can either go, because it's just, we cannot afford to get it wrong at this time, one man. Let me just let my plan at this time. Our time, Lele. One man, thank you.
All right, brilliant. A super chat from Alexander Gomez pointing at you, Babati and Kulata. It says, furnish me with your numbers, guys. And then he goes on to add his email address if you want to send your numbers. And Alexander, if you're happy for me to pop your number in Kulata's DM, I have him on Instagram. I can do that, but indicate if you want me to do that. So thank you for the super chat. Let's go on to Collins. So Posh Collins joins us again. So Collins then, so Peter Obi presents, and a lot of people feel that this gets the best of his presentations. Nothing new has come out from anything he has to say, because it's more of the same in terms of the content, but it's a bit more expansive and it seems a bit more comfortable on the topics. But how did it come across to you, the Peter Obi presentation?
Hi, hey, woman. Thanks for having us again, and to everyone present here. It's nice to have all these wonderful voices. And Babati that just spoke, I think he spoke extensively on most of the issues. Thank you, guys. One thing about P2B is that around last week or thereabout, I was almost like getting to a point where I'm like, any one of these guys that wins this election, I kind of believe it will be a step up from where we are today. I was almost like throwing it open to that anyone could win. But there's something about listening to him, which I haven't really done for a long time. I usually skip listening to him because I get bored hearing the same thing over and over. But one thing that stands out about this man, I don't care what anybody says, is he has this ability to appear very honest. Whether he is or not is left to be seen. But there is something about him that when he speaks, I don't know if it's the name that he, when he talk, he give names and he try to explain. He's not the typical politician, and I think that is why some people look at him sometimes and think that this man cannot be president of Nigeria and everything. But one thing that stood out for me was his ability to like that 13 months that we have always on this platform. I've heard this 13-month strike all over and over, but I've never really gotten that much details about what he did to try to make it work normal before he decided to make it work another way. And if the one lesson that I picked from there is that I've heard a lot of debaters on TV talk about civil servants in Nigeria, how they are the major cause of Nigerian problem. So one thing that I learned from what he said is that whenever you want to do something that is likely to reform the space, these people will come after you. They will throw everything at you. But he did not budge. He went ahead and did what he needed to do. Even though he left this big stain of 13-month strike, but he got it right. The end result by the end of the day was what really mattered, because otherwise nothing would have been done. And over the years and every other thing, whatever there is going on will keep going on. I don't think anyone on this platform will argue the amount of money that is being thrown into different into different sectors of the whatever government in Nigeria. But what we are not getting is result, no matter how little or how huge the resources is. Just like what is going into security now, we just keep having the same results over and over, and that's because there is nobody or no leader that is willing to take a stand, face the consequences, probably get some stain or bruises, but be like, I have to get it right, and I will do what is right. So I actually like it. I actually like his presentation, and I'm glad that I watched, because, like I said, I've almost gotten to the point where I'm like, okay, it's Peter.
Is there anything that shines through to you in terms of content, or were you just taken by his personality and presentation? Was there anything that popped out in the content of what he had to say?
Like you rightly pointed out, most of the things that he's saying today, he's said before, but he went into a little bit more detail, in trying to present it, and he's a bit more relaxed, so, and I want to also use this opportunity to disagree with Alexander Gomez, where he said there's something about Tinubu that is presidential. I'm not seeing it. There's because he hasn't actually availed himself in this kind of interrogation other than what he controls. So I don't see anything. And when I see him on the campaign, wherever, he's just busy insulting everybody. So I don't know how that's taking away every other thing that has to do with him as a person. I don't know how that is presidential to anybody, but I suppose to each his own. I just feel like
I think what Alexander Gomez was speaking to is sort of certain people, they have an aura, so like an enigmatic sort of it's like a commanding presence, like an X factor, that indefinable, unquantifiable, but very visible. To some people it does. Certainly, clearly to Alexander Gomez it does.
No, I think that only existed. I think he's wherever he has only exists in Nigeria. Come on, Nigeria of 200 and something million people. Let's even take P2B to be the dumbest of all of them all. In terms of international space, Nigeria is a leading Black nation on earth. We sometimes we have to look beyond ourselves as Nigeria and know what we represent. Some person of, let's put everything aside. I'm not questioning his capacity or whatever. Let's put all of that aside. In terms of physical appearance on the international stage, I don't see it. To be honest, with every other thing that could be going on, we all watch in horror when somebody was peeing on himself on stage and everything, and that's very minute. That's a country that doesn't count.
Collins, why is he able to command the respect and and submission of people that are alpha people in their own rights, people like Fashola or Shibanjo Aregbesola, all of this Ganduje, why is he able to command? Why is he able to command the space just for over the last 30 years as the leader of men who are leaders by themselves? Why is he able to do that?
He's able to do that because he has this power to he has the power to do to you whatever he wants to do to you. We all know that Fashola with him, at some point there were some frictions and every other thing. We all know that it happened with Ambod, and we see the end result. I think that they have always known that he has that ability or that capacity to do what he did to Ambode to anybody. And nobody actually wanted. He's a powerful man. He has money. That is one thing about Nigerian space. Okay, that's even bring me to Dangote. Dangote will finish his refinery now and he will start getting crude. But P2B just mentioned on national TV, I would actually like the presidential spokesperson people to come and say that what he said is a lie and do it with evidence. He just said that there are refineries that are ready to operate in Nigeria today, but wouldn't get crude. But if Dangote finished tomorrow, he will have everything that he needs just because he has a lot of money and he's very powerful. That's how Nigeria's space operates. It's all about how much money you have determines how much power you control. If you don't have that kind of money, you cannot control anything. Tinubu controls everything with his money. That's all I see.
Collins, a quick question for you. If you're going to build refinery, shouldn't be one of your feasibility shouldn't be the supply of crude itself. Like, is the supply of crude an afterthought when you're building a refinery? Shouldn't that be actually your primary consideration?
It should be, but let's look past that now because we're in a pickle, right? Nigeria does need this crude being refined in Nigeria.
So, what I'm trying to say is, you cannot criticize the government for someone's bad investment decision. I can go and construct refinery now in Zamfara State and say, "Oh, there's no crude." You understand what I'm saying?
I get.
Colin, do you know what the first rule of business is? There's one rule from business. You work it back from the market. So you establish the market, and then you establish the supply, and then you come back to what your input is. So you don't start from your base. You work it back.
These businesses.
Yeah, I think that's what Kulata is.
No, I got
yeah,
what he's
yeah.
saying. These businesses might have invested money that they're losing. That's not. We are not here to try to help the business, but I'm now talking as a country that is using all their resources to pay subsidy and import oil into the country. When they see opportunities like this, forget whatever they did to get there. They are there now. You have this asset because you could not build one or you could not maintain the one that you had. Someone else have built. Let's look past whatever errors that they did or they might have made or they didn't do. Now you go and try to benefit, because it's about saving money now that we're talking about. It's about Nigeria. I'm not talking about these businesses. I don't think that what P2B was putting out there was trying to fight for the businesses. He's basically saying that this country has these resources. Why is Nigeria not looking past the business and be like, okay, how can this be of benefit to Nigeria or to Nigeria as a country? Because it will mean that there will be people working in these refineries that will be paid good money, that will spend it in the economy and everything. It's time that we just don't look at it like,
yeah, but a modular refinery generates like 10,000 barrels a day or so. 20, nothing that's going to change the fundamental picture. And if you now go and build it, if you go and site it where you're not going to get crude, and you now say government, I mean, you know.
Okay, that's why I'm saying the government should come and say that is the problem. Let's even assume there is 1,000 that they can generate. And they're getting the crude and they refine it. It will encourage other people to do same, and it will encourage another. Before you know it, you probably have 100 of them doing 1,000. That is 100,000. We don't have this. We don't have this going on right now. We are not refining. That's just where I want to take that one from. We are not refining, and we have people that say that they can. What has government done to try to assist them to see if they can actually do it? That's just where I want us to look at it from. So 1,500, which one are we refining as a country? You know, I'm not saying it. So, and then when it comes to the road network, like I said, I have always said, when Peter Obi was governor, maybe because I wasn't in Nigeria, he didn't really actually stand out to me like that. But one thing that I've always heard is that Anambra State, and this from people from Anambra State had very good road network. Ngige started it because I think Peter Obi won and then Ngige took over. And I think Peter Obi perfected it. They actually do. Because when you compare that to Lagos, because when people talk about Lagos, they're talking about Island, Lekki, Aja, no, forget Aja, Lekki VI and all that. But when you leave that space and move into Mushi and the rest of them, it's disgusting, because that's the area that nobody wants to look at, you know. Because I went around Unilag 2 years ago. I actually still have families that stays around there. I went there. I could not believe how that area.
You went to raid girls in Moremi Hall, Abi.
Forget what I went there to.
All right, carry on.
Yeah, I couldn't believe how that place, man, and it was during dry season. You know, I couldn't believe what I was, the road that I was applying. I'm not saying that it was perfect when I was there.
Even the island you're talking about right now is more disgusting than every other place in Nigeria, in Lagos State. The island you're talking about right now is more disgusting. From the island, I live in the island. From the island to maybe just 2 kilometers, you spend about 4 hours. Beggars all over the street, the Agboros all over the street. So sometimes I wonder what someone would say, oh, I made Lagos. In the island, you're not even safe, security wise. Very disgusting. Everywhere in the island are beggars, including Banana Island. You will see beggars on the street, even in the front of the presidential candidate. You see the whole beggars on the street.
I'm sorry, there are beggars in LA. There are beggars in LA. There's a huge homeless problem in LA as well. I don't know.
No, there's some areas. No, let's be realistic. There's some areas you don't take that, no matter what. There's some area, like if you come to Lagos State, the island is the best. Let's talk about Banana
No, there is
Island.
no place where you don't have beggars now.
No,
There's
begging
no
in a
place
way.
in the
Let me
world.
tell you. Okay, in LA, you have Agboru from the road
Hold on.
clapping.
You don't have
No,
beggars
let me just
in
LA. Sorry, excuse me. In LA, you have the Agborus beating people on the street. The Agborus beating a bus driver in the morning. You have such a thing on the road. Let's forget the beggars now. Let's talk about the Agborus in the island. Is everywhere? Can you do those things in some areas?
Hold on, Callistus.
No, let's not talk about it.
Yeah. Hold on, settle down. You know those people you call Agberos, they are actually tax collectors. But then yes, their antics are a bit excessive. Yes, of course.
No, the tax collectors will come with a big stick hitting people on the street.
Yes, no, that's what I
breaking their
said.
head.
Because I know they also do that in Onitsha. Beating people
No. You don't do such things in our nation, please.
Yeah,
That was
the Agbero's dead.
After P2B. No, let's sorry, please excuse me. Excuse me. Even if I didn't say you don't have them, sorry, sir. I didn't say you don't have them everywhere. But there are some specific areas these things should not be happening. That's what I just said. No, let's leave, even if you talk of Onitsha, you can't have such a thing in Oka. In the middle, in like, let's say about the government house. What I'm telling you that from here, from VGC down to Banana Island, during Fashola time, during Ambode time, all those things doesn't happen. Those guys were giving something different. The revenue goes straight to Lagos State account. You pay, okay, for example, let me give an example now. Like when you beat the traffic, when this last man will start harassing even the personal guys driving, you say last man dragging steering with you. Ambode implemented something. And it's working now in Lagos. Once you beat the traffic, they send a message immediately. And you can't renew your car documents anymore. It's better than still where the last man keep people, beats you. Like, you keep imagining. So I'm just coming in because when you said about this, because I want to let you know that the island is the worst now.
What part of Ireland do you live, sir?
I live in Victoria Island.
You think Ireland is worse than
very worse and I'm telling you, with the personalities.
Hold on, please. Just hold on.
Go ahead.
Anybody here who goes to Lagos, maybe around the 99, 2000, especially those who goes to like Jam office, who remember what Obalinde used to look like. I'm from that area, okay? So when you talk about Ireland back then and Ireland right now, and you say everything is just bad, I think you are. I went to school over there. I walk everywhere. Hold
on, both of you. Callisto, RB, I think the wider point that Callistus is making, and correct me if I got you wrong, he's not saying that the Agboro itself, he is saying the Agboro is a problem, but he's saying that there are certain areas that you should not be saying that. So like posh areas, like let's say, for instance, if you live in the UK, so let's say like Hampstead, for instance, or Chelsea. So those sort of areas, you'd expect not to see Agberos, but you can see them in Peckham, Brixton, etc. You don't want to see them anywhere, but he's saying the problem is so bad that even in the poshest areas where the most privileged live, the place is subsumed by Agberos and beggars.
Exactly. That's what I'm just trying to say. Exactly.
Okay,
and I think that's a fair point.
Yeah, let me take it from there. To be in all honesty, Lagos, there is a facelift. When you look at Lagos, especially the island, I might not have gone into all the streets to see, but there is a facelift. I mean, if you take like whatever drone shot of Lagos or something, you can see something that you'll be like, it's working. There's no doubt about that. But we also have to be very, very mindful because even the revenues and everything. Let's talk about water trial revenue. Abuja, for instance, now most people, all the new monies and everything is going there. Lagos is old money because it had the seaport, it has the international, the embassies and everything. People have reasons to be in Lagos, just as they now have reason to be in Abuja. If I live in Lagos, just like I do, and most of people that I know do, you borrow land, you pay, you go pay for whatever, you pay for all that. That is generating revenue. So Lagos, by default, already has all these infrastructures in place that will force you, whether you like it or not, to be in Lagos, because otherwise, where are you going to be? Babati said something that was very decent, that one man you try to and he went out to explain further what he meant. Lagos has what Babati was trying to say, that every part of Nigeria should have something that makes people want to go there. If they then go there and decide that they can stay there because there's something that benefits them or something, then they can stay. Lagos has that. So by default, it attracts a lot of traffic. And most of those people, when you're paying a house for 1 million, you might decide, okay, I can put money together and get the land for 5 million. You're paying a lot of fees through the processes, from getting your document and everything. And it looks like they're doing something out of this world. I really don't think so, to be honest with you, because most states don't have that privileges, in terms of the revenue thing. Because I kind of diverted, but let me come back to Pichobi. Because I'm just going. I hope I'm not boring you guys.
No, carry on. If you were boring us, I would have shut you down. Carry on. Carry on.
Okay. Yeah. So I just want. So today, I listened to him and I listened to his VP. I think he supports him really well. You said there were similarities between them, but I really don't. I think P2B just sounds very soft, but I actually don't think that he's that soft, to be honest. I think maybe because his voice is very tiny and whatever.
You don't think there are similarities, because we just saw them. They are both accomplished. They are both polished. They are both educated. They are both within the same age bracket, so that makes them contemporaneous. So there's a lot of similarities. They are both at the same level of success, thereabouts. So there's a lot of similarities. So you might well say they are complementary and they can synergize easier because they share so much in common. But then so the counter argument will be that what you might want is a contrasting sort of personality to push you that much further. And it is in that pushing between the two of you that you get the best out of each other. So are they too similar, and is that a plus or a minus?
I think it's actually a plus, because two cannot work together except they agree. I think in terms of frugality, they've been demonstrating, at least from what they're saying. They're saying that is their strongest point, and that is what Nigeria. I don't care what anybody says. It's not about collecting money; it's what you do with the money. I think that is the area that Nigeria needs to get right more than any other area. We have to be able to account for whatever we take. We have to give account to the people. We have to give account to in every aspect of it, in every ramification. We have to account for what we are taking, and we have to report back to the people. I think in terms of that, in that regard, two people like that can only do it if they have similar mindset, because if not, your VP will start fighting you. And if he start fighting you, you guys goes into that fight that might drill wherever that one of them probably wanted to achieve. Or if the VP is that kind of person, but the boss is a different way that want to do something different, so it could cause a lot of it could cause confusion that might not make them work together. So I kind of think that yes, we actually do need, and he's slightly younger, because after this election, regardless of who wins, I think we should start stepping down the age of the people that we elect into office. I mean, we cannot always be the worst example of everything that is going on in the world. We can do better.
Where would you set that age? Where would you set it?
I would actually like people in their 40s.
In their 40s?
Yeah.
To rule Nigeria?
Why not? Why not?
Are you joking?
Obasanjo and the rest of that's what Nigeria used to be a few years ago.
That was military and which ruled by fiat.
Well, we do need people.
What accomplishment does a 40-year-old man have in life that equips him to?
Okay, we do need people from that age bracket. To be honest with you,
a minimum of 60 is what I was. But that was what Babangida suggested.
No, I kind of think that these old people, a lot of them have failed.
How did that turn out for us? How did those young folks that ruled the country back then, what did they do that you think, oh my God, it stands out and we need that to happen again?
At least they did that during military era. Now
they were the one that created the mess now that we are in.
now we've seen old people in democracy, and we've seen what they've turned it into. So wherever Nigeria, at least from our parents and those that are much older, can tell that even the wars of military is now beginning to look like it was even better. That is even better than what we're having right now. At least we were never this divided, even after Civil War.
Maybe it's not age problem then. Maybe it's not age problem.
Sorry, let me come in here. I think about the age thing is, I think if we have a structure, even a 30 years old guy can rule this country. If there is a structure. How old was Obama when he ruled America? He's just having a structure. And I think the best thing is for us to have that structure. A 40, 30 years old guy as the president of the country that has a structure can run the country. I think that's what I want to say about this.
A 30-year-old man can.
I think you mean strong
fantasy. That's fantasy.
I think you mean strong institutions, not. That's what you meant.
But even if we have a good institution in this country and we have a structure, we have everything running very well, even a 25 years old boy can run the country. But our problem in Nigeria.
Hold on.
No, I'm serious. How old? I can name to you. Okay, how old was Obama when the American voted for him as the president? Did he do bad?
It was in his mid-40s, going by memory.
He was about 40 something.
Yes.
Good and fine. And he ruled America for 8 years.
America and Nigeria.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We are not the same thing, but if we build on this, we can be better.
But age does not necessarily
let me
mean
wait
better.
in a little. See,
younger does not mean better. You understand?
No, I'm not saying younger now. I say we can be better. I'm not saying that because I'm
talking differently.
American did not build their own under one day, but we'll start having good leaders that can set up a structure for this country.
Hold on, Callistus. Hold on, Callistus. What do you think prepares a guy to rule for leadership, especially to rule Nigeria? Is it education and intelligence? Is that what you're looking at?
No, I don't. It's not only that, but integrity. Integrity. If you have those, at least integrity. Let me just wait in a little bit. I'm a graduate with my master's. I do business in America for the past 19 years. I've done business with a lot of Americans for 19 years that don't even know me. They don't. About 30% of them have not seen me, and I do business with them successfully. We transact and everything goes well. Indianapolis, Maryland, LA, we do those things with them. To the extent that even when some of them come back to Nigeria, they will tell me that I left Nigeria since when I was 5 years old. But I came back to meet someone like you. You understand? That is why is it like that? Integrity. I'm an Igbo man, quite okay, but I've never done business with an Igbo man. I own a company, but I can tell you in the whole American, I have in-laws, I have sisters, I have cousins, but I've never dealt with business.
Okay.
So I want to like.
Hold on. Well done, you are doing well. But what I'm asking is,
yes.
What prepares a person for a presidency, especially because Nigeria is one of the most complex countries? Is not. Yeah. Yes, all of those are good baselines. Education, integrity.
I agree.
They are good baselines. But what you really need is experience. Experience.
The ones that have experience, what have they done, sir? The ones that have experience we voted so far, what have they done?
All right, maybe I'm missing it.
Sorry, you said. Sorry, please. 1 minute. You said about the experience. Sorry, please. 1 minute. 1 minute.
Mr. Man, can you hold on?
The experience.
Can you
go ahead?
We do have a rule. When I say hold on, that's just exactly what I mean. Hold on. So when I say hold on, just hold on. I don't usually hold the space for too long. It's only to insert something. But I've even forgotten what I wanted to say. But carry on, yeah.
No, let me move that on because I brought.
Let's move on with that.
Yeah, let me just end the age thing. Then when Peter B was asked about the women in politics, okay, let me start with the disability guy, and he asked critical questions. I would have really loved to hear a bit more. I would have loved to hear things like But one good thing that I got from him is that he's not quick to give answers where he has none. You know, he would say, "Come to me, I will learn," and something like that. And I think for me, that's kind of
that impressed me too. I noted that, and it impressed me. He didn't just make stuff up. He said, "I don't know, but I will educate myself," and I respect that more than anything else.
Yeah. So I just thought that was really good. I would have loved to to know that he learned a bit more about, you know, school being accessible, like building primes and all those things that could actually make it easy for these people to get to these schools and go to classes, you know. But like like you and I agreed, he didn't go on and just talking as a typical politician that knows everything. And when it comes to the women thing, he was giving names and positions that they held. We all know, I mean, Desi and Madeke represented women so poorly when she had the opportunity that she had, because I used to be one of those voices that feels, just like Pichobi, that women are less corrupt because they are mothers. Not that they are not corrupt, but they are mothers, you know, and they are, you know, they have more, I feel like they have more stake in the country to want to make it to work. And some people, when why Desi was disgracing herself, people like somebody like Adora Kunyere stood out, you know, in the position that she held. So I feel like women in politics and being given more position is very good, and someone actually demonstrating it, or someone that has actually done it, and not just giving that bracket, oh, I will have women in my cabinet and everything. I kind of feel like he already feel comfortable with women working with him, and I think that would be a departure from what we currently have. I like that too.
Going back to something you said just now, Collins, do you think it's to our eternal shame that we don't have a policy position as a nation around disability? Because whenever that question comes up, people just gloss over it. They say, oh, and I saw a beggar and I gave him 5,000 naira. And then that, you know, but no politician has yet fleshed out a real cohesive and coherent and workable disability position from the Nigerians. Is it to our eternal shame that we don't have a position on that?
But everything is to our eternal shame anyway. What do we have position on in Nigeria, one man?
We have position on corruption.
So obviously that doesn't benefit them. If there's anything that could have benefited them to have that position, they would have created it. We see how well they're doing with subsidy, you know. So if there's any incentive for them to want to do that, they would have done it. But obviously it's not enticing for them to even look at that. They would rather, like you said, give them money and every other thing. So there's no form of empowerment, you know, there's no disability law.
You guys, we have a National Disability Act that was passed.
That's what I wanted to say, Kulata. We do have. It's implementation. We do.
There's no law we don't have. Exactly what you all said. Implementation.
Implementation. That's the problem we have.
Yeah, so I think I've touched on the things that I can remember, except if there's any particular area that you would like me to comment. But generally, I think it was presidential, and I think he would have changed, he would have swayed some votes. Regardless of whatever people think of Tinubu, I would like him to take some of those meetings as well. He just needs to, it's nothing really. You just go there and answer what you can, except of course, if he can't do it. But if he can, he should honor those invitations. I don't really think there's a lot of harm in it to do it.
Yeah, there are questions I want to ask you, but I want to, whilst it's still fresh in people's memories, I want everybody to give a feedback on Peter Obi's presentation. So I'll take that round and then come back to you, because there's certain elements of Peter Obi's presentation that I want us to deep dive to. Is that dive deep or something even further into? But before we do that, let me take whilst it's still fresh in memory, but I'll acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat first. I must say I love Nigerians. Optimistic by their DNA. So optimism in their DNA. So thank you, Alexander Gomez, who conversates with the platform often via super chat. But we'll kick it off with Akulata. You came in at just a middle space of it. But Peter Obi presents almost certain his last town hall before the ballots come out. But what was your instinctual response to it? How did it come across before you bore into the details of it, just in terms of the confidence of the presentation and how we came across, and how did Yusuf Dati compliment him and the whole packaging of it? What was your visceral response to that?
Like every presentation, the content of what you say is not that important. Is the perception that is the most important. And if I may say, this is his best. This is his best presentation so far, and he came across like a confident person, jocular a bit, relatable, very relatable, and there was some chemistry between him and Dati. So it did come across well because a lot of the people watching, to the extent of the know-how, they don't know the full details, but they're happy because based on the competition, the likes of the Tinubus and the Atiku, Tinubu is not talking to anybody and he's saying balabru all over the place. So based on that kind of competition, if that's your competition, this is a messiah because it's saying, I want to do things, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do this, and the reporter is not querying him on the details. So he gets away with saying many things that that sound okay, sound appropriate, and it looks good. It really does look good in this town hall, if I may add. It looks good.
In terms of the content of what he had to say, did you notice somewhat? Because I thought I saw hints of him deviating somewhat towards that article privatize everything mantra. Did you notice that he was somewhat deviating towards privatizing all this?
Yeah. So let me put it one way. He clearly wasn't leaning socialist, but he clearly also did not hold major positions. But the foundation questions they asked him, they're the same answer I expect to get from every single candidate, which is on the issue of subsidy and the issue of the forex, which are stances. Whether you're even a socialist like Suyore, I don't expect you to continue saying you want to carry subsidy, and I don't expect you to say you're going to continue subsidizing foreign exchange. So in that place, it's not like it's sounding article like, but it's sounding common sense like.
I'm talking about almost saying he was going to privatize the ports, certainly going to liberalize the energy space. So sell everything is what he was saying.
He has the sell everything, but not as bold-faced as Atiku sell everything. On the port one, he made a comment that I did not like. He said like they're intentionally stifling the port in other areas, not really acknowledging why a lot of those ports are not functioning. I'm not going to say they're not functioning. They're not functioning up to capacity.
The viability of them, right? Yeah.
The viability of the ports, because a lot of traffic to the ports is not determined by Nigeria. It's determined by all these international maritime people, and then people that insure. The insurance also determines many goods that will go to certain ports. Because if you want to like ship to the south, your premiums is going to be higher because of past insecurities that are there. So he gave a political statement that will maybe attract more people from the south and the south seas that already have the belief that there's a conspiracy to keep all the port activities in Lagos. So that was disingenuous. But that
it does. Sorry, Kulata. It does a lot of that dog whistle, that conspiratorial. But carry on, yeah.
That will work for his base, but in my opinion, it was disingenuous because he did not acknowledge the fact about what was going on in the port. He could have just said, "I'll do everything possible to get those ports functioning and blah blah blah," but not trying to make it feel like the boogeyman, they're against you, because now people will now extend it to it's those Tinubu and Yoruba people that don't want ports to leave Lagos because of this, because that's the narrative that a lot of people carry around. So that wasn't that great. And
echoes of his WhatsApp faux pas.
Of his WhatsApp raw meat. Then in terms of like ESN, he said another thing that disturbed me. He said he's going to release people. You're not the justice. You're not the court. You can't release people. You're the president. There's a judiciary that's supposed to be independent. So it's not in you to go and release people. You can dialogue with people. That's your job as a commander-in-chief and the chief peacemaker in the country. So he could have kept it at dialoguing, because that's what he's been saying all along. But when he's now saying, I want to go release people, that's also a dog whistle, because that's supposed to be like, all right, the restive Ipobians in the Southeast, you guys can chill. When I get there, I'm going to release your man. So while it's a political statement, it works from a political perspective. But from a governance, thank God this is campaigning, not governance. From a governance perspective, it's a no. You cannot interfere in the judiciary. It's not in your portfolio to touch anything related to ongoing cases. So,
Kulata, please let me comment a bit on this issue, because you see, we've all agreed that the reason why Nnamdi Kanu, got to this level that he is today, or where people adore him and all that, was the mistakes of Buhari. This is the issue. The issue here is this: even the court you are talking about have released Nnamdi Kanu. Did the government release him? There is a rascality. There is a rascality in the way we do things in Nigeria. If we start obeying the court orders, if Nnamdi Kanu, if the court says release him, and the AGS is trying to put another charge on him just to put him there, we knew what happened to Dasuki. Even when the court said release him, he was still in detention. So that is the thing. I think that is where he is coming from. Rule of law is the rule of law. Let us start from ground zero.
Yeah, but Joel.
Right.
Joel, how does it feel if Joe Biden is directing his attorney general to do something?
No, he's not directing any attorney general to do something. They think
no, because how will Peter Obi? That means he has to weigh in on his attorney general.
Oh no!
Sorry. Let me just come in.
The attorney general.
Let that conversation take place between Joel and
Joel, how do you think he's going to be able to do it? Because if the law enforcement, police and whatever, at the end of the day, is the Justice Department, which is from the executive side of it, is headed by the attorney general. In general, as a principle, president should not be meddling in the case of an attorney general. So in the case where you say, I'm going to go release Nnamdi Kanu, that means you have to meddle with your attorney general. And it's Nigeria's attorney general that's preventing Nnamdi Kanu from getting released from jail.
Good. So that's the attorney general, right? Now, we also know that there are interests in this Nnamdi Kanu's matter. So my own thing is just this: the Igbos of this world, the Nnamdi Kanus of this world, talk to them, those of the Niger Delta. And Jonathan did, what's his name? Yarada did it with the Niger Delta. Today we have relative peace. Let us have peace. Let us start on a fresh note. That's where I'm coming from. If Nnamdi Kanu comes out of, when he say I'm going to talk, what he means is that if you're coming out, dude, now this is a new space. Work with us towards a better Nigeria. That is it.
Yeah, but Joel, I agree with him saying I'm going to talk to them. What I disagree with is saying I'm going to release. He said I'm going to release.
Yeah. Sorry, please, let me just come in a little. Please, 1 minute, please. Can I get a little? Good. When you say you want to release, don't forget that on Friday, 1,200 Boko Haram was released, and each person was given 200,000 to start up a business. If a Boko Haram that killed and do a lot of atrocities can be released, and that must come from the presidency. So why can't you dialogue with a man that is agitated? And court has released him.
That's a what about argument now?
But and even where are you getting that from? That's unverified. So
it's on the news. No. I live in Nigeria. I'm not telling you. It's on the news. It's on the Punch. It's on the TV station. It's not hidden. You can Google it and see it on the Punch newspaper.
All right, settle down. Settle down. Yeah.
The fact that Boko Haram were released and all does not exempt that it could have gone through the normal legal process. And it's not the president, because except you have evidence that it's the president that meddled in their release. That is the only way is you're going to have some form of equivalence with what Peter Obi is saying. Because he said, I'm going to release. And you are saying they release Boko Haram. That doesn't mean it's president that directed to release Boko Haram. It could be part of the judicial process where they were due for release.
Kolata, I actually think that you're turning this argument on its head. Like,
okay, when Sunday Igboho was released, what happened? Did they deny him justice when the court released him?
I don't even know. I'm not following Sunday Igboho. So
we in Nigeria, but the court released him and he was granted bail. So why did the court release this man and he's still being in custody?
Sunday Igboho was not released. He's under house arrest. Please get your facts right, bro.
Sunday Igboho is in house arrest in Benin Republic now.
He's not been released. Stop falling off for this. I'm telling you what I know. So that's
okay. So there you have it. Because I don't know anything about Sunday Igboho.
He has been released. Very, very well.
Sunday
Igboho now.
Igboho has been released.
Can he leave Benin Republic?
He's under house arrest now. Why are you telling he's being
under house arrest?
Okay.
When you go to the news, you will see them. It's not something you manipulate.
So sorry, apologies. Carry on, Kulata. So
sorry.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is, you should. I mean, you can talk to people that are restive, that want their own country or whatever. That's fine. That's what a president should do. You need to dialogue with them. But I just don't think you should be meddling or project that you're going to meddle in an active litigation. Let the judicial process deal with the litigation.
Correct. I have a question that I want to. You said there is Attorney General that is holding him back after the court has already released him. Attorney General, from what I understand, is a political appointment.
Yeah, it is. That's the head of the Justice Department.
Okay, it's not like he's like CN or whatever that has its own whatever. So anything.
Yeah, but Attorney General still have even though it's a political appointment, they still have independence. That's why I asked Joel, like, how would you feel if Joe Biden is telling the United States Attorney General what to prosecute, what to release, and what to do? It's not done.
No. He wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that in every case. But there are high-profile cases in which there at least there will be communication between Joe Biden and even okay. Let's look at this prison swap that they did, for instance, right? When they did the prison swap, Joe Biden's signature was appended, wasn't it? It was a prison swap. So my own thing is this: there are some high-profile cases that we know that has been the bane of our problem. The Igbos of this world. Why do you want to leave? If the reason why they want to leave, hold on, the reason why they want to leave Nigeria is very, very genuine.
Yeah, and that's why a president should dialogue. Not a president should dialogue. I agree with the dialogue.
But see, Kulata, there's no way you're going to dialogue with these guys, right? Sunday Igboho, the Nnamdi Kanu and Kanus of this world, they all have followers. There's no way you're going to dialogue with them when you have their head in a prison. Bring him out like you brought out Asari Dokubo. If you remember when Asari Dokubo was in prison, it was a whole lot of damages being done in the Niger Delta. I was in Niger Delta. The day Asari Dokubo came back, I was in D-Line, Port Harcourt, when Asari Dokubo came back. It was all fanfare. And after that, the security situation improved, at least from those loyal to him. The security that was not on for months.
And I would tell you that set up a bad precedent in our country. Even though the situation and all, one should be able to have.
Can I interject 1 minute?
Let me just land my point before you interject. Once you have sympathy with what was going on in the Niger Delta, but that act almost emboldened a lot of groups, because once government has negotiated with a separatist or a rebel group, government will continue to have those kind of conversations, and it just sets up a bad precedent.
Okay, see, Kulata, the issue there is this, right? when you look at the degradation of the environment, right? The poverty in there, how those people have been so mismanaged, the money's being mismanaged.
Yeah.
You will agree with me that they
I
have
agree
created
from
a
I agree from an emotional standpoint, but I'm saying from a law enforcement precedent standpoint, it set up a bad precedent for Nigeria. I agree with all the injustice. I agree with everything.
All right, Joel, let's Ajale Koko come in, and then I want to move Kulata onto how Peter Obi is positioned both in terms of women's participation and disability. But Ajale Koko, you wanted to come in. Good to see you.
Thank you, woman. I think Kulata did not get the reason why he made that statement. It's a political statement. It's a political statement that targeting at his political base.
I believe that's the first thing I said.
To continue to encourage his political base, to continue to energize them. The strongest political base of Obi today is Southeast. If he doesn't make a statement that if he doesn't make a statement to encourage them, particularly the Ipobian that have joined him, that many of them are obedient today, or maybe let me say sympathizers of IPOB ideology who have turned obedient today. If he's not careful with his words and statement with regard to Nnamdi Kanu and the agitation, he can easily kill his political ambition. So that statement is a political statement to continue to encourage them, to continue to energize them, to continue to, appeal for their continuous support. So the process that it will take to release Nnamdi Kanu or whoever that is in prison now is a different thing entirely. But the most important thing, and what he has said to them today, is that I will release him. And that is the most important thing. That is what people want to hear. And as a politician, you have to say what people want to hear that will make them happy to continue to support him. So he knows what he's saying. And to me, I think he's smart for saying that. He's very, very smart. So that is just my contribution, woman. It's very, very smart. It's a very smart statement, political statement.
All right, but I didn't even read it in that direction. Yeah,
that's actually Ajale Koko. That's actually the very first thing I said. That it's politics. It's to placate his supporters. But I'm saying, assuming this was governance, this is wrong. That's when I now went on that tangent. The first thing I said was a political statement, and of course, it's to calm down the restive IPOB. Like, hey, don't go and blow up my election. When I get in there, I'll release your guy.
Yeah, woman.
Yeah,
do you know that from that statement, I want to conclude one thing. I think Obi has ruled out winning the election with that statement. I'll tell you the reason. At the outset, he was very careful about it because he was thinking he was going to be able to get some votes from the north. So he was saying we're going to negotiate. He didn't come out to say we will release. And he was also trying to balance. Now, I think he has been able to see that he was not going to be able to get any vote from the North. So from that statement, I'm seeing him going all hog to get whatever I can get from the Southeast. We definitely will not take him there. So it's an indication that he has assumed that he's not likely to even win.
Maybe perhaps it's assumed. Maybe
you
it's
really
going
must
for
be
a round.
concerned of northern votes.
No, I think it's maybe
he's
shooting
deliberately
for
throwing it out.
Patrick. Rather than saying he's thinking he's going to lose, I think he's shooting for round 2. Like, okay, if he gets enough Southeast and South, like he get massive numbers, and Atiku and Tinubu and Kwakwanso wrestle themselves up in the North, there's a possibility for him coming second, and he goes for round 2. Perhaps that's his latest calculation. I don't know.
Yeah,
do you know, Patrick, do you not think that statement is sort of weighing a balance? So he's weighed the balance that whoever is going to get from the North, he has already gotten them, but he needs to sweep up the rest of the miscreants that are still not on board in the Southeast. So
exactly.
So he throws them that meat that, look, don't worry, let me just get in and then we'll sort it out. So
exactly.
a dog whistle to the remnant that's still not on board. Which Akulata says is pushing for round 2.
Yeah, he knows that he's not like to get it in round 1. And given the situation of things, he has to quickly work on his base and see if he could get more to be able to survive to the next round. Whether he survived to that next round is what I'm not sure of. But if he's lucky to survive to the next round, then Tinubu is going to have a very good fight. Tinubu might not win that election. If they have a second round and Obi is coming on, Tinubu might not get it.
No, I disagree. I disagree with you right there. If it comes between Obi and Tinubu.
In the second round, right?
Yeah, in the second round.
And that's what I'm saying. If it's between Obi and Tinubu in the second round, then Tinubu might not get it. Obi might eventually get the presidency. That's just the truth. Let's be objective.
No. If
it's between two of them, it's going to be an easy ride for Tinubu.
Yeah, I think so.
Let me tell you this. It's going to be a fight between the political class and non-political class, because the people in the what do you call it, in the labor and their leadership, though we have some that are politicians, but they are not a strong politician that we know. So you will see politicians with pitch tent. And now that Obasanjo is backing Obi, some power that be in politics, we say this Baba is coming again to take over the government of this country. Let us align together and let us see how we can stop him. Because already some people are saying one man is the one that brought it to this problem, that blew the prophet, the trumpet the other day, maybe 3 days ago or 5 days ago, that Obi'S project. And it's looking like that to so many people. In fact, Kulata candidate said it yesterday, openly on Dr. Rudolph, that is Obasanjo project. So you will see a situation where we're going to be having fight between the political class and non-political class. So, and the political class that are enjoying the current Nigerian state wouldn't let it to get to, would not want that power to slip up their hand. So they will want to fight, they want to align to crush Obi. Yeah.
Have you thought about, because if he goes into a second round, regardless of any of this, whoever goes in there, with or without, if he goes into second round, there will be a lot of endorsement from present top 4 candidates here. In a situation where Obi is on that ticket and Atiku is not, and Atiku decided to endorse Obi, and Kwankwaso decided to endorse Obi, would it change the calculation in your mind?
And the obedient are going to get more fuel. That's to at least they have an indication that they could make it. Some of them are still like, okay, we might not win, we might not. But if they see that they are not in second round, man, let's go all up for this. So that's what I'm thinking.
Let me just say this: if it's a runoff between Obi and Tinubu, Tinubu will sweep up the southwest and probably the whole of the north, because there's more affinity with the north, with the southwest, and especially with Tinubu. Yeah,
I think Tinubu will beat Obi black and blue.
It will be brutal debating.
It will be brutal.
And one man. I do not think so. This is why. If Peter Obi is able to come second, it means what that means in essence is that 80% to 90% of people that voted Peter Obi had voted either PDP or APC in the past. So what it means is that they did not listen to their leaders. So the power of their leaders at this time is already whittled down because the people did not listen to them. So if you look at it from that angle, then you look at those that have been sitting on the fence, thinking that and they see, we can actually do this. That trend will tip Obi over Tinubu. In fact, he will beat.
No.
If that happens, one man. Look, he said all of
one man. Sorry, let me just say this quickly, and then I'll shut up. I shouldn't really be talking. It should be you guys. But Joel, if it goes into a second round and Peter Obi comes second, then that tells you all of the people that are likely to vote for Peter Obi have already voted for him. Nobody, because he has presented his argument, and some people have decided to vote away from that argument. So they're not then going to cross over to him in the second round. So all of the votes that takes him to second are already cast. It's unlikely to get new votes in the second round.
And to pile on to that. Let me just quickly pile on to that a few seconds. The votes that Peter Obi will get that will take him to second round are going to be heavily concentrated in South, and Southeast. And so the North, because Obi is ignoring the North, is not going to be able to overperform or perform in the North. So Tinubu is just going to run Buhari 2015 2.0 all over again.
And Kulata, this is the issue. Sometimes when you say it's going to run over the North, look, the North still consists of the Middle Belt. You understand what I'm saying? So it is not just in the Southeast and in the South. Peter Obi has a great affinity with those people from the Middle Belt. So that is where I'm coming from.
Like which state
it's
in
not
the
going to be
are
as
you talking
easy.
about?
And
Joel,
I'm talking about Benue. I'm talking about Plateau. I'm talking about Taraba, right? So all these places, look, it is not just the way you see it.
But those are all, Joel, that's the exhaustive list you just read. Benue, Taraba, Plateau, that's it.
But also,
look, you also have even Sada Kaduna. Look, let me tell you something. This election, like I've said, right? The electorate are going to decide. If there's nothing that says that all PDP members will not vote APC if Atiku does not make it. What if Atiku endorses Obi? Are you going to tell me that Atiku's number does not really matter?
Atiku's vote cannot carry over to Peter Obi because the people that vote for Atiku, they will not necessarily be Peter Obi people. And if Atiku is no longer on the ballot, it cannot move that vote to Peter Obi.
No. One man.
Like, Peter Obi is not appealing to the North now. It's not a palatable candidate to the North. Sorry to say that.
He's not palatable because he's not in a major political party. Let's
no. It's not about palatable. It's not palatable from the Southeast. In the time where Nnamdi Kanu is painting the Southeast as
as a region that does not like the rest of Nigeria. If it had been before now, it would have been a different thing. Let me tell you, if there's a runoff and Peter Obi loses, it was Nnamdi Kanu that made him to lose. That's just the truth. Someone like that would have loved like
He's not going to lose. Patrick.
I don't agree with that,
Patrick,
Mr. Patrick.
It's Nnamdi Kanu now. The North is beginning
One man.
the little
Any new president that coming.
Hold on, everybody. Let Callistus come in. Callistus come in. Yeah.
Sorry, I don't. Most of us, I think most of us are outside the country, are using social media to do those, to analyze this election. See, what I understand about this election is not going to be as usual like before. A lot of things have changed. A lot of Nigerians have understand. A lot of 80% of the working class are just silent. Nobody's talking, but they know who they want to vote. First of all, what is about you want to unite Nigeria? Any president that wins this election, to get this country united, you must release all those guys that are detained politically. So if Tinubu have the way to be in this town hall meeting, he will never say he will not release Kanu. He will definitely say that he will dialogue. Because what we need now is to unite this country and dialogue. In part of elections, the way I'm saying it, it's not about Tinubu, Atiku, or anything. People are tired. People are tired. When you talk of the North, don't forget that the VP, Obi, that the elder brother is the chairman of Arewa Forum. I spent 28 years in the North. The North are not talking. In the night to election, they decide. And why did I say this? In night to election, the North will tell their brothers who to vote. But the voting will not be easy to rig again because of the BVA. We know that. So 90% of people that will vote this time around are dedicated ones, the people that have seen you speak and choose. So sometimes when we analyze this thing, if we beat in black and blue, things are not like before again. Everybody is tired of this government.
Oga Callistus.
Sorry, let me land, please. Then, if you look at the northern side, when you say that the North has millions of crowd or like millions of people, don't forget that 30% of the people living in the North are from other states. 30 to 40%. The Christians and the Muslim of the North. So let's not think that because Kaduna has 5 million people, then the 5 million will all vote for APC. There will be a problem. And I'm not even seeing a runoff. One person will definitely win. I'm not saying whether P2B or Atiku or Tinubu, all we're looking at anybody that wins to unite the country. Thank you.
Oga Callistus, you see, politicians are very, very smart where they put their resources. If you look at where LP is putting their resources right now, it's pretty much towards the southeast and south-south. And there's a reason for that, because they see and they have informant everywhere in the country where they are not getting those numbers that they think they can get. So if you look at just by, I believe I saw this number from this guy, Reno, right? You have about 8 point something from Northwest and another 5 point something from Northeast. So even if you had those together, I think it was 3 point some and 3.2 in Southeast and South-South. If you had those numbers together, it's still not adding up to the population in the North. And you will never get 50% of the vote in the South-South, where is the stronghold of PDP. So in terms of, even if you put these numbers together, like Obi would do well in South-South, he won't get 50% because APC and PDP are still there. So if you put that number, half of the 3.5 in South-South, add it to 3.2 in the Southeast, the number still doesn't add up. So I don't know where you guys are thinking
we are not
this
voting
gonna
for
happen
party this time
for
around.
him.
Let's stop it. We are nobody in Nigeria right now. Nobody's talking about voting for party. People want to vote a competent candidate. Nobody, even in the South-South you are talking about, people are voting competency now, not party.
Do you
We
think
are voting individuals.
He might win, that's what I'm saying. But do you think he's going to win by getting 50% of the total vote in the South-South?
All the argument I see going on here is just semi-ethnic argument that Nigerians make everywhere we go. But bottom line is this: when it comes to the Southeast, it's basically like 90%, if not 100% Igbos. But when you go to other parts of the country, like the North, you will still find a lot of Igbos. Even if we go by ethnic,
Exactly.
Obi still stand chance in almost every region.
Collins, you're not getting the argument because your premise is flawed. You said this is an ethnic. No, what we're saying is Obi can pull.
It might not be you, Kolata, but I've seen
No. I know, but I want you need to see point with what RB is saying. In the South, Obi cannot get away and win South. Nobody's saying whether he can win South or no, but he cannot get gangbusters numbers in the South because the influence of the legacy parties is still strong. In the Southeast, yes, its ethnicity can trump the structures in the Southeast, but it cannot trump it in the South, even if he wins. So if he wins, he may be winning. He gets 40% here, Atiku gets 30% there, Tinubu gets 20% there, and then there's a 5% for the rest. Not like 80%, 90%. The kind of numbers is expected to get to the Southeast. Do you understand
what that to win Lagos State? Do you agree with me?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, good. If you want to do the election is free and fair, definitely
hold on, everybody. Let's keep the level up. If you are starting to say his level is likely to win Lagos State, then we'll start to get into.
There will be fight here. No, that's
right. Let's leave that.
Leave Lagos for Yoruba.
Let's leave that sort of talk to Niger Watch. But carry on.
So the point is not whether it's going to win South or not. There are some states in the South is likely to win, but the other parties will not sleep and watch him tear those numbers apart like he's likely to tear them apart in the Southeast. Even in the Southeast, some states, the numbers will be heavily contested. So because the PDP, AJO, and crew, they just won't lie low and let him run track all over them. So his margin is what we're talking about, because he needs massive margins in South and Southeast to be able to pull off a second round and come second or first, to be able to, because he can't get the spread. It's not possible to get the spread right now, but he can come second and go for round 2. That's very possible.
All right. There's 3 strong candidates contesting in the North. All of them are very strong. So the Northern vote will be massively divided. Whatever we say, the Northern vote is going to be massively divided because they are all so strong. And Obi is doing fairly well in North Central. So let's, it's just 4 weeks down the line.
But your argument is for number 2, Collins. That's what you're saying.
All we pray is for a competent person to win the election and unite the country. That is just all. It doesn't matter if Yoruba or Igbo or Hausa. All we need is someone that will move this country forward. We are tired.
That's a prayer.
And that's Peter Obi. That's Peter Obi. There's no need about it.
Your own opinion.
Yeah. All right. Let me use the window to acknowledge Alexander Gomez's super chat. It says, do not be surprised, you all, if the Waziri of Abu Dhabi ends up winning the election. I am reliably informed the masses are fully behind him in the North. So do not be surprised if Atiku, the Waziri of Abu Dhabi, wins the election. I am reliably informed the masses are behind him in the North. So thank you, but I'm not sure that the Northern space is going to be the determinant factor as far as I am concerned. And I don't see an outright winner in the North. So, most people will make their 20-25%, at least the 2 front runners. I'm not quite sure if Obi can. And I'm only saying that because all of the reports, somebody sent me, people send me things on Instagram all the time. Somebody sent me a WhatsApp message and I'll go and dig it up. If you are listening, resend it so I can show it to the platform. They showed me a WhatsApp message or some Instagram tweets that somebody from the North, he tweeted out. He was driving from one extreme of the North to another, and he saw no presence of anything Peter Obi in all of the landscapes that he drove through. And then we also heard a reporter on Arise TV that was saying during the Yuletide period, he drove extensively in the interiors, and they are not even aware of this tsunami that people came. So...
One man, I sent it to you. He went from Bida to Mina to Abuja, and he was saying something about he went through all this, like apart from the rural area to the villages and stuff, like he doesn't even see any presence of LP, not even a board or anything. So he's saying
that is not central. That is not central, not even the core note.
So he's saying they have a lot of work to do, and he's saying it in their own platform. That I think you guys are just making a lot of noise on this Twitter space, but you guys are way behind because APC and PDP are just everywhere. And I say this to someone: advertisement works. That is why Coca-Cola spend close to $1 billion every year. And if you put it in perspective, Peter Obi is not as popular as a Coke bottle. Coke has been in existence for a long time, and they still spend billions on ads. What is in front of people is what they remember. If people are telling you, oh, it's in their hearts, they don't need poster armor. Somebody is just trying to cash out here. Election doesn't work. It doesn't even work like that in America. You have to, even Trump has to buy fake Facebook ads and everything to target people based on what content they consume.
All I know I can say is that Obi is working on the ground. Forget the posters and everything.
No. Hold on. Settle down. What
and
does
there's
that mean?
something like that too about Southeast.
Today
even in Lagos, it doesn't have a single poster in Lagos.
Hold on. In there are certain traditions in politics, and the first rule of politics is to make your presence known and felt. You have to make for you to win anything, you have to make your presence known and felt, one, and then tell people what you have to offer, two. So what do you mean is working on the ground? Everybody in the north are saying they don't know that it is doing anything. Is it going from door to door?
Let me explain something.
In the spirit.
I speak at least, I'm in Nigeria and I speak about 16 Nigerian languages.
16.
A party pays you for your documentary or for a video or something. You want to spoil your business. You target those sides that they know you to show your principle that you're working. It's different that you came in the middle of the town, ask questions. The new registered voters in Nigeria now is about 60-something%. People that have not registered before. And we all know these people that registered newly. We all know why they registered. So that maybe someone went to cover some part in the north and go to a place that APC have a strong good, make a video and send online to please his principal and collect the money. Does not mean it's like that. Obi, as far as I'm concerned, is everywhere. Even in Lagos State, they did allow him to post one single poster. Let's not forget that.
Oga Callistus, let me shock you. Last time when Joe Ren was running, and there's a lot of noise online, my uncle went to Nigeria, and I was a big Showore fan. So I was telling my uncle, like, man, this guy is going to show. My uncle was like, similar stuff that is happening right now. My uncle went to Osun, Ibadan, and all those places. I went to Abuja also. He said, he called me, and he told me, what are you talking about? Like, this guy is not even in the contest. Inside, nobody even know. This guy might be just talking on YouTube and Facebook. Exactly as this we're talking right now, that's exactly what happened last time. He was like, dude, you are playing. Stop wasting your time and money donating to these people. They will not get. And what happened in the numbers? We saw it. If your presence is not felt, I mean,
all right. Let's move the conversation back to Kulata to round up that space. So, Kulata, give us summations on Peter Obi's position on women and people with disability, and then we go on to Patrick.
I've totally forgot that we were talking about
yes.
on women. I mean, on women, he talked about his record, like the women that worked under him. And commitments to women is the normal boilerplate stuff. The only difference between the boilerplate stuff and what he did was, at least he has a good record of hiring women, and he intends to hire women. The youth, it was a little bit his response on disability. That one too was boilerplate. It was just blah, like I will do. I mean, all this one, there was nothing unique about his response on the minorities, which are, when I say minorities, I mean women, women and disabled people. Youth, he said he's not going to endorse the youth because he's the one running. But of course, the youth favor him. So I expect him, if he gets in, I expect him to bring in a lot of youths into his cabinet and to empower youths. If he doesn't do that, no, that will be the greatest disappointment. But I think he won't disappoint when it comes to the youth. So all in all, good showing for Peter Obi, good showing for him.
All right, I agree as well. It's best showing as well. But I did want to ask you this. Nothing to do with the politics. Well, everything to do with the politics, but not to this town hall. You know that bet that Thomas had with whoever it was.
We played. No.
Yes, with whoever it was. So
Prestige.
Yes. Do you think it was too quick to back out of that bet? Because the more I reflect on it, the more I think that that was a winning bet. There's a good chance Peter Obi might not get 3 million votes.
I've been thinking about that, but I don't think I'll be comfortable having that bet myself, because when we say 3 million votes, let's say the entire Southeast registered voters is like 10 million, and we say 30% of them come out to vote. I mean, just traditional Southeast voting patterns. Let's say 30% come out to vote, and let's just say 60% of them vote for Peter Obi. That's already 2.4. That's already 2.4 million. And let's say in the South, another 30% come out to vote. I can't remember. Let's just say South like 15 million. Let's say 30% come out to vote. That's 3 times 1.5. That's like 4.5. And let's say it takes 40% of that. That's like another 3 point something. So that's already over 3 million. And then we talk about Lagos. So I don't think that was a wise bet. It's most likely, I mean, depending on how the election goes, depending on the turnout, Peter Obi will push over 3 million votes, in my opinion. If it doesn't push over 3 million votes, I'm going to abuse all the obedience I've been making noise that I've seen in my life, because that will be a major disappointment.
If it doesn't get 3 million votes,
I agree with you. I agree with you, Skolata. I agree with you totally. If it doesn't get 3 million votes, that's very disappointing. That's messed up. That's messed up.
That's really messed up.
Should he be deported? Should he be deported if he doesn't get 3 million votes?
It's not him. It's not him. It's the people that are supporting him. I'm going to flog them.
To Anambra.
One man, you know, that almost was doubting himself, I guess.
We will now get 3 million. We can't get 3 million with all this noise. No, please.
It will be a laughing stock.
It will be a laughing stock. I mean, that's the end. So that will be the end of third. That will be the end of third party politics. The end.
Okay. So you're saying it's not going to win clearly, but in terms of percentage, so how much do you think he gets then, even if it's not going to win?
Babati, I'm actually trying to create a spreadsheet to actually look at the numbers. But if I try and do rough maths, I see strength in the Southeast. I see some strength in the South and Lagos, and I see possible numbers in Benue, and Plateau and Taraba, and that's it. That's all I see.
That's more than 3 million now. That should be more than 3 million.
So that's what I'm saying. That should be more than 3 million. But when we're saying strength, it doesn't mean he's going to win Plateau, Benue, and Taraba. I think Atiku is going to win those states, but Peter Obi is going to do well. But he's going to win the Southeast, and he may win some South states. But well, if you look at the G5, who knows what the hell those ones will now do again. But let's just say he marginally wins the South. That should still be more than 3 million now. If that's not more than 3 million, then I probably shouldn't be talking about politics anymore.
You know, there are no giveaway votes in this cycle because it's so tight. Because
it's tight now.
Yeah, because what I've been noticing is we seem to give broad stroke votes.
We give broad stroke, but when you're thinking about this concept, can Peter Obi win some South states? I don't think he can win.
He won't win Edo State now.
I don't think he'll win Edo, and I don't think he'll win Akwa Ibom, and I don't think he'll win Cross Rivers. And depending on what Wike does, he may not even win Rivers. Depending on what Wike does,
he will not win Rivers because Wike has been saying when he's going to all of these things that he's opening, he's saying to the crowd that we are fighting the elections, and are you going to vote for who we tell you to vote for? And they echo yes. So he's already preparing that space to point them.
And another thing, APC is kind of like super strong in Bayelsa. You know, they won the Bayelsa governorship. They just cheated them in court. So they're very, very strong. They want to, their revenge votes waiting in Bayelsa. So looking at that again, maybe all this broad swoop and saying you win South, maybe we're overestimating.
Kulata, look,
yes,
Nigeria will play party politics. I just came back from Nigeria. Nigeria will play party politics when it comes to their governor and Senate and all that. But when it comes to, see this presidency, Nigerians know where they're headed. I am telling you, most people that I met, Nigerians are tired. The guy that was saying that Nigerians are tired, I am just telling you, that's the reality. Somebody saying that Peter will not get up to 3 million votes. Look, I don't know. I don't like to bet, but
Joel, if he doesn't get 3 million votes,
I can go. I can go PK on that one.
I'll come and mourn if he doesn't get up to 3 million votes. I'll come to you. I'll drive
you will need to go. You will need to go. You will need to go. You know.
So Joel,
yeah.
Will you?
Yes, sir.
Will you request for a refund of your donation if you didn't get 3 million?
Yeah, it was a million naira, isn't it? It was a million naira that you gave.
No, I won't demand for a refund, right? But I will cry. Like
voicemail.
You will cry.
I will cry. Like, no, all this time I spent on online. Oh no. All this thing I've spent online.
We'll be here waiting for you now. We'll be here waiting for you. Don't
worry.
No.
You will come and apologize. You will come and apologize on this platform.
I will join. No. What that would tell me is that look, Nigerians, are not ready for a change. So what I'll just do is I will join the oppressor, either PDP or APC, whichever the one that fancies me. I will just join
everything. Join them and destroy everything.
Joel. It will not indicate that Nigeria are not ready for a change. It will indicate that Peter Obi did not penetrate in a manner that he should. Because that's what we're hearing.
No, one man, 3 million votes. 1 man, 3 million votes. It means that no, 1 man. Even the urban areas. Okay, let's say that he was popular in the urban areas. Even the urban areas will give him 3 million votes easily. And you want to tell me that Peter Obi did not get 3 million votes? Look.
But that depends on the voters' turnout now. If it's
good. Okay, so good. Like if Peter Obi does not get like at least 30 to 40% of the votes, then there's something wrong. There's something wrong. That's my point. That's my thing. He must do well. He must do like within the time he came into.
Don't expect 30%. Don't expect 30%. No, you can't get 30%. You should rank him between maybe 15. If you get of the total vote, you'll be expecting 15%. To say 30%.
No.
Obi will not get
areas.
No. I thought the overall, the total vote, the overall.
Let's do quick calculation. Registered voters is Patrick. Let's all do this.
30%. He has won. You can't get 30%.
Let's do this group calculation quickly. Registered voters is 96%. So we're expecting how much turnout? 40% or 30% or 35% turnout?
The traditional turnout has been 35%, but with this new energized space,
44.
No, that's too high. That's too high. I'll say.
So let's say 40%.
Yeah, 40%. That's still too high. But
okay, times 0.4. Elonie, that is. So we have 38 million. 38 million people. So Ajane Koko is saying he'll get 15% of 38 million.
Mm-hmm.
That is
15% of 38 million.
That is 5.7. That's 5.76 million. It's possible.
No, I think Obi will get round about the 5 to 7% of the vote. Because I'll tell you why. The traditional spaces, they still hold the vote. I think Fatai always calls it down ballot here. They still hold the votes. And a lot of the voters will still go to the traditional spaces. Whether there's something wrong with them or whatever, no, that's just sentimentalism. A lot of the traditional votes will still go to the traditional spaces. But then the votes are still being heavily fought for, that there is no margin to let anyone go. So they will fight tooth and nail for every vote. And Peter Obi, he doesn't have the resources or the popularity for that fight. So it is the sentimentalized votes that will go to him, and they cannot be more than 7%, and that's even generous. That's just my own reading.
So if it's 7%, then Thomas must be right. If it's 7%.
Thomas is right now. Thomas is right.
Okay, wait, let me ask you, because you are saying it's going to be a bump of only 4%. How high does the bump have to be from the typical 35% for him to win? Let's say he gets like.
But I don't think if we get 100%, like 6 million go and vote, I don't think there's any path for Obi to win.
So regardless
in the first goal, because of the spread.
Okay, for him to get 15%, how high does it bump from the typical?
For him to be able to get 15% of the votes.
How high would that bump from the typical 35%?
That means if we get anything like 50%, like 50% turnout, it means majority of the new people that came to vote are voting for Peter Obi and not voting for other parties.
And how likely is that?
I don't know.
No, speculate.
It's not likely.
It's unlikely now. It's unlikely.
Because the other parties also vote, they also mobilized new voters too.
Of course, I mean, and with the resources to do it better.
Yeah, because the other parties have money. Tinubu has money, for example. Peter Obi doesn't have money.
No. Let me even tell you one thing I've discovered. From what I'm getting from the APC people, they can almost count some of their votes now. You understand? They mobilized with their structure, and from their structure among themselves, they could count that, okay, we already have this, because they have structures per location. They have somebody that is overseeing this location, and that person know that this person have delivered like 100 people. This was so they can add up. They already have something they can count now. But Obi is counting on, the wave is moving, we are spreading. They cannot definitely say this is the minimum we are going to get. Whereas APC can say minimum we can get it because they are counting on their members and their registers. So that's the issue.
To add to that, you see, what I feel is, I think the problem with Labour Party is not having reliable contenders in all those House of Representative, because
downstream ballots, you mean?
Yeah, you get, because how it works is, if I've gone out, I'm an APC member. If I've gone out to vote for a APC councillor, APC governor, I'm definitely going to vote for a APC president. It's difficult for all those grassroots voters to now switch from that, because what those guys preach to those people that goes to vote is, you must elect our people because that gives us more strength, and that's what they all follow, and that really tells on the choice of the voters. So not having people contending for LP in all those other positions will actually even affect the voting too.
Okay, let me add this real quick. You know, there are two classes we're looking at here. You have number one, the that are getting their PVC for the first time voting for Obi, right? Number two, I am more focused on the 60% that they've always had their PVCs and never voted. Those ones, I don't know how they're going to sway the elections. I mean, they have the bigger chunk. That means they've always had PVCs but don't vote. So I'm not really looking at the new PVC owners now. I'm looking at people that have always had it for the last 20 years and never voted. How are they going to sway the elections?
Yeah, but that's to suggest that they will vote now in this instance.
You know, woman, I was asking the bump. When I say the bump, I'm actually focused on those guys. Are they going to come out?
If I may answer that question, I would think if you've had your PVC, like if you look at even the new voters, when they talk about politics, you can tell that they don't understand some particular things about politics in Nigeria. But the old people that have had their PVC in the past, they probably have an understanding, or probably in a party, one of these popular parties we know from onset, but they don't go out to vote.
Yeah, I know, but has Obi done enough to force them to come out and say, you know what, I'm going to show up this time around?
But with what you said earlier, talking about adverts, billboard, and if you look at the campaign, nothing really tells us he has done that. And the video somebody said they saw, I saw the same video too, where the guy and this is the thing, when you try to pinpoint all these things, how can you come and tell me somebody's working in the background?
No, DOG.
You're,
DOG. Wait, when I read the story here like, about a few months ago about those people that always had the PVC, one of the reasons they gave is that they are well versed about the political space, but they are not voting largely because they don't have the right candidate they want to vote for. So they know about the politics already, but the main is that the people on the ballot are not qualified enough for them to even come out and vote. So I'm asking, is Obi qualified? Has he done enough to pass those that is viable and is credible enough for them to come out and vote for him? That's where the conundrum is that he has.
I don't think it's the majority of them that don't come out because they don't give enough credit to the people that are contesting. I think the problem is
that's the reason they gave. That's the article.
It's not all of them. You probably listened to somebody said that. Not like you've listened to all the majority that don't vote. You get me? So that might be that person's opinion. But what I feel about I've been in Nigeria.
That's not me. No. Didi, that's not me. That's the article that I was quoting. That said that
somebody put up the article, not a group of people or a whole community put that article together. People have different opinion about things like that. But I've been in Nigeria several times where there are elections, and I've seen that it's not that because people don't have who they support. Some people even want somebody to win, but they don't just go out to vote. It's just some people's tradition. They will just stay in their GRA quarters and just watch TV, watch news, and follow the election.
So why have the PVC then? That's why I don't get. So why collect the PVC?
And that's the problem with Nigerians now. That's the problem. That's why the turnout is low. If you look at the percentage of turnout, even from the past election, you'll be wondering why. And some people have the PVC. But I just think, I don't know, some people will even be playing football and they have the PVC in their neighborhood. Some people are indoor, watching TV, following the election. But you have the PVC, you've not gone out to vote. Maybe it's fear of...
You know why people get those PVCs but don't vote? People get it because they fear that it might be a requirement to access something in government at some point. So they hold it for that.
That's true.
I know, but what man? You see, I'm not even worried about the new voter. This one I'm not worried about them. But like DG said, like it's on ground, so I'll take his word for it. So.
Okay.
Will they change it? Will they come out and vote? Is where we are right now. So
Babati, the reason why people weren't voting in the past, in every election that you have a new phenomenon, people tend to come out. They tend, if you are good enough, the problem is if you're good enough to push a lot of them or move a lot of them from their comfort zone into coming to vote for you. It happened in the time of Obama. So those first-time voters, most of them in this election, I mean, the interviews are there. We even saw the spike in the registration of PVCs. So those people that you see on election day that wouldn't vote, they just come out there, play football, is because they have looked at the candidates and they don't see any value in them. And at the end of the day, when those people get into power, it's like they said, "Oh, this is what I said. It's not what we said. Why do we vote?"
I'm not sure you are right, Joel.
No,
hold on. There's a global youth lethargy towards elections, and the people that traditionally do not come out are usually young people. Curiously enough, they see the election period as just a holiday to take it easy. So I'm not sure because if they don't really engage it, or people like up to their maybe late 20s, they don't often engage politics, and that's just what they say globally.
And to add to that, where I think having structure comes in again in that aspect is, you see, there are some politicians that have been politicians in all these big parties that live in all these neighborhoods. They know how to rally around and gather and mobilize people. Yeah, come and go and vote. And that's when you see people saying, okay, to convince these people to leave their house to go and vote, I will give them money. Yeah, go and vote for APC, go and vote for PDP, which is how they even canvass. It's even open doors to those people because I believe most people that have had their PDP before are either supporting one of these parties. It's different from, because like I said a few days ago, if you look at it, most of the people supporting Obi are not a Labour Party member. They are just obedient. They are not a part. You can't call them Labour Party members, but there have been party members working in every neighborhood like that. So they go to canvass all these people that don't go out. So they will have more advantage if those people want to vote now, because they will want to listen to one. This man said this, because those people are always popular people that help people in those neighborhoods anyway. So they have influence on people to channel them to, okay, let's vote for this party, and they will probably even add cash to it.
All right, brilliant. Round of that space, Kulata, and then we're going to Patrick. Who's keen to?
One man.
He wants to show off his new haircut. What's happened? New haircut, Patrick. Look at that. He wants to catch bait.
My son gave me one.
He gave you a haircut. Are you that
My
cheap?
son gave me a haircut.
You can't even go to the barber anymore. Look at that. An accountant to the core. Every
when I can save the money.
Okay. All right. To round up the space, I was going to just ask the most fervent, obedient follower that out of a potential or more likely electorate of 38.4 million, roughly, let's say 38 million or 38.4 million, roughly, I mean, we've heard the pragmatic analysis, roughly, how much percentage of that electorate do you think Obi is going to get? The most optimistic number. Is it going to get a quarter of those numbers?
I agree with the first answer. Like it's going to get close to 5 million to 6 million. No,
impossible. That's an
one man. Nobody is magician here to
so
say
how much
but if you look at
what is the question again, Kulata?
I said we've heard the pragmatic analysis that 15%. Pragmatic maximum ceiling, but I want someone very enthusiastic about Obi, that they've done analysis, the country wants change, blah blah blah. What's the highest estimate that they're going to give Obi, so we can look at, okay, how much can he get out of this 38.4 million number?
I think Joel is in the best position
should be able to answer that.
Kulata.
Sir,
Peter Obi, because I know that Peter Obi is going to win, I'm going to answer it in two ways.
No, just percentage, so I can be done.
Okay. The percentage. I think that Peter Obi should be able to get at least 20% or 20 to 25% of that vote.
Okay, a quarter of that vote. Let me give you the high part. So 25% times 0.25. So that means Peter Obi is going to get 9.6 million votes.
Unbelievable. Not even Walt Disney.
Hold on, Kulata.
Yes, sir.
So, Kulata, you're saying, like, assuming that 8 million people voted that day, right? Peter Obi should be able to get 9 million votes.
Okay.
That's you can laugh.
Why are you laughing at this?
Woman, I have to go. Can I ask Kulata a question?
Oh yeah, ask Kulata a question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Kulata, I just want to, when you do your spreadsheet and you do your analysis, I just want you to kind of put this in context, like make an assumption that there is no machine defect breakdown on that day, just based on the duration of time that it takes to vote. What would be the rate at which, like, each voter has to vote in terms of time, in order for 38 million people to really vote?
You're bringing a salient point. How many people are willing to stand in the sun?
Exactly. Please put that in your analysis.
No.
Without getting some inducement.
Let me just reply you real quick. That is where I have concern with the obedience. You see, the typical Nigerian traditional voter that has been voting for a long time don't mind staying in the sun for 3-4 hours. But the obedience, I don't think that they can endure that rain, sunlight, and staying for so long for 3-4 hours.
Without inducement.
I don't think so. I don't think
all right. Thank you very much. I have to go. Thank you, one man.
All right, thank you for joining us, RB. So thank you for joining us, RB. To the people wanting to come in, so that window opens as we take the conversation onto Patrick. So Patrick, we've forgotten where we started, so let's reverse back there. The Peter Obi presentation, the highlights and the lowlights, And does this add or remove anything from his fortunes on the 25th of February, Patrick?
Yeah, relative to his performance in the past, I think he has done very well. He's articulated those ideas relatively much deeper than he used to do. Though I expect him to go deeper than that and get into specifics. But he has really, really tried. Whether it was presidential or not, I don't think so. It was just ordinary. He was just himself, and that's nothing to do whether he will perform or not. So to me, he has done well. The vice presidential candidate does not really come across to him like someone who's really done well. He's not really doing well, sincerely. He's not able to articulate his positions very clearly. His flow of discussion is broken. He has broken lines and flow of discussions. And I don't see him adding anything to that campaign in terms of votes.
Is it not a difficult position being a vice, though? You don't want to overshadow your principle, but you want to also look as though you're fit to be there. So
let him even shine. Let him even shine a bit. Let him add color to it. He's not adding anything.
Exactly.
He's overworking Obi'S seriously. He's overworking Obi'S seriously. It's I can't imagine now. Assuming, look at Osinbajo in the Southwest. Osinbajo was Buhari's vice president in Southwest. And Osinbajo came from a caucus or a group that added millions of votes to what Buhari normally carried. That's how it should be. Now look at Shettima. Everybody's saying Borno is locked down. Why? Because Shettima is there. Unfortunately, Obi couldn't find someone like that who could just at least guarantee something. You understand? If he had somebody in Kaduna that has that level of influence, then we'll not only be saying Taraba and Plateau and Benue, we'll be talking of Kaduna as well, or Kano, and that would have been a good addition. But the guy is not really, he's overworking the poor big guy, and he's not really adding value. He's not bringing anything to the table.
He's from Zaria, Patrick. How much do you expect him to bring Peter Obi from Kaduna?
Yeah, this guy is his father was an Islamic cleric, very influential and very powerful. He's originally an Arab. I think they are well respected in the north. There are a lot of Arabs in the north, people of Arab ancestry. You understand? In the north, and they respect them. So I expect that. I think that was probably Obi's calculation. Oh, this guy's father was a cleric. He could do this, could do that. A Sheikh Gumi would have even done better for him. Would have at least brought some people to the table. But this guy is bringing nothing to the table. If he had contested for his Senate seat, I don't think he would have won. So it's very sad, and that's really putting that party in a very bad shape. But with respect to Obi's trying, I also believe Obi is achieving his purpose. I don't think his purpose is to actually win this election, but he's to firmly position himself such that even if in the long run everybody now feels this is the turn of the Southwest, everybody is looking at Obi. And I'm sure he's the envy of people like Ojikalu and the rest now.
And Soludo especially, who's just jealous of him.
It's just that Soludo can manage it well. But Ojikalu is still trying to. Because Ojikalu feels that he should be one of the most prominent politicians in the North. He's had influence. He was one of the foremost PDP guy in the Southeast. But now this guy is just taking the shine, and it's just... So, but he's managing it properly. But Soludo is not, because Soludo is not a politician anyway. So,
please, for the sake of Nigeria, I will not wish Ojos or Kano on Nigeria. Please go to Abia State, please. Let's not even talk about that.
What about Rochas? Rochas must also be kicking himself. They are jumping through his roof, kidnapping him. And as Peter Obi continues to straddle the space. But Patrick, you said even Peter Obi must know that he's unlikely to win the election. But who is Peter Obi actually contending against? That's the wider question. Is he contending against Atiku Tinubu, or is he contending against Kwakwanso? And if he is contending against Kwakwanso, if that is where his real election is, how do you think he will fare against that space?
Actually, I don't think Obi is contesting. I think he's contending against himself. He's in his own world now. He has a purpose. Those other people have their own purpose. Atiku wants to win the election. Tinubu wants to win. I'm sure Kwakwanso doesn't want to win. But at the way Kwakwanso is going, if by the time that thing shifts to the north, what Kwakwanso is trying to do is to replace a Buhari in the north. That's going to be another long journey of maybe 16 years. By the time he's ready, he's going to be as old as Bubu, and he's hoping that he'll be able to be there. So if he continues like this, he will be like a Buhari of 2011, 2007. So, and if he continues to do that at this rate, he might be able to get an alliance from the south that will put him there. So he's positioned, and I think Obi is trying to do that.
And how old is Kwakwanso now? He must be mid-60s thereabouts, wouldn't he?
Yeah, he must be in his, I think, mid-60s or early 60s. So he can still do another 16 years.
All right, going back to Peter Obi and his performance, there were certain things that he said that expanded on what was always a vague positioning. So he was more expansive, especially around how he's going to manage the port, that he's going to privatize that. It was also somewhat expansive on how he was going to manage the insecurity space, to introduce an element of transparency into the financing of security, something that would be a novelty to the Nigerian space, because we have never in the history of that country had transparency in security. So bold moves and bold statements, were they impressive? And more to it, are they practical?
Yeah, with respect to managing of port, like I said the other time, that's the best model that's likely to work. If the concession management of port to private individual who have the expertise, and then I see those ports actually running well. Even the ones in the southeast and south, they're likely to pick up. With respect to security, they are talking of funding security. Yeah, some aspect of security funding that we can get approvals and it can be public, but some of the details of the dealings for security reasons might not be something that is likely to be very public. You understand? But at least they will have the institutional checks in place to ensure that those things are there. But you can't do that. Let me give you a good example. During Jonathan's time, that money that was flowed to South Africa was not stolen, he wasn't going to steal that money. They were going to buy weapons from the parallel market. And because they were left with no choice than to do that. So it became a problem. I'll give you another example. Look at some of the Abacha's loot. Some of those loots were pockets of, they were like individuals that were identified and say, okay, since we can't trade as a country, let's use these people to trade and be able to bring fuel to Nigeria, bring petroleum products to Nigeria, bring so and so. So unfortunately, the guy died, and those money stocked out there. Assuming we lost Jonathan during that Ayolise Jaffa fly money to South Africa, and that money didn't eventually get caught or trapped in South Africa. If it got to the destination, but we couldn't get the weapon, we lost Jonathan, it will be seen as Jonathan loot. It was not a loot. It was, I'm not saying that's all it is for all Abacha's money, but I think from what I heard, that's part of it. So with respect to security funding, some aspect of it has to be relatively secret. But overall, I don't think Obi has a properly articulated policy on security. And if he does, I don't see him being capable. I don't see people around him that are capable of implementing structures and process and systems for properly securing Nigeria. He doesn't have that. He has economists, he has people like Utomi, he has people, he could also rally people like Plea and Ngozi could give him people and stuff like that. I'm sure he has some other people. But I don't think he has people that could do something in security. But a Kwakwanso can do that, an Atiku can do that, a Tinubu should be able to also do that.
considering how they are currently running. But with an Obasanjo around Obi, I think he might be able to help him. You understand? To do something in the area of security. But Obi on his own, I don't see him as being able to handle security. And considering the intricacies involved in the security problem in the north, I don't think he will be able to do that. But the overall, I think he has done better than he used to do in the past.
Patrick, Shehu asked him how he will be able to govern without having a single person in the house, in any of the house, in the parliament. And he says, I don't think that will be a problem. And why he feels that would not be a problem is because the problems that afflict the Nigerian state, it impacts on everybody. So if he brings a solution, he feels that the parliament will be on board. He says, I will make them see reason. Is there some naivety to that?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to be possible. That's why I'm saying that Obi is actually not running to win. Because if you are actually running to win and you want to govern, you start putting structures in place to do that. If you look at when Tinubu started his campaign, the first place he visited was, even before his primaries, the first place he visited was the National Assembly. He has visited all the National Assembly. He had a town hall meeting with all the state speakers that were in his party. He had his town hall meeting with all these former speaker, anybody who has held a legislative position, as in like speakership, principal officer position in the states, not even National Assembly now. In Nigeria, since democracy started, Tinubu had a meeting with all of them. So you could see there's an approach to a system to the way he's running his campaign that is different from this Obi bandwagon in hope that, this movement is going to produce an outcome. Obi is just like a farmer putting a seed on the ground, hoping that it will yield results. APC and PDP are beginning to count their votes now. And that's what I was trying to say the other time. So without him having those positions in those places, I don't see it happening. So that's why I feel that the guy is not even planning to. If he had won, all those programs is articulated, how is he going to implement them without those people? And I don't think Obi understands democracy very well.
He's a two-term governor now. Of course, he understands.
No. I raised the question. He's not going to be able to cope at that national level. Look at what he did in Anambra. For 8 years, that guy didn't organize a single local government election. And people are not asking that question. And these people are not speaking to that issue. You are a Democrat. You are supposed to be a Democrat, right? And you run a state. You are telling us you are at Transform Anambra. Can he go to CNN and say, actually, I made sure there was no local government election in my state? And they will say, this is the Democrat. They will respect him. So to me, that alone is a put off completely. What kind of a person is that? I mean,
all right. We have to always remind ourselves that you are a Tinubu man. But stay with Peter Obi's interaction with that town hall. Still, the big ticket items is what are you going to do? Yeah.
Before you continue, I would like to ask that guy about the Tinubu's democratic credentials in Lagos.
No, Patrick, his name is so Patrick, yeah.
Yeah, okay, Patrick. Sorry, my friend.
No.
I would like to ask him about Tinubu's
he was also referring to
that
guy, so that's not a problem.
Okay. Whichever way. So I would like to ask you about Tinubu's democratic credentials in Lagos, at least in the last 22 years.
Build that up more before he answers. What are you? Where are you going to with that? Build that up more.
No, one man. I didn't want to ask him till you said he was a Tinubu guy. I thought he was just a normal.
Okay, why I think Tinubu is a Democrat.
His democratic credential, your call it.
Okay, let me give you
democratic.
Hold on, before you answer, Patrick, because I don't want it elongated. So, because I suspect that you are about to unleash that Tinubu did not carry out some a democratic something. So take him to the totality of it and then let him address it. Play town.
Okay, one man. No, I asked him a direct question, and what I asked is, you as a Tinubu supporter, from 1 to 100, please call result for Tinubu. What is his democratic credential in Lagos State?
What are the
Okay, you want
parameters of that? Okay, go on, Patrick.
Use your
you want me to
parameters.
respond?
I mean, we
You
all
want
know
me
what
to respond to
democracy
that?
is and what the characteristics of it. So use your parameters. You're free.
Okay, I will respond to that. I will not only give you his democratic credential in Lagos, I'll give you his democratic credential in
In
Nigeria.
Lagos as a governor,
In
please
Nigeria,
answer my question.
Nigeria.
Don't go out of it.
Wait now. When you give your answer, when you give your question, I will answer. If you want to mark it, you can say, okay, I got it wrong. You understand? So let me give you. If I give you if you ask for something that is 20 degree and I give you 100 degree, it covers everything. Tinubu is not just a Democrat by nature and by what we say. History has shown that Tinubu is a Democrat. You understand? As far back as this republic, this democratic republic started, Tinubu had been a major player in terms of participating in election, in terms of supporting people in election. He had been a player. When Tinubu was fighting for democracy and they were defending June 12th, and the Lagos streets were being shut down and Southwest roads were being blocked, Peter Obi and co were still running their businesses on nature. And it was just as if nothing happened in Nigeria. If you visit that part of the country, you will think that, oh, this nothing is happening. Why are they saying there's a shutdown? Why we were not going to school? Why Tinubu and co were mobilizing people like Kokori? All those strikes that you saw Kokori and co, they were mobilized to do that, to be able to push Abacha out. They were funding those labor movements. They were mobilizing people. Peter Obi, schools in the Southeast were running. Peter Obi people were running their businesses. Nothing happened.
Abacha died.
Tinubu and co, it got to a point Tinubu was forced into exile with some democratic icons in Nigeria. And even in exile, they were still funding. He was still at the funding end, running businesses and funding Radio Kudirat, funding other spaces to
Can
make
I
sure.
interject before you continue?
No,
For just a second.
don't interject. Let me finish my flow.
You add it
Let me finish my flow. You will ask again.
Okay.
So he did that. And then when they came back to Nigeria, Tinubu contested ran. And then not just that, Tinubu saw that we needed that local government, that governments have to get down to the people. Tinubu organized LCDA. The federal government wanted to force him. He stood his ground. They withheld his allocation. I don't have to be talking about that. Everybody knew that. And Tinubu eventually got something in the court, eventually, to tell you how Tinubu wanted those changes. And in instances where Tinubu had to make changes to democratic structures, he had used the democratic mechanism to do that. He removed, they say he removed his deputy governor. He didn't go there and say, yeah, remove. He used his democratic structures that were available to do that. When Ambode was coming and the people didn't want Ambode, he made sure Ambode went through primaries. And Ambode obviously lost in that primary. Tinubu removed him, fine. He used the democratic structure to do that. Ambode could have gone to court and won because there was a primary and Ambode lost. You understand? He used his democratic structure. Whether you like the way he used it or not, I don't know. But what we are saying is that this man ruled for 7 to 8 years. He didn't organize the local government election. But let me even assume that Tinubu does not even have his democratic credential. It's zero. That does not justify an Obi for not organizing an election for 8 years. There's no justification, except you can give me one. The reason why you think it is right for him not to have done that. What I expect Obidient to do is, yeah, this aspect of this guy is wrong. There are aspects of area where I feel that Tinubu is wrong. You were on this platform when I said that if this thing run to a second round, Obi might win Tinubu, even though people have proven me wrong, but I feel that Obi might win Tinubu. If you know that it is wrong for Obi not to have organized local government election for the 8 years period he ran on office, don't come on trying to defend by say, show me Tinubu democratic credential. You can say, okay, show me Tinubu democratic credential, which I've showed you, but you must agree that Obi was wrong not to have done that. If you don't, then I don't think I should. You don't have the moral ground to even command my attention and listen to you. I will only listen on this platform because I respect one man and the rest. I wouldn't want to even listen to someone like you who will justify that. There's no moral ground for that. So you can interject now.
Okay, when you state categorically there is no moral ground for that, are you aware of what went down in Anambra? What led to that?
I
Because
don't
you
know,
should be
but
aware
I
to
don't
the score
give
results.
me the justification.
But are you aware or not? If you're not, then tell me you're
I'm
not.
not
Then
aware.
maybe I
Give
can
us
just.
justification.
Okay, so your conclusion didn't come out of any investigation. You
My
just concluded in
conclusion
your
is
mind.
based on the law, the constitution that said there must be a democratic election. Can you imagine if Buhari say, okay, we cannot have a governorship election in Anambra, and he just make sure he puts someone there, irrespective of the situation? So that's what I'm saying. Give me the thing that happened that
Okay,
you think justify not having a local government election in Anambra State.
thank you. Let me respond to you. Okay. All right. So first of all, I'm glad that you ended the Tinubu space with saying, even if he didn't do it right, that does not justify Obi. So maybe that ends that space. So let's talk about the Obi. So this question, funny enough, if Obi have not answered this question, he has answered it not less than 6 different times. And he is not the only person that has answered this question. Professor Stella Okuna has answered this question. She was his chief of staff. The guy that was heading the house in the second tenure have answered this question. And one other guy in the cabinet as well has answered this question in a Twitter space as well. Because it's almost like one of the best question anybody that wants to interrogate Obi want to bring forward. So just for the benefit that you are not following these spaces, so probably you don't know. From what I've heard from them, and all of them said the same thing, none of them conflicted each other. Before you start judging why it took, and first of all, let me correct the impression that Obi did not organize a local
Go
government.
straight to the point now. Go straight. Tell
Who is
us
interjecting
what
and
justify him not to conduct
Angelico,
local
I'm on it.
government election
I'm
for
on it.
8 years in government. Just go straight. Just tell us,
First
Dr.
of all,
Okonkwo, what Dr.
first,
Okonkwo said or
wait,
Dr. Chukuma said does not matter.
oh,
Just tell us straight to the point.
first of all, saying Obi did not conduct local government election is a lie. He did. The question is, when did he? He did conduct local government elections. That one is false already. Obi conducted local government elections
Second
in
time in office.
2010.
Second time in
Yes.
office, 6 years, right?
Yes.
When it was 6 years or
Yes.
7 years in government.
3 months to
No,
the end
now
of his tenure.
we are
3
saying the same.
months to the end of the
The same
tenure.
thing. I just want to make it categorical.
3
Someone said
months to
he
the end
did
of the
not
tenure.
conduct it. He
Babaja.
did not conduct it, so he conducted it.
Babaja.
So let's move on from that.
Babaja.
Why did it take longer?
If you want a straight answer to that, right? The former ABGA chairman, while Obi was governor in Anambra State, I think they are friends. They are back as friends now.
Victor Ume, he's in Labour Party.
Dr. Ume, or what's his name?
Yes, and
Ume.
all ABGA, apparatus, the apparatchik of ABGA in Anambra State. Go and find out, listen to what they said, why he did not conduct the election, the local government election. Under the constitution, no governor has any excuse whatsoever under the law not to conduct a local government election. So if you do not do that, and then there's a rationalization of a point or there, here and there for that. I'm just telling you, without even the laws now, without even talking about the standard or the ethical, balancing of this, go and listen to those men when what they said, why he did not conduct the local government elections.
Can you please tell us what they said?
Can you please tell us what they said, please? Enigmatic, please.
Okay, Enigmatic, tell us what they said.
Honestly, I don't want to. I just want people to go and listen to them, what they said, and then even under the law, if the law permits what he did, because
no, you can tell us what they said now.
Enigmatic, please.
Don't tell us
we can go and watch it to help the conversation. Okay.
No, hold on. You opened up that space and you cleared the room to open it up. So you tell us, Playtown. You take us to where we should be.
I was on it before somebody else that felt they know better said.
All right.
And
so
I'm like, okay, just inform us. And I want to be
carry
as
on.
well.
Yeah. Carry on.
You know what I'm saying? So if you interject and say you know better, I keep calm and say educate me because I don't know everything.
All right. Take us there, Enigmatic. Sorry, play down.
So what I'm saying is, and I mentioned the people that stated what I said. Now I don't know the position Victor May took as at whenever he granted whatever interview you are making reference at, and then I'm not making my submissions out of whatever he said because I don't even know what he said. I'm talking about people that served in the government that has addressed it, and this is what they say. First of all, you have to look at the situation of the state when Obi assumed office as a governor, according to them. The situation of the local government when Obi assumed office, there was almost no local government office anywhere in the state, almost none, just a few here and there. The local government chairman has, before Obi, has been presiding over no local government. They have just been there, figureheads, spending and eating money. There's no local government structure anywhere doing absolutely nothing. So when Obi came, and anybody that knows Obi government know that he came with a lot of reforms. That's why there was a lot of disruptions in the system in Anambra, at least in the first term of Obi. And local government was not an exception. He pleaded that he's going to have to take some time to leapfrog setting up the structure of the local government in this state, because the level of decay that this place has, if you go ahead to elect another new set of people, they are going to continue from where people before them stopped. So probably he reached some consensus with his house or whatever it is, and he started setting structures in place, built the local government building, set up structures. But then what he promised was that while he's on this process of setting up the structures, and he promised he was going to conduct this thing immediately he's done. But while he was in the process of setting up the structures, that the management of the local government is going to be under the commissioner of local government. I'm trying to remember the woman's name. The commissioner for local government, and that he's going to report directly to the house, and every spending under the local government is going to be transmitted, transparent, and he's not going to do it himself. And it was transparent. He reached agreement with his house. It was an uncommon situation. Everyone understood where the state was and what needed to happen for things to be right. So
Commissioner for local government is responsible to Obi. Is responsible. We are just telling you.
When I land, you can pick holes into it.
Commissioner for local government is responsible to Obi. So that administration of local government is under the control of Obi. If I'm getting you right. So don't say it's not under the control of Obi.
No. It's definitely he's the one. He was the one building the structure. So why can he take off himself?
So but that structure took him like 7 years to build.
No. You see why I don't like disruptions, because I was just about
to carry on.
I was just about to address why it took longer than expected, and you came in.
So sorry, carry on. Gentlemen, let's give Playtown the space to give us the fullness of it. But not yes, we like it in snapshots. But back
okay,
to you,
so I think the only thing remaining is why did it take longer than expected? Now, normally they didn't expect that it was going to take this long for him to set up this thing in place and organize a fresh election. But what happened in Obi's tenure, in Obi's first tenure, local government election was not the only thing that was delayed in Obi's governance. His implementation of the MDGs started in 2010 instead of 2006. Because of
MDG is not constitutional, so I don't even know how this matters.
I'm not. See, this is just. I just hinted something. I just said that was not the only thing
you need to go
got
straight
delayed.
to the point too.
So, the impeachment, double impeachment that happened in Obi's tenure, he left office 3 times. He left first in the first impeachment, and somebody came in. He left in the second. Andioba came in as governor. He left in the third for the second impeachment. He left office 3 different times and got back 3 different times in fourth 4 years. So that alone disrupted the setting up of that structure, that proposed structure as agreed. So that made those setting up take longer. Should it have taken that long? I do not think it should. I think it should have been more efficient. I think the highest should have been 2 to 3 years, impeachment or no impeachment, whatever. Even if the structure was not set enough, maybe you just should have still just probably do it the normal way governors do, just set it up and let them just be rubber stamp local government chairmen, just they're not doing anything, you're still doing the whole thing. You should have just done it for the surface, for the look of it. That's my proposition, what he should have done, just to make it look better. So, but then this is what happened. So if I'm criticizing him about something, I feel he should have just done it anyways, maybe in the next 2 years, 3, do it. Let them just be there. Look, they are local government chairman, yeah, but you're still the one doing your own thing, just for the surface look of it, which is actually literally what every governor is even doing anyway. So that's where I criticize him. He shouldn't have waited to make sure everything is in place. I think one of the biggest problems Obi has is perfection. He like perfectionism and all that, and sometimes I fault him in that as well. So that's the only criticism I have about
it's
that.
too much of a perfectionist. So there it
It's
is.
all
right, there it is. So hope that satisfies you, Patrick. So hope that satisfies you. So Patrick, back to the assessment of the Obi presentation on Channels TV. I was going to take you. Are you there? Are you back with us, Patrick?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now. So I was going to take you. So the big ticket items are how he presented on that. It says, what are you going to do about the energy sector and electricity? And then he said the problem of that sector is not that difficult, but the government is not doing the right things. So they asked him if he was going to cancel all of these contracts that the government have signed, but has only really presented Nigerians with darkness. He said no, he was going to work with what was already in situation. He went further to say he will unbundle the transmission lines, set new guidelines, open up the space with some liberalization policies, and invite private entrepreneurs into that space. So the wattage that the Constitution permits, he's going to remove that without you needing a license. But what struck me as controversial in his response in that space, it says within 4 years we will be able to generate and distribute more than 20,000 megawatts. I thought that was one of those things that politicians say, but they live to regret. And then his sidekick added that electricity will be sold rather at the market rate, not at a subsidized price. But did he satisfy you with his response to that space?
Yeah, that's going to work. If they're going to sell electricity at market rate, it's going to work. That's what I tell people in Nigeria. I say, if you pay for the electricity, what people in the West pay for electricity, that's not actually in the absolute amount, but relative price. For example, when I first came into Canada, I was spending 25% of my income. My income was low anyway. I was spending 25% of my income on utilities. If at the minimum wage level, an average Nigerian man running his house could also spend 25% of his income on utility, the same companies who are here providing this power will come there because that's even a bigger market. So if Obi is saying, look, I'm going to sell at market rate, because if you want international players to come into that, you cannot control the price for them. Why would they put also all those money in that place when they can go to another market and put the same investment and get returns at market rate? Or they come to your place, you are controlling their price, whereas their project is funded by banks here that are charging them interest rate at the market rate. So that is very key. So Obi got that model right. He has to, anybody that wants to put power there and wants to run it properly must be ready to unbundle that transmission, must also be ready to throw the
But
market
is that transmission not locked into some contract? Will he have to break a contract to do that? Is what we
I think it's just been speculative now. If he gets in there and he sees the contract, he has to work with the contract. Like when Buhari came, they said, oh, that we're going to do this, we're going to do that. But when they eventually saw the distribution contract, then they knew they had a very big issue on their hand. But with what Buhari has done, I don't see Buhari going into any contract that was as
crazy as what we had in Jonathan time. You know, one of the major job for Osinbajo was dealing with contracts, dealing with things like the Malibu oil case contract, like so many other contracts that Jonathan people had gone into. I don't know. I'm just worried what the accountant, the attorney generals were doing then, and that they saw Nigeria into those kind of contracts. You know, so that's one of the first job Osinbajo and the rest, Amalami and the rest were doing. But I think Buhari government are not likely to have done that. That's if they've learned their lesson. I expect them, and they have very good lawyers in that cabinet. Osinbajo is there, Fashola is there, Malami is there. There are some other lawyers too in their cabinet. So I don't see them making the same mistake that Jonathan government made in the past. And they have Professor, what's this man? This professor from University of Benin. This Benin man is still in the cabinet now. The professor that has to do with the transparency, and if I remember, I'll bring up his name.
Patrick, the
Yeah.
transmission is just the Siemens deal that I am aware of. The Siemens deal.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't see them exiting that because they could have gotten it better. Siemens is a big player in that market. I'm not saying they are the best or the biggest, you understand? I mean, they could have gotten it better, and I appreciate. Let's just
I
thank
think they
God
say they will retain it in their manifesto. I think
Yeah.
they
Let's
stated
thank
it.
God for people like Abba Kyari. You know, that was the guy behind that Siemens deal. And that was
It
one of
was,
the things
yeah.
he went
I
for
think it was actually coming. Yes, sorry, you were about to say what I was about to say.
that
Yeah.
made him lose his life. People just hate
Yes.
that guy and say, oh, is this, is that. That's one of the people that have laid their lives down for the country. And they have been appreciated. But people see, oh, they are cabal, they are this one. You know, they are just those cabals that exist in the imagination of people. But
Mr.
this
Patrick,
man.
Kyari actually did he did his best, but he's not a good guy. If I would say he wasn't a good guy, he wasn't.
That's your own that's your conclusion.
That
That's
is
your
he
opinion.
wasn't a good guy. So.
Yeah,
That's your
but what?
opinion.
Sorry, Patrick. One moment. Why? Why wasn't he a good guy by your reckoning?
It was run. They were basically running a shadow government under Buhari, and they basically controlled, most of the wrongdoings that you see under Buhari's administration, especially in the first,
Like what?
in the first term. Everything this guy did there, Kyari.
Professor Sage was the name you were looking
Yes,
for, by the
Professor
way.
Sage.
Yeah. So Buhari, I mean, Mama Daura, the trio of those guys, and then with their conduit guys in the cabinet, especially Malami, those guys are people you don't want to have in any cabinet.
Enigmatic.
Yeah.
That's enigmatic, right? You know,
Yeah.
if I'll bring something out, and I'm not sure whether people observed it. The speed of transactions and decisions in presidency when Abba Kyari was chief of staff is faster than it is now in the second term during this time after we lost Abba Kyari.
No,
You see,
I'm not saying.
I'm just trying to let you see why.
I said he did. There could have been somebody different who could have done a better job than this guy. These guys, they are just, they are just vampires in that Buhari's cabinet. The situation you see now in the country, they basically contributed more than 60% of that.
Okay, what we are saying is that the situation in the country now was actually brought in by APC government. That's what
No, by the cabal.
They are part of. No, look, let's not. They are part of APC government.
No, you cannot say. You cannot say Abba Kyari is not. Mr. Patrick, for a fact, Abba Kyari is not. Let me tell you, Abba Kyari is not a part of APC's government because he was the most. Hold on. He was one of the very loud critics of Buhari prior to becoming the president. People were surprised when he became chief of staff. He wasn't supposed to be the chief of staff. The guy that was being prepared for that position from the north was this guy in NDLA now. This former Marwa was the guy. So all of a sudden, people were actually confused because this guy was criticizing Buhari. He went all over the country. He met Ashwaju 3 times. That what are you thinking of? Do not use Buhari. Let's use Kwakwanso. Those were Kwakwanso's men. But all of a sudden, when Buhari won the election, He turned around and then he became the chief of staff. So what you see in Nigeria now, I said he did his best, right? But those guys are vampires. Those are people you don't want to see in any cabinet.
Anyway, Sha, I maybe because I know him before now, I know him in the corporate world. He was my CEO. And
look at that! Look at that!
No,
vested
I'm not just being,
interest.
I'm not being
Vested
biased.
interest always with you. Vested
So
interest.
I'm trying to let you see this guy is one of the most educated Northerners. This guy's got the best exposure an average Nigerian is supposed to get.
But Mr.
To be
Patrick,
that kind of role.
you are speaking to his academic, to his professional reputation. If you are saying
Yes.
that 100%, I give it to him. I give it to him 100%. Abba Kyari is a technocrat par excellence. But when you are talking of what he did, speaking to what he did in Buhari's cabinet. The administration they could have done a better job if they have somebody different than this guy. In the professional field, in the professional, of course, I think he's an alumni of Harvard or something like that.
Oxford.
Right? Oxford. And I know he's well educated. I know his daughter very well. You know that I know his daughter very well. Very educated man. But
the daughter is always defending him on Twitter whenever they are lambasting him. and then when he died, the daughter went wild on. There's one particular who's that lady they call almost sexy. She used to be critical of him. And then when he died, the daughter went on Twitter attacking that woman that hope you are happy now. You know, yeah. So the daughter are quite vocal.
They are all behind the scene now. She's in California now. So what I'm not speaking to what he did in the corporate world, right? That is done. But I'm talking to what he did in Buhari's cabinet. There are so many guys in their corporate world that they did exceedingly well, very, very good technocrats. But when they move into politics, they turn something different. This is one of them. I mean, Abba Kyari was one of them.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
so I just
so
appreciate him for that Siemens deal. He was outright there putting his neck out, and though we lost him, so.
Okay, back to where you were. You were talking us through how Peter Obi positioned himself in terms of energy and electricity.
So yeah, with that model that he wants to continue with the contract, he definitely will review the contract, and I'm sure Siemens is also prepared for that. They must have dot their I's and cross their T's with the contract terms so that they can be protected. But Buhari has laid the foundation. Anybody that comes in there should be able to improve on it. The infrastructures for power, they are being properly put in place. Is when the man finally leaves that we really appreciate him. And that's why I'm praying that Asiwaju should get there so that it doesn't look like, oh, the man has done nothing. You know, at least to be shown that this man really worked and we are seeing the results. But with respect to Peter Obi, I think he has done well. He has achieved his purpose in the overall sense of things. His purpose, I'll continue to say, his purpose is not to win this election, but to position himself. And in short, before the election, he has already succeeded in that now. If tomorrow the North and the rest of Nigeria decide to say, let power go to the East, Obi is the guy that is positioned to be able to step into that position. So that's
you said if tomorrow the North decides
and the rest of Nigeria.
No, you then added that as an appendage when you realized what you said. But hold on, let me take you to where I'm going, and then you can disregard it if I'm talking nonsense. Because I caught that, and I'm not far from that as well. Because the North will somewhat decide who becomes the president in this year now in February. But if Tinubu becomes the president, who would decide who the 8 years later is? That would be outside of the purview of the North, would it not?
The North will continue to decide based on certain parameters. One, they have the numbers. And as long as they are able to still galvanize their people, you know, it's a different thing to have the number and then you are fragmented. You understand? But they have the number and they have social structures that help them galvanize their people together. And if they have those two things in place, the number, they still continue to have children the way they're having now. And you and I are continuing to still cutting down on number of children like we're having now. I noticed something about us in the Southwest. The generation of my brothers had like 4. My elder brothers have like 4. My generations have 3. The generation of my younger, it's not just my family now. I'm just looking at the pattern. If you look into your family, you probably see the same thing. The generation of my younger ones are having 2. My fear is that maybe our kids will just have one or even not have children. Like my son, I don't think he's even thinking of having children. I have a son
we
that is
have now.
that
We have
is
now. It's
that
still
is
young.
grown, and when you talk of this, you say, no, you doesn't even want to think about that. So that's the kind of thing. But in the north, people of my generation probably had like 20 kids.
50.
Look at somebody like Daddy's father. Daddy's father had over 100 children, and you know how many children Daddy would have had, and how many wives. Look at as educated as Erufai is. I think Erufai has about 4 wives. Somebody like Samuel Sulamido as educated has about 4 wives, like that, and they have children. Their children will have like 3-4 wives, and they have, as educated as they are, they have
Do you
children.
think we should declare a national emergency on that space? The rate, I'm not even sure rabbits have children at the rates that
no, I think the southwest and the southeast should start thinking of replacing themselves. If nothing, as a couple, you should replace yourself. You should have 2 kids. If you are not, you are supposed to add to the system, because Nigeria has not written an optimum population. We are still less than 300 million, and if we have good government, we'll still be able to take care of ourselves. Nigeria should, because population is strength.
But how are you able to train children at the volume they have in the north? Is somebody having 100 children?
No, we might not have that 100 children, but one man, you and I know that we can train more children than we are having now. I have 3 kids. I can train more than 3 kids.
Yeah, no, that would be irresponsible, though. Would you not say, if you are, because if you have both genders, does that not satisfy any?
You see that you are even scaling down to 2.
No. It's like 2 girls, 1 boy, 2 boys, 1 girl. That's enough. I've always thought the average Yoruba family is 2.1, which is 2 boys, 1 girl, 2 girls. Is that not the average Yoruba?
I even wanted 1. The distance between my first and my second is about 4. My wife was one. I said, no. I said, let us have a girl. We have a second one was a boy. He said, okay, we must have another girl. And Joe, we had a girl. But the point is, I was contented with 1. As soon as I have the wife who has the same kind of thinking, that means we have not been able to replace ourselves. You understand? Unfortunately, it's the educated ones that are not replacing themselves. And that means our population, the productive dimension to our population is not developing. You and I, if we have kids now, our children are supposed to be, they like to be more educated than us and like to be more productive than. Unfortunately, it's the people that are not educated that are not just replacing themselves, they are even producing more. That's the problem we have. But so the southwest and the southeast, I don't know, but I think they need to look into that. Look at an average Igbo guy. The guy wants to make money so that he can take care of his wife. So he's getting married at 40. I don't know if that has changed now. When I was young, I was in Enugu, it was like that. You are grown up enough as a man. For their women, fine. They marry earlier. But for their men, they want to be able to take care of you. They want to. So they are grown up 30, 40 before they get married. At that 30, the northern guy has had like almost 60 children.
Yes.
So if they continue to have that numbers, and they're able to still continue to galvanize their people, they will continue to be able to determine. We have been able to galvanize ourselves in the southwest, but we don't have the number. In the southeast, they don't have the number, and fortunately, Obi is helping them to now galvanize, but the galvanization is not really even taking place. You can see they are like 2 points below the ideal point where even the southeast and southwest can come together and even say something strongly and people will respect them. You get what I'm saying? But because we don't have the numbers and we are not even galvanized, because if the South is able to galvanize themselves and we galvanize ourselves, the two region can say, okay, let's even see if we can work together. So it's easy for anybody to join the North because the North is already a block.
Do you guys know the saying, demography is destiny?
What does that mean? What does that mean?
The short form of it means a Lebanon situation.
Continue to expand. We still don't know.
If you guys understand what happened in Lebanon, then you'll be scared.
It was in Lebanon.
At some point in time, Lebanon used to be 50-50 Christian Muslim. the country used to be progressive. There was faster copulation, of course, in the Islam world. At the end of the day, it overtook the Christian. They drove a lot of the forward. I mean, a lot of the Christian out of the country. That's why you even have second, third generation Lebanese in Nigeria and Mexico, all over the world. So right now, it's now almost 70-30, and the country has regressed. So you have more illiterates, extremists, inverted all sorts of wrong ideologies, extremism entered, and so on and so forth. So if we don't educate the North, we're in trouble on the long run.
Yeah, I think that's more it than us excessively populated.
Yeah, but the more poor people are making babies like bunnies, the more you have less chance to be able to educate them, because they're birthing people they cannot afford. And that's why it's destiny. The destiny is just a wrong destiny. So education needs to be taken as a matter of urgency, because on the long run, we're screwed.
Is it education or reorientation?
Education is what will bring reorientation. Otherwise, your brain is wired to the wrong interpretation of Islam. It's only education that can make you think outside of, okay, Islam can be like this. It doesn't have to be Kama BC, Kama Resi in Yoruba, like just having babies.
Kulata, those of us who are educated and who have the capacity, I'm speaking to my Southwest and Southeast brothers, we must replace ourselves.
There's no, Patrick, you can't replace fast enough to beat some, I mean, arithmetic program. I mean, when someone is marrying 4 wives and having multiple kids versus you that you marry 1 wife, are you going to kill her with babies and 10 kids? It's not possible now. There's a limit. Yeah, I mean, max.
If we accelerate to the level of the North, will the resources be able to?
The resources will not be enough, and you are conscious of the resource because you want your kids to be better off.
We'll be able to, because we're going to be more productive.
Patrick, is impossible, say, because you are only marrying 1 wife, and you're only having less than 3 kids.
We should marry more than 1 wife.
Yeah, okay, but that's a cultural anomaly.
You should be married more than 1 wife.
No, that's not. We should be promoting northern leaders that encourage education so they can get out of that mindset. So they can shift to the maybe United Arab Emirates mindset or the new or the Turkey mindset, because it's going to be a problem in the future. It's going to be a problem.
It's already a problem now. No, it's already a problem now. So it's not even future. It's
already a problem now, sir.
Yeah.
I think it's just 2 things we have to do. That is the education you talked about, and then productivity. And somebody saying that there's no enough resources. No, the country has enough potential to even take care of 1 billion people if we get to that level.
Even the land mass, do we have the land mass?
We have the land mass. We have the land mass, yes. We do have the land mass. We have the land mass in this country. So we have the potential to if only we are productive, yeah.
We need to be productive, exactly.
Yeah, we have to be productive enough. We cannot say South should start giving birth to 10 kids as well to compete with the North. That's like a very wrong way of going about it. So
yeah,
what
but
we have to do is
we need to give back to children.
What we have to do is not to compete with them. What we have to do is increase productivity, pump in education, educate the North, increase productivity as well in the North, educate the North. So the education is going to cause a long chain of reorientation over the years, and then more of them will move from the mindset they are now to the United Arab Emirates mindset. Now the procreation thing is going to lessen, and then we are going to face more of productivity here.
Let me ask you a question.
I agree with what you just said.
I don't know. In UAE, don't they have is polygamy illegal?
No, it's not.
So they have more than 1 wife. You see, and what we need is
they curtail themselves. Or for example, Turkey now, is a secular country, but then 90-something% Islam. But when you go there, people are living normal life. You're not compelled to do this, compelled to do that. Religion is detached. People can go to mosque and pray, but the mentality is more forward-looking. Education, technology, those kind of things. Not ideological Islam, like that's the beginning and end and the essence of your life, and nothing more. And then that is what breeds in all this radical ideology, this Wahhabism that births terrorists and all. And if there's destitution and hopelessness, you're going to go start grabbing AK-47 coming out from from Libya, and start kidnapping. We already have that. So it's only education first, and then productivity will come after that. Because you have to educate the mind. You have to educate the mind.
But we've been trying that since World War. Good luck, Jonathan even tried it, and they are not. It's not that they are not receptive to it, but I think the formula that their leadership used to control them to manage that space, it doesn't leave room for enlightenment.
I think whoever that is going to do that has to be a very targeted approach, and you have to go through their religion. So you have to go through their where they learn the Qurans, and you have to go through those system within the framework of their culture. And also, do you know that the money we spend in fighting insurgency in Nigeria, especially in the north, if we spent that money 15 years ago, just half of a quarter of that money, if we spend it 15 years ago on aggressively educating and developing the north, we won't be needing to spend those billions and trillions of naira on fighting insurgency, is just a result of that lack of education of the last decades.
Let me bring you something that will change this talk. You see, I'm reading in the comment section now. You see, we say they not have children and they don't necessarily educate them. That's not so. Somebody on this platform said, look, God has blessed me. I have as many children as God can give to me. And he said, I have a PhD holder among my children. That's what Abdul Mumin is saying.
No, that's Abdul Mumin now. It's a special case.
What's the percentage of that?
There's the issue of
that's a good news. I'm happy for that.
Wait, don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. Abdul Mumin is an educated guy. There are many illiterate.
He lives in Saudi, by the way.
He lives in Saudi Arabia now. Where they are giving them free meal and free everything.
There are many people that have no business having multiple wives, that have wives that they just bring the child into destitution, and then they have to force Quranic education. So the best approach is a madrasa. A madrasa school is a school that has the Islamic education and also Western education together. Because don't attempt to remove the religion. That will backfire. Make sure the religion is promoted, but make sure it is side by side with Western education, so you just don't lose it all. So Kwakwanso is key here, because Kwakwanso was successful in Kano to do it to an extent, and I think Kaduna too is being successful. So that needs to permeate. Madrasa schools needs to permeate all over the country. Because when I went to Malaysia, I saw a ton of madrasa schools, and they were very decent looking schools. They look like ISL and ISI in Nigeria, those madrasa. But if we don't do that, if we continue like trying to, you can't force all this on them, then, because you're going to just get reaction like Boko Haram, like Western education is a whatever. So it has to go through, it's a cultural change. If anything worries me, that worries me long term. Because just think about Lebanon, and you understand what I'm talking about.
Kulata, let me quickly show you. Yeah, go on. Then I want to show an example of what we're talking about. But yeah, carry on, Ajale Koko. Yeah.
If every state in the north, in northwest and northeast, particularly, they can nominate that so commitment to education, I think they can transform society. Change their people from being ignorant to, intelligent and youthful, popular in the north. Because if you look at Kano, the Kano people, you meet them when they talk, or even their politics you can see some level of highly intelligent and people that are front run in their politics. They are always in the front from the north, not only because they have the figure, but they are because of what education has given to them. They are the best from the north. You know, education can do a lot. I think that can also policy on education. I mean, the way it works, it can work in that part of the state. The strong commitment.
You're breaking off, Ajale Koko. You're breaking off.
Okay. So what I'm saying in conclusion is that that Kwankwaso policy on education, I think, is worthy for other governors in the state. I mean, in the north, to emulate and use that, to transform their society and their people in particular. So education can do a lot. It can take people out of poverty, and it can give them a very good future. And that is what Kankaso achieved in Kano. Average Kano people, if you talk to them, or particularly educated one, they are intelligent people, and they are, they are knowledgeable people as well.
We have one good example here, which is Jafar,
we have Jafar,
one of the most intelligent persons on this space.
Yeah.
But on the screen, it's an example of what we're talking about. You can see it. Nigerian man with 86 wives and 150 children. So that's one man with 86 wives and 150 children.
Block where Mohammed Bello housed his women and over 150 children. They're outraged at his arrest and say he's a good husband and father. They strongly believe God ordained their marriages.
A man can have only one wife or two wives. He will get problem. Somebody should think twice that a man with 86 wives, without using anything, it's God that brought us to him. Look at me now. Who is a man can put me inside?
Bello has been accused of keeping his family as modern-day slaves, but even his children defend his actions.
As you can see us, look at my younger ones. Do you look like a slave? My father is a real Muslim. You know the front and the back of Quran. So he can tell the whole world about the God and the prophet. So what are they saying? That he's not a real Muslim? It's them that they are not Muslim. He's not my father.
We were given special access to meet the man behind the controversy that's outraging the country's 70 million Muslims during his stay in prison.
I stand by my 86 wives. Allah brought them to me. If I ask them to leave, they won't. Allah said that man should marry 1, 2, 3, or 4 wives at the most. But when God gives an instruction, he must prescribe a punishment for contravening it. But Allah did not prescribe any punishment for marrying more than 4 wives.
To hell with anybody supporting Bello. Allahu Akbar.
And on it goes. So it looks like a Quara person
one man. I'm sorry. And this is who Patrick wants to compete with from the south.
Look at that. 86 wives and 100.
I want to be like that man. I'm jealous of that man.
150 children. Kilo day, oh no, Allah.
86 wives. 86.
That man is blessed, man. One man. He's blessed. I wish I could be blessed like that.
Jákò ni. Ó jákò lọ́jẹ̀ ni.
Ojoojúmọ́ ni bàbá yẹn kàn kilo day.
One man, can I say something on that not on space?
Come in, Playtown, and then you enigmatic, and then we go on then to Patrick will round off, and then we go on to Babati. Yeah, so we do it like that. Playtown.
Okay. All right. So I wanted to something happened last week on Twitter. I tweeted that someone commented, and then the person said that Obi. It's not going to benefit the South. The presidency is not going to benefit the Southeast. That all his key policies are centered in the North. And then I engaged him and I actually told him that, funny enough, if you study Nigeria, it's either you want to be part of Nigeria or you don't want to be part of Nigeria. But if once you have made up our mind that we are all Nigerians, we must accept the hard fact that for this country to move forward, the North has to be developed, both in productivity and in education, because every society is as strong as its weakest link. So if you develop the North, increase the productivity, utilize the vast land there, and then educate them in terms of reorientation and all of that, and someone that's talked about the Kwankwaso model of education, I've gone to read that it's really something that needs to be adopted. Really, educate that space, give them reorientation, yeah, and you find out that the insecurities there is going to go down, the insurgencies are going to go down. Then a lot of that money that we are wasting, if you know how much we are wasting in fighting insurgency and fighting banditry in the North, at least in the last decade, most of those money now will be rechanneled. We in the South, we now get better fundings for other normal developmental whatever that is going on, maybe more in power, generate 24/7. You will see the way the country is going to leapfrog. But as far as and Jonathan was heading towards that direction, and maybe Buhari didn't do much. And again, we won't blame Buhari, because if Buhari give the level of attention that I feel not deserves, if Buhari give it to them, they are going to call him he has a Fulani agenda. Why is he focusing on the North? That is why I feel even if I'm a Northerner, I should probably look for Tinubu and Obi, because that's the only person that if they face the northern space, they won't be accused of anything. For me, I still believe that before this country moves forward, you see that North, it has to be productive. Those kids, those millions of kids, almost 80% of out-of-school children in Nigeria, they have to go back to school. Whether you're going through the Muslim schools, whether you're going through the religion, whatever it is you can do to get those kids educated, you have to get them educated. You have to put in tech there. One man, some of the people, my friend in US, he has 3 friends that are hackers, like they are tech experts. 3 of them are Muslims. One of the biggest geniuses you can see in terms of tech, if you meet a Muslim guy that is doing tech, that's when you see genius. They have this IQ level. And if you go to those Quran schools and you see how they put those things in their head, so their IQ levels are high. So once somebody is able to attack that space, I think that's the fastest way to our development, really, even though a lot of people won't want to hear that.
No, I agree with you. I've always been of the thought that the Northerners, they have an innate aptitude towards the sciences, especially those mathematics, sort of physics, for reasons you've just described, because they're used to all of this Quranic sort of upbringing, where they can, for hours, study endlessly just the text to a full understanding of it. So there's a genius brain there, but
it's not only that. North has an advantage over the South because they've been exposed to external civilization for way much longer than us. Like the Kanem Bono Empire has had Islam since like maybe 1200 something or 1100 something. They've been able to read Arabic. Shoa Arabs lives amongst them. So all that Middle Eastern civilization, they've been exposed to it for much more longer. They've been literate before us since. So assuming they embraced some form of education in madrasa form, like Kwakwanso form, Islamic plus whatever, because a lot of what we call Western education started in the Arab world. Calculus, all these things. I mean, it's only people that went to go and get it from there when they were having all these wars and co. So they have that natural advantage. They've been exposed way before us. And assuming they just continue that level of exposure and translated it and embraced education. Don't call it Western education, it's education. Just embrace education. They'll be far ahead. They'll be far ahead of us.
No, let's be realistic. Looking into the future, you need that Western education to survive.
No, I'm not calling it Western education anymore because right now that drives almost everything. Technological, whatever.
Yeah, but that's the reality. It is Western. It is Western. That's the reality.
What of
okay? I concede. Call it Western. Just call it whatever. But it needs to be packaged.
1, 2, 3.
It's from Arab world now. The Arabic numbers now.
The Arabic numerals. This 1, 2, 3. You're right. These ordinal numbers.
A lot of mathematics came from that side of the world. But anyway,
nobody's arguing the historical. I'm not arguing the history. I'm saying that we live in a world where going forward from now on, we need the country everybody to buy into that similar system. We can't have a two system where somebody is doing Western, somebody is doing Arabic. No, everybody has to be on the same page.
No. Everybody does not have to be on the same page.
No,
Yes,
we
they
do
have
have to be on the same page.
They have to.
Otherwise,
You can't have,
in terms of
two systems in the same
education.
country. It's not going to
No,
work.
how do you even create a
We don't.
curriculum?
No. I think that has been the problem
A
we've
two-tier
had.
system. A two-tier system.
That has been the problem we have. If you look at the peculiarity of our society, you find out that we have to adopt the comparative advantages of each regions. Until we start doing that in Nigeria, we will keep rotating around the circle, because you have to check their traditions there, you have to check their religions there, you have to check other bottlenecks that are applicable there that are not applicable in the south.
Playtown, if we don't
Yeah.
have uniformity, how can a man educated in Kebbi State work in Lagos? If he's
No.
educated under the...
Until we sit down and get the proper definition of education, we might not get these things. I don't think education is always Western education, because what is the ends to the means? Why are we talking about education? Because we want literacy level to go down, because we want skill acquisition for them to work in industry, for them to be able to manufacture cheap, like Tinubu said, for them to be able to manufacture brake parts and all that, and then leave criminality, and then leave staying at home and giving birth to 100 children. Now, that is the ends to the means. And if that's the ends to the means, it mustn't be Western education. You can introduce technology, technical schools, and what have you into their system. The most important thing is bring down the literacy level, and then bring down pumping exposure into that place. And then the most important, even looking at the peculiarity of our society, is skill acquisition. Because if our only pathway to greatness as a country is productivity, then skill acquisition should be number one on the list.
So tell me about tell me about those skills, please. Can you give me an example of one of those skills? So I'll tell you
talking about skill acquisition.
No. Yeah, you say of course I agree with you, skill acquisition, but tell me about those. Give me an example of the kind of skills they need up north to catch up.
Okay, so I've mentioned one before. We have to take technology there, and then we also have to see if you're going to turn the north to a food base of Africa. Now we have to start thinking about, there has to be people that are going to be repairing those tractors. There has to be people that is going. In fact, some of the soft farm equipment has to be able to be produced in Kaduna or Kano. Now, a lot of these skills has to be learned, and you have to resuscitate the schools of technology in that space, and then find a way to also create, maybe, I don't know, clusters or whatever it is. Just get it done. The most important thing is, let every northern kid have one skill or the other, not just one skill that they will just be running around with, but you have to tailor it down with what you are putting in place. That means that the skill has to serve a purpose in the country.
I'm saying that those skills being learned is based on what Western education largely. They still have to be talking about Western largely. So you still
you can't scrap away Western. That's not the point I'm making. I didn't say let's keep Western education at the bottom or whatever it is. No, that's not the point.
No, Babati, you are making a mistake. Madrasa has Western education.
Yeah, it has some
but
element of it.
it's on Islamic basis. So
True.
you don't eliminate the memorizing the Quran and all that stuff. You have to do all those things. But they just don't teach them just Quran. You know, our Nigeria is just Quran 24/7. Madrasa will teach them Quran and also Western education. That's why it's acceptable.
The one they use now is the one they go to Mercantile.
Guys, they don't have that conversation. It is a public school for
yes,
God's
sir.
sake. There are several schools out of schools for God's sake. It's a public school. We don't need to be.
Babati, don't look at it from your own perspective.
There are several schools now, right? That actually they run on the Islamic curriculum and the Western, the liberal education. But what I'm trying to say now, if you're actually very conversant with Islam, on the premise of Islamic doctrine, when you read the Holy Quran very well, right, there are certain discussions you would never have with scholars, Islamic scholars, because it's like you'll be going, crossing.
They will declare fatwa on you.
Yeah, they will declare fatwa on you. It becomes a jihad. So when it comes to Islam, except probably you understand the doctrine of Islam perfectly, you don't cross certain boundaries, and that's just the situation especially in the north.
Yeah,
when you look at the situation in the southwest or in the south, right? There are so many Muslims that actually, I'm a Muslim, I have only one child, right? And there's nothing that will make me marry more than a woman. It's basically more of it's not
because you live in the West now.
No, it's not in the West.
No, I think it's ideological.
Not in the West or wherever. My dad has only my mom, and we're just very little family, 4 of us, and none of my dad's siblings or whatever had more than one wife, and my siblings, none of them had more than one wife. So what I'm saying generally, right? One of the most brilliant folks in Nigeria that I've come across are the Northerners, right? You will see very brilliant, ebullient, smart lawyers, engineers, in different fields. But when you go close to them, you understand their expectation of life is quite different from ours. These are the people that don't even think about being millionaires or having money or whatever. When it comes, it comes. But that kid or having that following the Islamic doctrine, you do not want to cross a certain boundary discussing that with them, and that actually permeates it.
Yeah, so that's why it's not for outsiders to fix. It's for them to fix, because what you're talking about is more ideological, because there's a glamorization of poverty up in the north. And that's more.
When you say it is not for you are basically putting it on the laps of the Islamic leaders and the leaders generally in the north, right?
Yeah, more like people that have seen the light. El Rufai, Kwakwanso, because those are the people.
Guys, no, guys, wait. Let me ask you. So you're saying to me right now, as a Nigerian, that I from the south should not. If I have kids now and say, guess what, my kids, let's go and live in the north. Oh, too bad for you. You don't share same cultural values, so you can't come. So what is the opposite of having a country?
There's schools, Babati, that will cater for you.
What are you talking about?
No. I'm saying that I'm not buying into this duality thing. It's not. You cannot work in.
Madrasa is not duality, Babati.
No.
It's not duality.
For what I believe and what they believe, what should be the standard? Take religion out of education.
Yeah, but Western education is a madrasa. It's not out of madrasa. They have it. They will learn it. But
do you know what madrasa is? That's the first question. Is do you know the concept of a madrasa?
I do. I do. I know that they have that in Qatar as well, and they've done very well with that. So I'm clearly knowledgeable about.
So this is the first time I'm hearing madrasa.
There are lots of that school in Lagos now, in the south, in Ogun State. There are so many of my older friends.
I know. I'm saying that, this is my worry about Nigeria. What? Anytime we adopt anything religious, we always go for the extreme version of it, where we kind of permit it to something that is not designed for originally. That's what I'm concerned about, because we take the worst version of it and we impose it on poor people to manipulate them, and it doesn't serve the purpose for what it was designed for. And you see that happening right now. It's never going to be done properly. They're going to find a way to use it to control people.
No, you are speaking to probably the political advantage of that population. The only thing that probably can help, if it's maybe there is a chance for that, is maybe this devolution of power we are actually speaking to, because coming from Kulata's angle now to say the leaders, if you look at the leaders too, right? El Rufai is a first-class graduate, right? Same as all these folks. They have more than one wife, right? And they have.
I'm not disagreeing with what he's saying. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I'm trying to make you understand that the reality of Nigeria, the way they always exploit those areas.
You can. There are things you can. There are situations you can't really help now. It's like we want to use some magic wand to change certain things in Nigeria. It is very common. It's a glaring fact, right? That until maybe the end of life, there are certain things that will not change in Nigeria. The way a Yoruba man will conduct himself, or we live his life, the way a northerner or Hausa man.
Let's not make this tribal. Just look
I'm
at
just saying it. So
no, the humanity, just the kids, man. I'm speaking for the kids. It's just sad to watch that we've come to this point where
you are speaking to the abstract of it. I'm basically taking you to the root of what
it is heartbreaking.
Things that will not change. It's like a cultural. It's like more or less like it has cultural.
It's a value system that you can't change it.
Right?
Value. No,
anything that has
if you value. What value?
If you see something that has a cultural value and then has an intone of religion to it, especially when it comes to Islam, do not play with it. There are things, it goes beyond even culture now when you are talking about certain things. So when you are talking about values, or you are talking about, they have maybe they should make some changes. You can say that to a liberal Muslim in the south. Don't go to the north and try to do that. So that's what I'm talking about. So things will not change.
Okay.
100 years.
Okay. Let me give you this. So they are clearly lagging behind. When you look at the standards, right? They're lagging behind.
That's what you think in their mind.
No, the numbers are there. It's not what I think. You just look at the stats. It's there.
Forget. It is you that think like that. They believe they are better than you. That's what they think.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that right now they're lagging behind. And for them to play catch up, we need to do more than just playing into this cultural. They need to do more.
It's the same thing I'm telling you, Babati. You can only assume that you are lagging behind when you accept the fact that, oh, this is where I belong, right? But when let me tell you their mindset, right? As long as they believe that they die and they are sure of going to Jannah, right?
Right.
Any other thing doesn't matter.
100 virgins, Abib.
No. Our journal is not 100 virgins.
It is not.
Our journal is heaven.
No. It is not good for the country as a whole. It's the point. It's not what they think. It's not good for everybody as a country.
Okay, I understand. It's not good for any country. Not only Nigeria, but we are speaking to reality now. Forget about those
life is good. Life is
come out from it. We
are talking Babati.
Yeah.
Babati. So what would you prescribe as a solution aside what these guys have said? Because I think they have a point. Hold on a minute. What they are trying to say is you can't take that mercantile education away from them, that Islamic, to say you want to just replace it automatically with the Western education and the production which they suggested, which I think it makes sense. You have to bring it together to take that away from them, because I think where it's quite difficult in the North is their culture is kind of into their religion as well. So it's difficult for you to take it away from them totally and just say, okay, you just need to go and educate them. You have to go in.
Their culture is derived from their religion. That's what you say. Derived from that religion, from that Islamic religion. That's it.
So what would you say is the solution to it if you don't agree with that part? Because I don't want us, because you're not arguing, we don't even get it. So I want you to tell us what you think is the best solution to that, aside what Uptown, Kulata and Enigmatic has said.
So because now I'm willing to listen to what you guys are saying. I'm open to that. But I've said to one man before that one of the failures of Buhari was in terms of education. I've said that to him before. I hope he remembers when I said that. Because you need somebody that is very credible up there to not totally eradicate what they have. I'm not for that. But to make them like that, the future of the way the world is going, you're going to need some form of. Now, I know the combination of religion, you've talked about that combination, but it has to be refined to the point where they are not exploited. It is more is to get towards education, although you have the religious component to it, that those loopholes have to be closed. And I thought Buhari could have been the best person to do the job.
Buhari is a real missed opportunity.
Anyway, because he has that credibility and love for the people. So if he says it, they will take him at his word because it's in their own best interest. But we've missed that opportunity. So that's what I said initially on this platform. But we missed that chance. Good luck couldn't do it because from the south. They couldn't trust him. But if Buhari had done something similar or even done a well-reformed version of it that focuses on the future of those kids, they would have been better, but we missed that chance. So that's my position. So unfortunately, we are
Can I interject?
Yeah, come in, Ife.
There are always cheap excuses and genuine implementation of policies. Nigeria is not the only place that we have large capture of what's it called, Islam as a religion. Morocco is a very, very good example. Morocco is projecting by 2030 they will eradicate their nomadic lifestyle, their nomads lifestyle. Do you know what they are doing? What Morocco did was all children of all those nomads, it is compulsory for them to go to school, such that they implemented laws to affect the the lifestyle of the nomads. So when the nomads were losing their livestock, they put the king put them under duress, such that they had no choice than to bring all their children to to the schools. In Yemen, if you have a female child, it is compulsory that she must go to school until secondary school, and they made university education free for all their female. No, it's not Yemen. Qatar, Oman. University education for all female children is compulsory, but because of their culture, when some of the female child finish their compulsory secondary school, most of them don't want to further, and even if they go to the university, they find that the female children at times the best is they become a housewife or they go into teaching. Kwakwanso that we are talking about, Kwakwanso, I remember when he was governor of Kano State, this Kano that we are talking about, that they are high in the education now, he was jailing the parents of all these Amajiri students, and some of them were losing their properties. What happened? The education capture of out of school children in Kano went down drastically. Whenever Atiku and Buhari wants to write their biography, they will tell you that their parents were going to jail during the British rule. That's why they went to school. It still boils down to the fact that if you don't, I don't want to use iron hand approach, but you need some form of.
It is needed. Just say it.
It is needed. That's just the truth. That's just the truth. Because
Because
even if you go to the Islamic, even if you go to the Islamic countries that got this thing right, they use iron hand on their people.
If maybe you have to use political will.
Okay, thank you.
Political will.
They use that political will, and the political will was not what the population liked, but because they were in the helms of leadership, their citizen had no option. So if Morocco, which more an Islamic country, can get it right, Oman can get it right, Qatar can get it right.
Ife, I want you, before you go too far, I want you to factor one thing you're not factoring.
Okay,
the Islam in Nigeria is different because of 1804. If you understand what I'm saying, now project
it's Wahhabism, isn't it, that we have in Nigeria? Wahhabism.
It's not the Wahhabism. It was a conquering tool of the Fulani ruling elite, brought about by Usman Dan Fodio. So if you go to countries like Guinea and Senegal that have native Fulani, their Islam is not like the one practice in Nigeria, because we have way more feudalism in Nigeria because of the conquering of the Islamic scholars that used it to conquer and then govern. So for you to continue,
then work on resolving that. It's very difficult.
You can't resolve that.
Kulata, wait now. How Kulata? So how did Kwankwaso get it right? Look, they not just need the
Kwankwaso. As soon as Kwankwaso left government, it regressed. It's not.
It regressed. Why? Because the government didn't want to continue on that track.
Because the leaders are more vested in keeping the status quo to continue that power balance.
Let me tell you how
somebody made it work, right? Somebody made it work. So it's doable.
So if a Kwankwaso can implement it, that means it can be done.
These changes will not come from the. Let me tell you how it is. If actually they are very serious, it will start right from the status quo itself, from the mosques, from the Ilekeus, all those Quranic centers. They will have to find a way to reorientate the mindset of all those ulamas, who had the grassroots capacity, right, to change the narrative to those folks. Politicians can only do a bit within 4 or 5 or 8 years of their term, and when they are gone, it's gone. So you have to start from where the situation starts from, the root. That's what I was talking to. You have to go to those.
Life good.
To start from there.
Enigmatic, do you know that before now in the North, women don't vote? Do you know who changed it? It was Sheikh Gumi's father, late Sheikh Gumi's father, that gave a fatwa, because he's one of the respected, even from Sheikh Gumi's line, they are one of the respected.
Who was Sheikh Gumi's father?
I'm coming. Let me quickly.
Sheikh Gumi's
late father, not late. Sheikh Gumi's late father.
What does his name matter? Sheikh Gumi the elder.
I'm talking Sheikh Gumi, right? His dad was a big ulama in the north, and those are the kind of person I'm speaking to. If you want to make some changes,
that's the reason why I said Buhari
you have to go through those kind of people. So like the ulamas means a lot more than the politicians, because they trust those folks than any politicians in the north.
But it's more like a collaborative. If you are Buhari, you talk to those people that you mentioned. It's a collaboration. I'm not saying Buhari will just go there by himself. No, of course he has the political power.
But are you guys thinking about the implication that after enlightenment, the people that are wait now, Babati, make this statement that after enlightenment, the people that are subjugated will become enlightened, and that may change the power balance. You know, when I say power balance, there's a feudal Fulani rulership in the north. Thereby, today, I don't think there's an Hausa governor, and there's never been an Hausa president. So there's a reason for that, subjugation. So if people get enlightened, then what happens to that power balance? Is that something that should be considered?
So Kulata, so are we now saying that it will never change?
I don't know, because I went to look at, okay, if this is a Fulani thing, how come the Fulani in Senegal, the Futajao, how come they're not behaving this way? How come the ones in Gambia are not behaving this way?
Okay, earlier I said that Nigeria, we always adopt the worst version of this thing. That was my earliest.
To answer your question, right, from Islamic perspective, there are, I would say there is a possibility that there could change.
Thank you.
They have to go through the normal route. If the
normal route, exactly.
The normal route is for you to go, through the route of where this thing actually started from. Go through the ulama, go through the ulekeos, go through the Islamic, scholars,
right.
The top ones. So you want to bring in politicians. They have this trust with those folks, but because they know most of them are just doing it for political.
Okay. If that is the way we can do it, get it done. But don't ignore. Don't tell me you're going to incorporate anything. If that is going to be very, very hard, it's going to be very, very difficult. But it's doable. It's my position. Don't say because it's very hard, then you're going to ignore it and incorporate anything. No. If you have to go to those guys you mentioned, then let's do it as a country, because we can't afford to have this in the next coming decade.
But Babati, I'm trying to tell you, there's a reason it hasn't been done, and there's an incentive for not doing it.
For you to even start it, Babati, there must be that political will. The politicians,
the political,
So the politicians
we are going back. We
reach out to those folks. So are they really?
I know, but like I said, we're going back because you just said, we're all going back to the same point again. Once again, Buhari being the guy that missed the opportunity should have been the very best.
Yeah, Buhari really messed up in that.
Yeah, because I think it would be difficult for a non-Northerner to be president to implement all those things.
Look at what Goodluck went through now, trying to do the same thing. It was hard.
That's a very good point.
Who's this guy? So, but if you had like a Buhari going through the same process that you guys mentioned, it will still be difficult, but at least it will be more, they will still trust him more than a Goodluck or coming in. So.
But this was part of the thing that even affected what's it called, former emir of Kano,
Sanusi. That's
Sanusi.
That's how they got
this
rid of him.
Because he was really attacking that space. They were like, "Wow, but boy, if I fuck up, Washa."
If I do you think what Sanusi was doing then was right?
Well, if I look at it from my
Oh,
own perspective,
hold on. Before you answer, do you not think it was right? Because I heard another tone in your voice there, enigmatic. Is it
No,
not right that it's insisting
my
that
answer
females should
is
be educated?
my answer absolutely right. But do you see how he was treated at the end of the day? You see
all
how he
right.
was embarrassed. So this is what you will see if they don't really actually do the right thing. That's an emir for you.
All right, back to you, Faye. Back to you, Faye.
For me, Sanusi is right 100% because he was even from. I'm a Christian. Sanusi was talking about if you don't change this thing, people will define Islam as Nigerian Christians would define Islam as a religion where there's poverty, backwardness. That we have to change the concept because even the Quran talks about education that is compulsory for you to learn. You know, so I want to believe a combination of a Sanusi Kwakwanso type of ideology, maybe the one in Maiduguri too, and some top Islamic scholars, Sheikh Gumi and co, they will change this thing if they are really willing to change it. That okay, in the next 20 years, we want to ensure that the education system in the north changes such that we want to have maybe if possible 100% type 100% literacy level is doable because Sanusi in one of his most recent is one of the people I will really want to meet in the future. You know, in one of his recent lecture, he gave a demographic. He said in the north, if a girl child is educated to secondary school level, they found out that the average number of children they have is 3 to 4. But the uneducated one, you are looking at 6 and above, 6, 8, 10 and above. So he was saying that even for us to start, if we can capture all our ladies, all the girl child in the north, to have at least a secondary school education, the literacy level will go up. So the question is, how is that going to be implemented? Is it that they want to put it that if you have a girl child and she does not finish secondary school, you are going to jail for, let's say, at least 5 years? Look, if they implement it, get the first person, second person, nobody will want to go to jail. They will change. It's just for them to just, and unfortunately, the South is imbibing all those give birth to children, don't take care of them.
So guys, carry on.
Yeah, part of you know that in the UK, if you have a child, you are liable to jail time if the child does not go to school. If your child does not go to school in the UK, you don't register that child, you go to jail. So the European countries and the other Islamic countries that we can emulate that are getting it right, it's not as if it is coming out of their way. There are drastic measures that if you go against it, you are in soup. Those type of things needs to be implemented, even in the South too, because we're having a situation where some people just give birth, they are not ready to take care of their children. If your child does not go to school, you are going to jail. It's in the UK. In Nigeria, that's not even up to UK in terms of literacy standard, should adopt such. But I believe it should work. Yeah. Because the articles and the bodies of this were telling us that their fathers were being taken to jail by the Europeans. That was why their fathers don't have to leave them to go. And I think even during the Western education period, parents were forced during Awolowo's era, such that if those people come, according to what my mom said, she said that then during the education of the South, the ladies, they don't always want them to go to school, but the male, they believe that the male are stubborn. They always allow the male to go to school. So my mom said one day all these people came to the house. His father put him behind the door, that she jumped out of the door. That was when they saw her, and they did that over your head thing for her, that they got her enrolled. And when they got her enrolled, her father could not stop her again from going to school because it will affect his father too. So the Western education we are talking that we even have in the West, in the Southwest, the Awolowo policy were more or less drastic too.
One
So,
man.
yeah,
Sorry.
sorry, I was going to throw in
Sorry, guys. That birth thing that one man was talking about, that they have all these kids. How do you even implement birth? Like, do you have to make a law to say you can't have more than 4 or 5? How do you even implement that in the north? You can't. Do you beyond just trying to do some kind of?
No, you don't need to implement a law to say that if you have more than 4, no. Implement a law to say if you have a child and he does not go to school, you are going to jail time. Nobody will tell anybody. The first thing is you first of all look at the capacity you have. Then when this generation of children start going to school, you see that from the things they learn from the Enlightenment, by default, they will also reduce their own musical number of maybe children they want to have. But that does not mean that you not have a positive effect on everybody. And I think the problem is even part of the problem we're having of all these out of school children across the country. If you look at it, you find that it's the generation of maybe all those children that their parents did not have at least a secondary school education. I want to believe from what I've seen from my area. Part of those of us that our parents were lucky enough to have that Western education from Awolowo and God bless Obasanjo era, that's the TTC I'm talking about, the teacher training colleges. Some of us that our parents went through those systems. I don't want to believe that we in our own generation now will now have children and say that they will not go to school. I don't want to believe it's possible.
So that takes me. I just want to try a question with where we've now found ourselves. So, out of all the candidates, who do you think have a team or that will have a cabinet that could actually put all these things in place when it comes to the North?
I think the only person that did not speak on it, based on his type of politics, is a Tinubu type of person. Tinubu knows that if he talks on that education in the North, it may affect him. But that does not mean he cannot implement it. But a Kwakwanso type of person, since he has done it before, I would not be surprised if a Kwakwanso type of person becomes the president one day and you just find that you start bringing all these draconian policies that if you don't go to school, you lose. Yeah, people lost their properties under Kwakwanso governorship in Kano, whereby some of these are Marjorie, by fire by force, they just had to leave Kano because Kwakwanso policy then was if you have a child and it's not going to school, they will jail you. You go to jail, or you lose your property. They sell it off for that child to go to school. So Kwakwanso got it right.
All right, brilliant. Let's take it back on stream and move it on to Baba T. And by the way, to the comment section, the space is still open for super chats. We did say that we want the platform illuminating like a fairy ground in multicolored super chat. So if you want to use that function, use it. But Baba T, back to the Peter Obi performance in the town hall. But I want to play you this, and I want you to take it from this spot. So I'm not going to prefix it. I'm just going to play it, and then I want you to react to it.
To sort with the presidential and vice presidential candidate, I ended up suffering from a much lesser level. 35 years ago, at least, our dad of blessed memory passed away. No one ever insulted him until I joined elections for presidency. This is not fair. No one ever insulted. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. You don't insult people's parents or their families. It doesn't happen. It's a huge price for anyone to pay to insult anybody.
Sorry about that. I know it's a bit emotional. Sorry about that. Let's get to the very first segment of the conversation.
So what are you making of that, Babati? Yusuf Dati Baba busting into tears in the middle of a political debate.
You know, well, on one hand, I feel bad for him.
I think it should be a round robin question, one man. Just sample people's opinion on that.
All right. Okay. Your wish is my command. So yes, you kick it off then, Babati. What do you think a leading presidential vice something busting into tears in the middle of a political debate?
On one hand, of course, I do feel that but that's the reality of the political space. On the other hand, I hope you understand the kind of environment he is. If you were running for office in America, yeah, they might feel sympathy for him. But in the Nigerian setting, that might be seen as a sign of weakness. So I don't know how that helps the political campaign overall. So you need to be very careful. Do this again a few more times, and yeah. So even though I understand where it's coming from, but acting like a surprise is happening is what I don't get. You're a politician, you've been in that space for a long period of time, so you understand how this game works. So, but if you were in America now and somebody said that you can use that emotion for your, America is a different breed. But in Nigeria, where showing strength matters in politics and sign of crying is seen as weakness in that political space, you need to be very careful. But I do get where it's coming from as a human being. But politically, it doesn't look too good in Nigerian space. That's my opinion.
All right, brilliant. I suppose that they would have been weighing against him at home. That what sort of indignity have you brought upon this family name? Doing things dirty like politics and having them insult our father. But you're up next. Then you opened up the space. So enigmatic, crying for mommy in the middle of a political debate. Have you ever seen such a thing? Enigmatic.
Yeah, I think it just confirms his humanity, and then the human nature. I think got the best of him, but he understands the terrain. The Nigeria's political terrain is not for the faint-hearted. We all know that, and the common currency in politics is all these stuffs. Personal attack, jibes, and everything. They do it almost all the time, and then it shows sign of weakness from Nigeria's political, within the context of Nigeria's political landscape. They will make this to the hell with him, because even nobody, it has not really been, except maybe FFK, who actually launched an attack on him maybe one time. The most insulted and the most how would I say it? The candidate who has actually attracted
the most pilloried is
that has received the most visceral attack when it comes to derogatory languages, subliminal tirades against his person, even his personality to family and everything. You know that already. They've basically called him bastard. They've questioned everything about his personality. What does he do? He doesn't even attack. He cares less a huge about that. He acts like a guy man who already knows that. There's a common saying in Yoruba language or in the Southwest that if you want to know how you become the son of your dad, then do not go into politics. They will tell you the boyfriends that your mom had before you had your dad. They will tell you your history. So that's basically telling you, if you are not ready for politics, if you are not ready for this personal attack, if you are not ready to go the whole hog of, accentuating the negative side of politics into your gene, then do not even step into the arena. They will make this out of him, and this is very embarrassing. But of
why
course,
is he acting surprised though? Like
that's the question.
Was it staged though? It looks staged to me. I'm sorry, because
people will think that it's fake, or probably it's just playing to the gallery. A lot of people.
It did not look fake. It looks as though he was caught in that moment. Yeah.
It's Nigeria, for God's sake. You can't be kind of a politician now. Come on, man. You know how this thing works. It's Nigeria. It's not America. Come on.
It's just it's just to me, I feel bad for him, but that's a very they will take it wrongly in the political, in the political space.
Crying VP, Monday's headline. Crying
So,
VP.
somebody who wants to attack, because you've been the one being loquacious about, I know what we do, I know about Boko Haram, I'll deal with Boko Haram. You've not even started seeing Boko Haram, you're already shedding tears. This is quite unfortunate. My vice president. Imagine if Shettima, this has to face Shettima one-on-one on a vice presidential debate, and Shettima goes, from faces to faces, shredding him personally. How would you stand that?
And Shettima is a ruthless man with a very sharp wit. Yeah.
Thank God Top is not running in Nigeria. Top would have said, I will make you cry on this stage again.
So Shettima will probably believe that I'm coming to this stage not to do anything, but I will ensure that I get some tears from your eyes before I leave. And Shettima will do that because they've seen him now. Ashwaju could probably been crying in a GP tank by now. They've made memes, they've made remixes. Even Balabu or whatever, it's as probably somebody will win a Grammy from that remix alone, even next year. Tell me what they've not done to that man. It just shows you that I'm a guy, man, in this game. I know what is going on. I know the arena, and whatever I see, I ask for it. So you are asking for it when you go into that political arena. But unfortunately, I believe people will speak to him, and he needs to get it. He needs to get his grip together. Joe Biden was here. Come and see what Donald Trump did to Joe Biden. He flung Joe Biden back and forth. Joe Biden stood his ground. Bro, I've been in this politics for 47 years before you. No matter what you say, no matter what you do, I'm still Joe Biden. We're going to go toe to toe. If you do not have that insultive tongue as Donald Trump, you can use other strategy, other tactics. He does not have that, obviously. Then you can use the Peter Obi'S tactics. Peter Obi'S tactics being, coming with a humble, bringing this humble gesture and stuff like that. And you have to find a way to navigate Nigeria political scene, or you keep mocking yourself, making a big mockery of yourself. Unfortunately, but
all right, brilliant. So play Summer gets the hint. Super chats to the space. Oshitokun Lori National Television Otilule. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Oh man, what happened to you? I am from
this one man. Woman,
we need your Yoruba green card.
I'm sorry.
No,
sorry. I was. It's apologies. Sorry. That education is not as solid as it should have been. Skipping class. You see, so this is an advisory to the kids. Don't skip classes. You see, this is where you get mocked on the internet like I'm being mocked now.
One man, let me come to your way. The way he spelled the Onsokun is wrong. So you are right.
Yeah, yes, I was right.
Oshokun
Look at that. It looks as though play some.
We had one man. We had one man. Why let him escape now?
Look at that. Also, Lori National Television, Otilule. I was actually going to ask for the clip of where Oshotoko was crying. That was what I was about to say before you pulled me back.
Man, they are roasting you on the comment section.
I know. I will look there for a few minutes now because I know they'll be just flogging me. But thank you, Play Summer. So, Play Summer joined by Alexander Gomez. It only proves one thing and one thing alone. He's a bloody foreigner, period. Yeah, it's not the Nigerian culture, I have to say. And I agree with Alexander Gomez. It's not our culture. Exactly. You don't show emotions publicly. Is it PDA that you call it in America? It's not in our lexicon. We're not in that space. But thank you. So thank you. Keep on letting that place light up like a fairy tree as we take that conversation onto Playtown, who may or may not be with us. It's been so quiet. Are you still there, Playtown?
I'm here, woman.
All right, brilliant. So this Mommy Act now by the by the erstwhile Mauritanian, now turned Nigerian, crying on national TV. How would this play out with the middle classes in Nigeria? Because, of course, you know, the middle class, they are always soft-gloved. Is this going to resonate with the middle class, this Omomome Act by Dati Baba?
Oh man, you just hit the nail on the head. This is novel. He has this is a political capital for him in this election, and don't take my words for it. In the last 2 hours, you can go online and check the reactions there, and then gauge the reaction. I mean, we cannot just conjure what we feel the Nigeria space will react, because there is actually a space we can actually go. And if you go to Twitter right now, you go to other social platforms. I mean, channels has reported it. A couple of blogs has carried it. And if you weigh how they are packaging it, you can see that it will turn to that is favor. It will definitely turn to that is favor. But then one man, if you remember, I was the one that brought this thing to the attention of this platform, the FFK tweet. I don't know if you remember the day I did.
Carry on.
I brought that tweet about that thing Baba made. That tweet is going to win the award for the most inhuman tweet ever made in a presidential election in probably any country.
Remind us of the content of the tweet, but not in graphic. If it's too graphic, then yeah. But remind us in
that day you also said I should do that, and then halfway down the line, I think everybody agreed that I should not continue.
Give it to us in in a broad language, because not everybody is off the memory of what was it.
Basically,
was it calling him a BASTARD?
BAST. That is not. That's not what we're talking about. That's a normal thing. If Peter Obi has been insulted severally, the same way Bola Ahmed Tinubu has been insulted severally. Atiku has been insulted severally in the course of this election hearing. But nobody has been insulted in that manner by any member of any presidential campaign council of any party, not APC, not PDP, not.
You think he's going back to that? Let me actually see if I can dig it up whilst you're talking.
Please, please just dig it. Yeah, as I'm talking now, I'm actually trying to just solve through Twitter to know if I can just send it through to you. But then, he literally sparked up genocidal state. I don't know why that guy is still on that campaign council. If in a sane community, in a sane society, that guy would have been thrown out of that. In fact, if it was a Labour Party person that made that comment, that you would have agitations, they would have kicked him out of that campaign council. But then, I'm not surprised that he raised that issue, and I'm not surprised of how much it got to him, because imagine me that wasn't that Baba made. In the course of this last 7 months or 8 months, I have seen insults on Tinubu, to insult everybody. Everybody's chopping insults. So insults will barely get to me. I have a bulletproof over insult, but that one, I thought that should not be tolerated in our political space. So, but then going back to answer your question real quick about the reaction. First of all, I think I agree with what somebody said in this platform. It shows humanity. And humanity is an integral part of leadership. And it is something that is lacking. Obi and Baba Ahmed are presenting themselves as the new age, a break from the norm. And then every day they keep proving with one and the other something that is a little bit alien from the old order. And this again is one of them. The ability to show that humanity. And also, it's embedded inside the humanity is strength. And that a couple of people is also talking about that online. It shows the strength of the man. And then putting it in context, one man, if you had played that video a little bit longer from the beginning, you find out that before he went down to that part, he made it clear about how he cautioned Shettima in his press release, and he told Shettima that if after this press release he says any of such things he called out now, and if he dares do it, that he will get 3 for every one he does. And he, Shetima, knows that him, Yusuf, can do it. So he made that clear. He made that very clear, very strong. He showed, so before that break of emotion, he showed an immediate opposite show of strength. So you want to look at it in that context. So it shows humility, it shows strength.
Can that be translated as bipolar?
Wait, calm down. Let me finish. So so the point he was making is that he does not care about who insults him personally. So what the objection he took was that one on his ancestors, even the dead family members and his family and his wife and his kids living. So those were what he took as exception, and that's where the breakdown came from. But then it also shows this inclination to a better brand of politicking, because he made it clear that this is that was also a sort of an emotional emotional blackmail on the APC as well, because anybody it's almost like it's an emotional blackmail on the APC as well, considering the political angle to it. But then if you look back in precedents, you find out that a lot of presidents in the world have in one point showed emotion on live TV, doing and all of that. And I can tell you,
Even Buhari,
in 2012, yes,
The only person
it
that I
has
know have
always,
never
if
showed
you check
emotion is
studies,
Trump. Never showed any emotion.
only Trump.
Trump is a psychopath now. It's not a normal person.
Trump a leader. Trump is not a leader now.
Look at what Trump did to Jeb Bush. Look at what Trump did to Jeb Bush during the primary now. That guy, it showed that guy on TV. That guy had to go call his mom. He said, okay, you remember now, during the primaries now, how it
I remember now. I remember.
That was terrible. That guy had to go call his mom to come and campaign for him.
What about that Texas senator too?
How about Ted Cruz?
Ted Cruz.
Romeo, any of them. You know? But you know what I just see.
Okay.
Let
me just round off.
Hold on. What I'm just reading now on Twitter, okay. They are compiling all the insults from Kenneth Okonkwo now to opposition parties now. So they are trying
their families and their lineage.
So they are basically compiling Kenneth Okonkwo's because, like, I think I'll find this video, right, where he frontally attacked, insulted, and drag this guy through the mud, Soludo. And, Soludo. And there was this man in Anambra State, Dan Ulasi. That man actually came to AIT to warn Kenneth Okonkwo. He warned him on a national TV. He warned him, right? And he said, you just moved to Labour Party, you ran away from PDP to APC, now you're in Labour Party less than 2 months. You are insulting everybody. You insulted the state governor because he made a political statement. He said a lot of things like that. I'm not saying what FFK did, was right, or whatever that is going through now is an ideal situation.
I think it's just the pressure of it that is getting to him.
Yeah, I think the pressure is becoming too much for him, and then he couldn't. Just like we say, one man, they are talking about his ancestral lineage, and then his family, his mom, his everything. Whatever that could have been, right? If you put it side by side with what Tinubu has gone through, there were some videos, there were some pictures that were actually circulated at the time that depicted Tinubu to be an old man, almost 150 years old, walking as if, is like an alligator or stuff. So, look, they need to speak to this man, and if he needs to check in with
it's a small boy moves.
So, what Dino will do tomorrow? Maybe Dino Melaye and Reno. They will make this to the and it's just a
enigmatic. They won't do anything. They have not even dropped tweets till now.
Huh?
None of them have dropped any tweets till now, like them.
No, they will
I'm telling you that what happened.
They have bigger problems. They have bigger
No,
problems.
no, no, no. You
Reno
can't
and
tell me.
Reno have bigger problems.
You can't tell me that people
Yes.
that
Hey,
post 20
boy.
things about Obi in a day have bigger problems.
Hold on. You said they had bigger problems, and that is to say that Atiku has been rushed to hospital in London, which was going to be our topic. Before we are. This is the second time. I wonder that then they will release photos of him eating breakfast after his hospital release, and they will say he went to have a meeting. And oh my goodness me! But back to your uptown.
God will help him. He needs to start what he finished so he can take his final whipping politically.
Yeah. All right, back to your uptown. Uptown, Playtown, sorry. President Peter Obi, GCFR. Have we lost you? You see, it doesn't like him being interjected. Can you still hear me, by the way?
Can't you hear me? I'm here.
No, we can now. Carry on.
Okay, so you can hear me now.
Yes, carry on.
Okay, so just to clarify what my brother Enigmatic said, that he was very clear about what he was faulting in that in that town hall. He said that jabs and everything, that you can throw anything at him, and he addressed what Shetima did, which he has always also addressed back with a press conference. He said that what nobody should do is to take it to the family. You shouldn't take it to the family. That you can call him anything you want to call him as Daddy that is contesting, or call Peter Obi his principal as Peter Obi that is contesting, or any other contestant. Fine, it might be excused in the ground of politics, but please, it's not done anywhere in the world. Don't involve the families or the family heritage of those people and insulting their father and saying that they should be bounded like slaves and put in a chain, in a cage, and then
was that what Fadikayo said in his
Yes. He said they should be bounded in a cage because they say they're having sex with cow.
Oh God.
The father is having sex with cow. He should be bounded in a sledge and then tied their legs.
But that is so ridiculous. You don't have to be crying about stuff like that now.
Wait now.
Can I interject? Sorry.
And the father
hold on. Let's play down land.
The father should be tied with Daddy's children and Daddy's wife and put in a cage and deported out of Nigeria. And then that's just like those 10% of what he said. So the point that he's making is face Daddy the way Shetima everybody's doing. It's fine. If I have a rebuttal for you, I'll rebut just like I've been doing. Don't go. Nobody has insulted this man who is a well-respected man that died 35 years ago. So I think that's the point he made clear. So the point about insults and all that, I don't think that he's surprised. That he knows that everybody is chopping insults in this season. Abi is chopping, he's chopping, Shetima is chopping, Tinubu they chop, Atiku they chop, everybody they chop on daily. He knows that. He admitted that. He just said there's a boundary, and that is the boundary he was pointing at, and that's the point. And then the point I was making, Barack Obama in 2012 shed tears. George Bush shed tears on live TV. He even went ahead to address the press guy and said, he's made a comment. He said, I do a lot of crying in this job. I do much more crying than you do in this job, just to justify what he did on live TV.
But you've gone to compile a dossier of crybabies, and you're now
wait now. Even people like Richard Nixon and all of these guys. So it shows for me, this is novel. We have never seen it in Nigeria before. So that is I feel that
crybaby politics. We've never
seen it in Nigeria. And for the fact that it's coming from a dirty Baba Ahmed that has never shown a sign of weakness before. You saw the way he stood up to Shetima in that press conference. You saw the authority and the presidentialness of that press conference. So if it was coming from somebody that has been, maybe if it was coming from maybe Iben Ayade.
This guy, you go be baba the way you just spin the chair. You're just spinning and spinning. But now, I'm busy.
Are you a salesman uptown?
Listen to me. So if it was coming from a guy that has in any way during this election shown any sign of weakness, maybe he would have just started putting colorations to that. But it's a complete deviation from the Dati we know. Dati we know he is a no-nonsense person. He states his ground. Even when he spoke on NSAS, people thought he was going to shake. He said, yes, it's debatable. He's a man of strength and character and all that. He has shown it all this while. So I'm saying cry baby, but no. It does not. There's no link to with the personality.
Does it not show that some neophyte thin-skinnedness? Let me show you this. This would have been a better response. Let me show you this.
I don't read social media anymore. They abuse the hell out of me. If I read it, I get high blood pressure. I get angry. I don't read it. So, if I want to hear anything, my children or any of my workers will tell me, this one say this one. If I'm tired, I say, please.
Do you not think that would have been the better response rather than crying on national TV?
One man, this is a very wrong response. Because
really?
If I was Tinubu's handlers, I wouldn't have put out this video, because you're showing that you have conceded to the online mob, which is not something a leader should do. So if you want to address them,
is that not what Dati showed? That is considered that it was broken, not even considered, but broken by the online mob. They broke him.
You expected them to have cried instead of going this, witty and funny way to just
and laughed it off. He laughed it off.
Listen, guys, calm down. This guy was talking about insults on him. You get what I'm saying? It's just like Obi coming out to say PDP people and APC people insulting me. I've run away from social media because of that. Or article coming out to say I've run away because they are insulting me. They're giving me high blood pressure. Really? That's what I'm saying. Because so that's more like the wrong way.
Sorry.
I'm coming. Let me land.
Hold on.
Let him land. Let him land. Yeah.
But he's been saying the same thing. He said
let him land because it's been chopped up. It's been chopped up so often he can't get. But bring it on quickly. Yeah. Later.
So Dati's case was different. Now, what Tinubu was reacting to, Dati reacted to it before he reacted to something he identified as over the boundary one. So he reacted to the normal insults. And how did he react? He said, this is not how you should practice politics. We should focus on issue and all of that. But then, you cannot also dare me, because if you bring one, I can give you three. But then you have taken corrections, and then let's keep it like that. Thumbs up. That's how I reacted on the insults on him. The breaking down part was that's below the belt. That's something that even me, I agree with. Nobody must ever go to that direction of sparking up genocide or whatever on people's families. So that is the part he.
No questions. No questions.
That was the part, the emotional thing, and then for the fact that emotional thing creeped in.
It's a round robin question, so I don't want to hold it on.
For the fact I just want to be sure: is that reacting to only Shettima's insults?
No. He reacted to Shettima's insults. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but maybe it's more of a family thing than even the political space. That's what I'm even thinking.
No. He first of all reacted to the Shettima problem. You know what I'm saying? Which he cited his press conference, and he said that yes, the guy has picked up. He's no more doing it, and then let's keep up that energy. Let's focus on the issue. But then he now had to address the FFK issue. And that is where the emotion crept in, because of how deep that place is, which I believe that was over the board. And that put a stress on that has no place in the new brand of politics that the Obi'S ticket is presenting to Nigerians. This is what you expect to see. We are different from the guys on ground. And this is the new.
And sorry, you said the Twitter space. What's been the reaction on the Twitter space? What are they saying?
Yeah, so the arguments going around Twitter space unless maybe tomorrow morning it might now change for whatever. But I've seen some blogs post it, and then the tonations to it is the emotional, whatever it is, shows emotion, and then it's almost like an emotional blackmail on the APC, really, especially especially FFK and all that. So I think FFK cannot do that thing again. So
you must be joking.
Even if he does it, even if you
must
see
be joking.
FFK, that post is not the only post he has posted about P2B. And I mean, these guys literally attack P2B 100 times a day on their Twitter pages. You know what I'm saying? But then that one was specific. Even me could differentiate that one from all the other insults FFK does. FFK calls Daddy the daft, Peter the punk, and says a lot of things. Nobody really cares about it. I mean, we all know FFK is a fool. You understand? But me, I really, that particular one out of all other tweets, that was unacceptable. Nobody can keep quiet in the face of that. We must call it out, and then it ends there.
All right. I'm going to play you one more clip, and then from you, I just move straight on to Thomas. But this will be this. So you say that FFK cannot respond anymore. But I've already now gotten a response from
in
both.
that direction.
Yeah, hold on. I've already gotten now an instantaneous response from both FFK, Dino Melaye, and Reno Mokri. So they sent in their response and they've asked me to share it with you. So watch this.
Let's see.
Just can you hold on? Just watch this. So they've sent in their response and they've asked me to share it with you. So this is FFK, Reno Mokri, and Dino Melaye, and this is what they have to say to Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed. So this is their response. So let me play it for you then. So thank you for sending it. So that's their response. I didn't even know there was
I don't love this anymore.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. That's what they are thinking. That's it. So thank you, Uptown. Let's move it on to Let's move it on to Thomas via RB Super Chat. It says that is a focused man. That is to the clip of Tinubu responding to social media criticism. And RB continues, DJ Playtown, they enjoy your flow. So there it is. At least you entertained him somewhat.
Thank you, my guy.
All right. So to you, Thomas, then this new now innovation into the Nigerian political space, crybaby politics, Mauritania style. What are you making of it? Is this something we should welcome, Thomas? All right, we don't appear to have Thomas. So we've gone from Thomas to Eze DK, who normally comes as Solomon. So Solomon, this cry thing, how is it playing out in Abuja?
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Good morning, woman. Yeah,
good morning.
I don't understand. Later, he started coming on this platform now. For once, he has never said anything these guys do beyond that. In fact, everybody in the OP movement, he has never criticized them. At least he should try and be fair. And when people do something wrong, you say, this one is wrong. But if they do something that is not making sense,
I'll try and criticize them tomorrow.
That one is your business anyway. Concerning that is a weak guy. It's not because he's successful in whatever business he's doing and all that, and they feel like this is politics. Politics is not for. I'm not trying to say you should be mean, but you should be somebody that you can be. He has been bullied now with this thing. It shows that they bullied him with this thing he did, and two things are involved. He has. I feel he has been bullied and or he's being strategic anyway. Like Uptown said that he has gotten people are now sympathizing with him on Twitter and all that. All those things, those Twitter people, if you watch them, they're all the obedient. It's not people, it's people that have always been supporting them. So this guy, and that has not even gotten the insult people like Tinubu or Atiku has gotten. He hasn't. He calling him a bastard. Do you know what I don't support Tinubu, but do you know what they've called Tinubu? They tell him they don't even know where he's from. Like this, they called him all sort of names and Atiku. This same FFK guy called Atiku gay. He said that he's a gay. That this one, yes, he called him gay, and
Wow.
this guy did not come out to say anything or to say. And they I think they were the first set of people that even went for that town hall meeting, and he did not even.
I think
That
he
was
said that is Atiku's boyfriend.
he
like this guy.
that
Jesus
he did
Christ.
not reason the thing because it's not relevant. Everybody must insult you, and you should be mentally strong to face whatever. Yeah.
You see, this FFK that is even working for Tinubu now. Did you see what he wrote about Tinubu at the time?
Yes, now.
Yeah, it's great.
Yes,
but wait, please, can someone even answer me on this platform?
It's just
what
politics.
is he doing?
It's just politics. Even this FFK and what I
why
say
would you
up
put that kind of person in your? How can he give that kind of person an appointment? That means Tinubu's
he
presidency
can
will probably
deliver
have
now. These things are politics. This thing is
probably will give
politics.
him
He
a
can
minister.
deliver.
Oh no, Uptown. Let me answer that question for you. Hold on, right? Why do you think they've not given him a different portfolio in that PCC? They've given him this particular assignment to deliver.
It's an attack dog role.
And then what they expect of him is what basically he's doing now, right? So
he's heading an entire section.
Don't worry about that.
You are thinking too loud about that. Okay, what you need to look at is what is his job, what is the job description, what is his. He did the same thing, right? Check what he wrote about Tinubu. Tinubu wouldn't have hired him, right? If Tinubu is not a good politician. Atiku, Tinubu, Obi, right behind the scene, they know this is all politics. Do not be surprised if you see Obi working for Tinubu tomorrow, or if you see Obi and Atiku, all of them working together, and this Reno, and then what is his name? Dino Melaye, that all of them are they are attacking each other now. At a point, do not forget that this same Dino Melaye was the official MC of PDP, of APC. Same Kenneth Okonkwo was the official MC of PDP and APC. Now it's on the other side. Is the attack bulldog of Peter Obi, right? So it's an equivalent of FFK in Peter Obi's LP. So why most politicians will laugh at this guy now is that they say, "Can you see what we are talking about? You've come to go bring a baby politician. He can't even stand a Chihuahua, backing, and he wants to be a Boko Haram dog. So this is what they will be using. So it's all politics. He needs to understand this and just grow up."
All right, back to you, Solomon.
Yeah, so as I was saying, this guy is not strong. He's not fit for this office. Is vying for, and I know he's not going to get into the office, even if you let him stir up emotions and all that. He's not going anywhere. Look at the way he was even bullied out.
Is this Solomon? Sorry.
Sorry. Let Solomon. Sorry. Carry on, Solomon. Yeah.
The senatorial slot he won in 2012, and they bullied him out. And he should just focus on his business. He can be a philanthropist, and he should even be a donor in this Obi movement, and just not be. Well, I don't know why he came up with, or who brought him into the game, or to be the vice president to be. It's not making sense. Obi is even stronger than him emotionally and mentally, because Obi cannot just be bullied. Yeah,
we don't do business tire.
But this guy, just little things where they tell you, they come place, they come stage, they cry, all those kind of things. He's a weak guy. He can't even. I even believe when they finally tell them that they've lost the election, he might even cry too, because they're definitely going to.
Solomon, now they'll go beat you, Solomon.
People they cry. You see, they push their.
So you think Solomon thinks everybody's Atiku? Atiku cried. Atiku cried when he lost the election.
I did not. I'm not just. Did you see me? Just it's you that is justifying their actions.
No, I'm reminding you that your presidential candidate cried just because.
No, see, Playtown. Let me tell you something. I'm not emotionally attached to this thing. I support it because I resonate with his ideology. Do you understand? But I'm not supporting him with the way you are doing. I feel like I'm now beginning to feel like you have a personal relationship with Obi. Maybe he's related to you, or he's a family friend or something like that. Because the way you defend this guy,
I just talked
you're not
about
even.
that. Sorry.
Yeah?
Nobody talked about Obi now. We were
No,
talking
no,
about
no.
it.
I'm just because the way you defend this guy, I just feel like wow. You just since you've been coming on this platform, you've never wanted critics. So oh yeah, even though I'm supporting him, this thing he did is not good. This thing he did, but you must come and write something that you say something that you would justify his action, and look now you're justifying that his action, and it's not good. But
Solomon, the only thing I can help you do is I'm going to dedicate one day to not defending Obi. Just one
no,
day.
no, no, no,
I
no.
won't go
That you
beyond
can
that.
keep defending him. If you defending him now, people have already taken their stand. People have already known the kind of Obi to me is a good
just to let
person.
you
Wait,
sleep.
wait. I want to
No,
say
just to let
something
you
now. I
sleep
want to
better
say
that day now.
something. Let me say something. You come here and say they are living the norms, that deviating from the norms and all that kind of thing. These people are part of the system. Do you understand? What is his name? That's Obi. They were in PDP. Kenneth Okonkwo that is coming here to defend you people, and I just look at that guy and I laugh. Do you think this Nigerian movie where he comes and he will be speaking big grammar? But anyway, the election will humble him, and the way he's playing it now, he's not trying. Anyway, he might just go to ABGA, because in all these things, just PDP and APC has been criticizing, so he will go to, according to Ayo Apoga, and continue his political career. And he's going to be within Anambra State. There, it's not be national, because the way they are turning this thing to all these obedient, what is his name, Kenneth Okonkwo, what is the other person's name? You should take it easy, and they should not go and cause enmity. See, after this election, the people that would cause enmity among that might cause, I'm not saying well, there is is under probability, is this Labour Party people, because of the level of hypocrisy. After this election, they will have enemies, and it's not good. They should play these things. Like, look at Dino. This Dino, see, do you know when I stopped taking FFK serious is when I saw a video of Tinubu and Atiku like 2 months ago, or last month ending. Last month beginning. In the same place, Dino was even laughing with wait, there's this person that I think is even FFK. I say, are these not the people that, if you go on his Instagram page, the way people are just there killing, as in insulting this guy, even Dino will come if you see the way they were insulting themselves last 2 months, Dino and FFK, you would think these people will never cross paths.
They even did the skit. They did the skit.
I say, yes now. And I said, this politics in Nigeria is business for them. You now coming to kill yourself for these people. You're wasting your time. You coming to, even Obi'S have understanding. Obi have understanding where. That's why I like him. I like P2B personally. It's just the part that being in Nigeria would not allow him getting there. Obi, I like him personally. I like him. I like a man that he's hardworking. Obi is a very hardworking man. He did not go into office with government money, or it was from his sweat. Somebody like Atiku got in with he was a custom officer. Yeah, that one. I see them as people like they are not saints, but they still try. But Obi, I like Obi personally, because he got in there with his own sweat, and he did not become who he is with any government money. He just went in there with his own his own sweat and his own. So that's why I like Obi personally, and I know he's going to, if this country was the democracy of this country was good, yeah, Obi would have been a good candidate to. But Obi for now hasn't gotten that national. He's not, because of some things he did in Anambra State. He's not really a national figure. I don't see him like that, to be honest with you. I don't really see him as I've not seen him as somebody that's mature to be labeled as a national figure. Yeah. So Plea, you should take it easy.
Solomon,
Yeah.
I think there's a lot of misjudgment on your part on my person. And why I'm saying this is because I'm probably the only obedient you can find online that always tell you that I prefer to argue about Obi's policies and antecedents as opposed to whether his wife is black or white. And I'm the only obedient online that has never talked about Tinubu's Bulaba and bluffs and all of that. In fact, I have defended him. I'm the only obedient that have done that, that have defended that and said that that should be a non-issue. I'm the only person that does not refer to Tinubu with ideas about health and all of those things. If you see me criticize Tinubu, you see me criticizing on policy. If I'm criticizing on policy, I want to know what is the infrastructure he did in Lagos. I'm talking about the facts and the figures and the digits. I don't care about how old he is. I'm not one of those obedience that care about looking for the next bluff he's going to make on the next political campaign. He's an old man. He has nothing to suggest capacity or non-capacity as far as I'm concerned. So for you, out of the entire, so what I think is that you are using a judgment framework you have drafted out for probably the spaces you used to enter online. We have some obedience, those stuff, and you're using that framework and you're
It's not
using a
just
launch, a
it's
judgment
not
of
just
me, and then you are
You,
Solomon, in short,
hold on. You missed your vocation, Playtown. You know what you should be? You should be a lawyer. That's what you should be. You should be a lawyer.
you're probably the 1,000th person that is suggesting it. But
You should be a lawyer.
my good friend Solomon, I think what you should do is that the fact that if you want to criticize what I'm doing or what I'm saying, I will need you to provide
I'm
counter
not
arguments.
criticizing you.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
coming.
criticizing
No, I
you. I'm
didn't say
just telling
criticize
you.
me. I said
All right.
if you want to criticize
Have
something
that
I
final say
did,
and let's leave
so
that
if
space.
I place a defense for somebody, because the way I was taught and the way I was brought up, if I place a defense for somebody, I do not expect you to say that I should not place defense. That sometimes I should also criticize, even if there is a defense or not for me to defend. And no, I would rather, if I place a defense, counter me with a counter narrative. That's why every time people come to challenge, I'm always saying,
All right,
bring
let
a
it
counter
go.
narrative. That's it.
Yeah.
That's how people talk.
All right, let's just let that go. Let's let that go. And Solomon, whilst you have the floor, I want to share a headline with you and just a brief commentary on this. This was going to be the talking point for today before we debated into the Obi presentation on our channels TV. About this headline now, Solomon. So this is your man. PDP presidential candidate Atiku sick, flown to London via Dubai for medical treatment amidst campaign. So this is the second time in about 6 weeks that is had to be rushed off to London. And almost predictably, within the next 2 days, they will show pictures of him sitting in some cafeteria with scrambled eggs and toast and Dino Milaye and accoutrement. And they'll say, oh, he was on business. And here is him now having, they might even add an Oyibo person to act the role of business partner. But all they talk about Tinubu's health is the person that we should be concerned really about, not Atiku Abubakar, who is permanently in and out of hospital.
Yeah, you see, I saw this headline before now, and in Nigeria here, the propaganda they carry in Nigeria is too much. Wait, let me say something. They said Atiku went to Abu Dhabi or Dubai to. It was Abu Dhabi. They said, yeah, that he went there for medical treatment, and now he has gone to London to meet the British Prime Minister to lobby so that he can become the next, so that they would Britain, so that Britain will support him. And I was like, wow. And now look at what you're saying now. Look at the headline now that I was seeing: presidential candidates Atiku flown to London from. See, these are in Nigeria here they carry they carry propaganda a lot, and it's not good. It's not good, to be honest. Let's try and be bringing out real news, and because right now this news now, I don't. Which one are you going to believe? I can still show you the other headline I saw, that he went to Abu Dhabi for treatment, and he went then from Abu Dhabi he went to London to campaign to lobby the prime minister, the British prime minister, and these things are not good anyway. They should stop it. And so that the country will
So
be
it's fake
will have.
news. Fake news is your response. I've been fake news.
Yeah.
What were you accusing Playtown of again? Remind me.
One man. This is
what
not. This
were
is
you
not.
accusing
See.
Playtown
I
of
just
again?
told you now. Playtown their own is they bring out the news like they will see something that they are
You
going
don't
to
have
and
a
big.
defense. No
And,
worry.
no. See, let me tell you something. This news
Don't
now
trouble
is different
yourself.
from. Wait now. This news now is different from the one I saw. How will you say? Look now. They said he has died from Dubai. He went to take the treatment, and from Dubai he went to London to lobby. They used the word lobby. I saw it on online. Now for me now, I cannot believe this news, except I have to make my own. I have to make my own research.
Solomon, the part of it is it was speculated that he will be meeting with some top government functionaries of the British government on Tuesday, but that he moved from Dubai to. I think that is the narrative the PDP they're trying to paint, but the underlying fact is basically maybe has to do with his health, right? But to the best of my knowledge, to my own thing is, may God Almighty, keep him alive to finish what he has started. If he will win, may God make it. If he cannot lose, but we want all of them to go to that race and trash themselves out and see who is going to be winning at the end of the day. He needs to stay alive, and may God make him stay alive.
Yeah, so one man, I'm not being hypocritical here. I'm just stating fact that I like he just came, like he said now, he said he saw the same thing. So you will not blame me because I will not believe this one and believe that one. I have to make my own proper research, and I'm not being hypocritical. I'm not justifying. I'm not. For now, this news to me personally, I don't find them as.
It's fake news. It's fake news, Abby.
Yeah, but I will have to make my own research. I will even come back tomorrow and tell you, or later, tomorrow and tell you, oh, this is it or this is not it. Yeah. Thank you, all, man.
All right, brilliant. So there it is. So it's a case of pot meets kettle. Pot meets kettle. You spent a good 20 minutes lambasting Playtown, only for you to do exactly what you. So there it is. Pot meets kettle. So pot meets kettle. So let's move the conversation and take it. Oh, let me remove this from the screen. Let's move the conversation and take it in the direction of Thomas, who has now rejoined us. So Thomas, crybaby politics. Is this something? Would Adedibu approve of this? Would Adedibu? Will Oloye Baba Saraki the senior would approve of this? Crybaby politics, Mauritania style.
I think. Good evening, everyone. I think this guy maybe he's just doing some comedy. To me, maybe it's just forming. We just use this English.
You think
Somebody
it's
is
an
forming.
act? Do you think it's an act? You think he was putting on an
act?
act?
The guy is acting. The guy is acting. A grown man like that, a purported vice president. Television. No. It's to me, I think it's acting. But why can't he take blows? He's ready to take blows now. His followers obedient. They lambast people on the TV, on Twitter, on everywhere. One man, something that I'm saying that has been saying like 2 months ago, 3 months ago now is all these paid skit maker just doing video upon doing video about Tinubu. When I saw it, I found it very, very childish, very callous. You can't do that. They have the right to do what they are doing, but no. I don't think it's a good way to go. Doing skit about somebody will be holding behind, and they will be saying what it's not good. And I heard that these people are paid skit makers from the other side. I don't want to mention them. They know themselves. They pay all these skit makers to go there and tarnish someone's image someone that is old enough to be your father, even more than your father, as the official age, the obedience called Tinubu 85. It can be your great grandfather. So I think this guy is acting, but if truly is not acting, is not fit for purpose.
Do you have some? Do you have some sympathy for him? Because sometimes we detach these political actors from the human space. I think most people that have a lot of respect for their fathers, which a lot of us do from our tradition, they will recoil from, if it was in the school playground, blows will be exchanged now, fists will be raised. So do you have some sympathy for him? He's contesting for an election, and then people are insulting his late father.
One man, I have some sympathy on a moral ground, but when it comes to politics, I don't care. I don't care. They can. One man, did you know how much they tackle Tinubu, tackle Atiku on Twitter? Are you on Twitter at all? Do you know the names they call these people? Their family, their kids, their generation, yet unborn. Do you know that? So on a moral ground, I could be somewhat sympathize with him, but on a political ground, I don't care. Because their home followers too, they do even more than that, way more than that. So do I care about him? No, I don't care. I don't care. But those people should not do that. But the obedient, they do that very well on TV. They do that very well on Twitter, on Facebook, on YouTube, we saw them everywhere, lambasting other parties. So if people did the same thing to him, do I care? No. That is politics. If you want to come to politics, you have to come with your dirty clothes. You must ready. No, enigmatic. You know me. I will say the truth. If you like me, I don't care. I said it on a moral ground. I hate it. But when you are talking about politics, this is politics. Do you know names? Do you know Milai call FFK? Do you know names people call people online? Do you animatic? You know now. You know all those faces. Sometimes I will open Twitter and say, wow, is this somebody you are just lambasting like this? Somebody you have not even met before? Somebody that you don't even have any relationship with before? They lambast Tinubu, they lambast Atiku, they lambast everybody. So it's ready to take the blow.
Thomas,
it's ready. Yes.
This guy Reno Mokri. No,
don't worry. Leave that for a moment, because I have it. I'm going to bring it up in a moment. But carry on, Thomas. Is it the Reno tweet you're talking about, Ife?
I haven't seen that one. So,
no,
but
I have it. I'll bring it up in a moment. But carry on there.
Yeah. So to me, if the guy is crying, no, it's not fit for the vice president post. And even I'm not taking one man, even from now till we do the election, I'm not speaking on Peter Obi anymore. And even that year, I don't even care about them. Because speaking about them to me is wasting of time. It's just wasting. Even when I want to listen to Peter Obi, I'll just slept off. I don't even want to listen because it's not going to be the president. So why am I wasting my saliva?
But Thomas, you know you can't do what you just said. You know you can't do it.
That is my choice. That is you can say anything, brother. Calm down. That is my choice.
Sorry, you can't do it.
Yeah. So don't castigate me, please. I'm not ready to speak on Peter Obi anymore. If you have any news, I will speak on them. But Peter, I don't waste. It's just wasting of time. Somebody is telling me that Peter. Let me finish now. You must not answer everyone we are talking, please. If you respect that, let me speak.
No, carry on, Thomas. Carry on.
Somebody is telling me that Peter Obi will get 9 million votes. Is that not? Where's the 9 million coming from? Is it coming from heaven? Let's be realistic from once here. Let's talk about people that is realistic. Party that we know that they can win election. Party that we know that they can galvanize, they can go to the grassroots win election, not some obscure party that don't even have any leg. I was in my hometown. There's no traces of Labour Party anywhere. From Lalate to Adoawaye to Iseyin to Okeo to Ibarapa Mejeje. There is no traces of Labour Party anywhere. So, and you are telling me to take somebody.
All the Barapas, Mejeje.
If you are going to Iseyin, you have to pass through Igbora everywhere. What they call it? Eruwa. All the you have to pass. You know, I'm from there. My mom has I told you, my mom has a vast of land there for farming. I was there. Nothing Labour, nothing. So, and you want me to be taking that kind of party serious? I've said it thousands of times. Peter Obi is not a bad candidate, but the party is the party can't even win a councillorship. Councillor, as little as councillor from the whole 36 states of the country. There's not even a councillor. Come on, guys. Let's speak about people that is serious, not somebody that is not serious. One man. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Thomas. So thank you, Thomas. So from Thomas, let's go on to for county and local government. Everybody I think your local government area is known globally. You know, Thomas. Now everybody knows.
One man. You know me. I don't deceive myself. I'm honest to myself. I don't deceive myself. I went to my local government. Nothing to show for. Nothing. You are in Oyo State. You are doing campaign in Oyo State. Is it Oyo State that will vote for in Ibadan? You are not going to grassroots. And we are talking of Ibarapa, Mejeje, Lalate, Eruwa, Adoawaye, Okeo, Iseyin, all those places, Shaki. You are not there. You are saying you are in Ibadan. Let's talk serious politics, one man. Thank you.
All right, but you must comment on Peter Obi because it's a meat and drink of the social media space. If Peter Obi was not in the space, they will have nothing to talk about. If only for the laughs, it's good copy. But for the laughs, DOG, so the crybaby politics, Adedibo would not approve, I'm sure.
Adedibo, I would prefer you eating amala and sweating than to be crying like that. For me, I think if it's about that, I think Tinubu should have been crying since the start of this whole campaign until date itself. We should be hearing Tinubu. Every time we see him, he should still be crying and talking, you know. In a way, there is a way you come, and I think the best way to handle it is the way Tinubu has said, how he responded to how all the bashing he was getting for social media. Oh, I simply abandoned it and I don't listen to it and don't focus on it. It's as simple as that. That shows you, it hurts me, so I rather not go on there to see what they are saying and focus on what I'm meant to do. I think him crying like that is just shows he's a chicken, and I don't think that guy has actually really brought a lot to the table for this Peter Obi campaign.
Obi, right? Yeah, sure.
And another thing is, in a way, I think their whole campaign, truly, if you look at it, they've been trying to emotional blackmail to get back, to make people feel more for them, saying things that they know will touch people.
Is that what you think is in play? Do you think it was contrived? Do you think it was putting it on?
Yeah, it was putting it on. To me, come on, man. Like somebody referred to the FFK and this guy. This guy did a video singing and abusing FFK. FFK did the skit. He called what's this guy? Dino Malai Agege now. Agege. He called him Agege person now. That when it gets to the gates, make sure he's fond of men. That kind of thing and all those things.
Yeah, watch your back. I saw that.
Hey, you know that kind of thing. So these are part of the politics, and if you can't take that and handle it maturely, than to be what's all that? What has that changed? What FKK changed? Has he take a pound of flesh from you? No. It's just imagine this guy coming to tell us, start crying on channels the other day. Soludo, when he said they were abusing his family and all that, he should just burst to tears. you can say it's not good for the politics and show your concern, but going to the extent.
Are you still there? B, can anyone still hear me?
Yes, Wama.
Yes,
all right.
Wama. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I think this system may have dropped somewhat. So thank you, D. So let's go on to Kula. Sorry, can you mute yourself, especially when you're blowing your nose? But let's move on. I think that might well be fair. So if you are not in play, then please mute yourself. Sorry. Yeah. So let's move on to Kulata, who hopefully is still there. Kulata, are you still there? We're talking crybaby politics. I'm sure that's beneath you. That's beneath you, I'm sure.
No, I'm one that has even called him crybaby. I mean,
let me kick you off with this, Reno, because our PlayStation opened up this place. I was saying that the Reno and the rest of them, they would not dare try to make a mockery of it. But very swiftly and very quickly on Twitter, Reno, and that's why I stopped you, Ife. Reno already on Twitter, you see him, of course, the verified handle of Reno. It says, I really felt sympathy for Senator Yusuf Dati Baba Ahmed as he almost shed tears over the insults directed at his late father and their origins. I agree with him. That is wrong. Senator Baba Ahmed should take heart. May God bless and compensate him for his travails. So there it is. The mocking starts already. So it's unbelievable. That guy, he will cry some more of what he
made it. I mean, I guess he was emotional about it, but I mean, you've heard the jab for weeks now. Like, why are you now internalizing it on TV and now acting it out? Because the jab, if you're even emotional about it, when you heard it, you'll have internalized it and kind of let go. But is it now in front of TV? So I believe it's contrived. I don't think it's a genuine reaction. But I don't think it's genuine. I think it's contrived because the dig, if it's what that crazy guy said, what's called FFK dinged him like weeks and weeks and weeks ago. So why is it in front of the TV now that he first acted macho? And he now acted like a like a Dolly Kingsway, and now started if you be guy man, when we were in secondary school, that we used to yab each other's parents and go, all these things you will have grown past all this stuff now. So first thing, you've opened yourself up. Everybody now knows your weak spot. So that means they're going to be hitting you in your weak spot. Is he not a politician? When you let everybody know where you're weak, they're going to go attack it. It's like you're going to UFC, you have a broken leg, and then you're saying, no, for sportsmanship, don't eat my broken leg. Come on. You're there to fight. So that was a blunder. There was no strategy to that. He made a mistake.
Do you not think it could also be a bait when you're talking about
what are you baiting now? The only people that are going to freak the only people that are going to say kumbaya over this are already butter people.
It's really his weak parts, because if all those opponents go now and dig into that place, they might be falling into a hole that was digged by him.
Which hole? The guy is playing checkers, not chess. Sorry, there's no strategy to this. It's
the kind of society we are in. I hope you know the kind of society we are in. A highly
Playtown. The only people that could be moved by this are already voting for Peter Obi. Someone listening to Talazo Disco or listening to Colinti Ayla, some lady, she won't care about this. She'll laugh at this. So it's only butter people that are already voting obedient that can be in their feelings along with that.
Are you aware of the traditions and the customs of the of a random Muslim, probably in Zaria, and how probably
I think they see more real life than crying over this. They're dealing with life-threatening issues. So I don't think they have time to be crying over someone's dead father.
I think that he was apart from it was a moment that probably wasn't. I mean, Sheun, I don't even know where Sheun digged out that question from. I mean, he can't just squeeze out that question.
Are we blaming Sheun now?
No.
I'm even saying that I should be thanking Shehu himself for even providing. I mean, because normally that he wouldn't address this.
Playtown,
But I'm even thanking Shehu. I'm
no.
not blaming him because now
Playtown.
Shehu has brought the environment for this thing to happen now. So thanks to Shehu.
But I know you tried your best to spin it properly, but there's no upsides to this in the Nigerian context. This is Nigeria now, where Nigerians, this is not America or something where everybody will say, "Oh, that's so emotional." No, we're Niger people.
Should I ask you
one.
something? Should I ask you something, Kulata?
Ask me now.
Did you watch how Lakon emerged as the winner of Big Brother Niger?
You know how
when
old
it started,
I am.
when in the show there was a
Wait
particular.
now, Playtown,
was
respect
never.
me. How would I be watching Big Brother? Abba?
No. I'm not looking to. I mean, it's fine if you don't watch it. I'm just asking. You may be watching it. You may not.
Playtown. You
So,
just
but then
reminded
the
me
point-
of something. These people's Obi support now. I swear to God, this is just Big Brother Niger. I'm telling you the truth. Like the way people are supporting Obi. It's just the way they support anybody coming out for Big Brother. This will be funny enough.
Solomon, a bad guy.
No. I did try. I don't reason NSAS before. But NSAS don't really get this kind of momentum with this this obedient movement. They na BB Niger exactly with this. Now so they do.
So I was
they do the support.
Yes, okay. So let me make the point. Let me make the point. I was why I cited BB Nigeria, and then the demography that fits into that space.
Yeah, but they're the same obedient demography. But
Yeah. So if you watch that particular season of this thing, Lekon was never projected to be. In fact, he's supposed to live in the first week. He's one of the non-entities in the first 2 weeks. Within the after a month plus, a particular incident started putting Lekon above, and then he went to a particular momentum, sustained it, and won in a way that no Big Brother Niger person has ever won. Such that even my grandmom knew him, my mom knew him, everybody that was not even watching the show, they knew Lekon. And the reason is just simple. And funny enough, the person that whooped up that emotional sentiment was the person that was projected to be the winner, Erica. By insulting Lekon, calling him a chicken drumstick, and insulting his family, Nigerians are so, even though we are not moral people, but we love emotional sentiment. We like the whole grass to grace. We like the whole whooping out of sentiments, emotions, and we say, you know what? We die
that
here.
Is not grass to grace. It comes from privilege.
No, I'm talking about Lekon. I'm talking about Lekon. Wait, let me make my point. So that started the Lekon journey in that season, and everybody was now like, even though we did not like how Lekon was playing the game, even though he's probably not the winner, but for this thing we wanna do for this show, we go die for this Lekon matter. It spread before you know it spread to their mothers.
Not Big Brother.
Before you know it spread to their fathers.
Okay, Playtown. How many more votes that he don't win tonight? Now, how many more?
No. Yeah. But
I was just trying to make a point.
Hold on, Playtown. But you said that Kulata, but there's a middle class that are internationalized within that work space. The work culture, they like all this outpouring of emotions. And we do have a work subclass within the Nigerian space. So the work people, that work culture, this is meat and drink to them. You might win some work people.
But they've already won the work people now. Nobody's following them to drag work people.
You are bringing your own UK Ajebota. Do you know?
Yeah, but there are UK Ajebota in Nigeria too. There's a real strong body of Ajebotas in Nigeria now.
The way most people, the real politically entrenched Nigerians now. I'm not talking about the new woke you are talking about now, who probably started politics maybe just 5 or 6 months ago. The politically entrenched Nigerians now, they are seen more or less like a pattern between the presidential candidate and his running mate. Do you know what they would have seen by the anchorman, by the spokesperson for these political parties now, is that Dino was able to discharge Obi during that live session, that live town hall meeting that day. He rankled him, and he got what he wanted from him. He got a very negative reaction from him. Now that's Baba Ahmed. So Abed was crying on the podium. Peter Obi was almost crying on the podium when Dino rankled him too. They were rankled by political parties, spokesmen, and they almost cried. One of them cried, one of them almost cried. And these are supposed to be CNC and deputy CNC, vice CNC. Do you know there's a pattern of weakness in that, and people will see that?
All right, back to you, Kulata. Cried baby.
Me, I'm sure if all these kidnappers watch Dirty, I'm sure they'll just repent. They'll just go back and say, guys, I'm sorry. I'll never do this again. This is emotional.
Okay. This is just also imagine when we don't get over him. He will cry till he can cry no more. My God.
How would they cry?
I think the way it works is I think the bashing will come tomorrow. Now is the obedient that will jump out to be supporting him that you will be seeing on social media. Then tomorrow you will see people coming out to bash him. Then the obedient will still respond. I've seen the obedient call just normal people on comment sections, calling them slaves, calling their children, their generation will suffer.
You know what amazes me? Dirty cannot handle obedience, assuming was on the other side. Because the obedience, they have acerbic remarks. Very, very, the worst of the worst insults online.
It will cut through you.
Nobody really cares about fans and their banters. People care about people in the PCC of their opponents. People that are speaking for the party. That's who they care about. Nobody cares about the banters. Do you know what PDP people are talking about Obi online? Do you know what APC is talking about Obi? And then do you know what obedience are talking about?
Not 10% of what
they care. The Baba they care. Even on this platform,
I don't think anybody cares about
what
people, ordinary Nigerians are saying online.
So, do you know
if I was
this
contesting,
platform, right? There are some people that are already targeted by this section. So let's even not take it to the wider space, right? This platform alone, there are so many people that have been targeted by their views, by their opinions, right? And then when you see who actually laid the background, started, because by the time they want to juxtapose ideas, and let's say the corner of the political party who have been more insultive or more insulting, or who have been castigating or denigrating others. When you put it side by side, when you want, you can basically see where the pendulum will tilt, and then this is why we are telling them it's all just politics. 49 days away. 49 days away. It's all just politics. People are making ideas over here. People are internalizing it, right? Already having issues with people that they've not even seen, they've not even met, they don't even know how they speak. They don't even once they hear your voice, they already have an opinion. You guys need to chill and calm down. The VP is already crying. The presidential candidate.
Enigmatic, what is that thing you used to say? Cry me is something.
Cry me a river.
Cry me a river.
Woman, what did you see? Dino and Fani Kayode, two spokesmen, successfully made presidential candidate and vice presidential candidate shed tears. That is this is.
Oh yes, so you remember at the town hall when Dino was poking at Peter Obi,
it got under his skin,
and his voice started to quake. my God!
Don't worry. The obedient after 25th, the Obingos too. They will join the crybaby league themselves.
You guys are wicked.
All those Obingos that all they need.
I never forgotten that,
On the 25th,
this is how.
Imagine the tears on the 26th. That one will be crying a river.
When the results are
quickly. One man, Kulata, my good friend Thomas, Solomon, all these names I'm mentioning. Make sure you we're in this platform on 25 February. Nobody should run away.
No, it's
Nobody.
Where am I going to? I get here now.
today now.
No,
Ìwọ ni kó má sá lọ. Ìwọ ni kó má sá lọ.
Don't go to your rural area.
If Obi wins is a plus for me. It's from my region.
Don't run away.
One man, please. Can I say something?
If Obi wins, it's a plus for me.
30 seconds.
Let's hear from Thomas. Let's hear from hold on. Let's hear from Thomas. Thomas, yeah.
Yeah, I got the biggest insult, and the Yoruba race got the biggest insult from the obedient. I will mention name. I was watching Naija Watch one day. One lady was on that platform. If you see how you ridicule all Yoruba race, that is this Tinubu Yoruba race has to offer Nigerians. He categorized all the Yoruba. Let me finish, please. You should learn to listen. Please.
Thomas, parabale, Thomas now.
Hold on, everybody. Everybody, are we about to have a dirty moment with you, Thomas? Are we about to have a dirty moment?
I can't. No. You can't have a dirty moment with me. I've passed that. But if a supporter, thank you, my brother. If a person,
you are shouting at me.
Okay,
let me finish now.
Guys, let's hear from Thomas. Carry on, Thomas.
Yeah. If a supporter of a candidate came out on an international platform, belittle all Yoruba race, do you know how many people we have in Yoruba race throughout the whole world? Not only in Yoruba land, in Nigeria. Yoruba is in Brazil. Yoruba is cut across all the world. And Yorubas are not dying. We are not crying because of that. Even though I feel very disappointed on that platform, even the Momo host cannot even call her back. That no, you can't. Is Yoruba race that presented Tinubu as a candidate in APC? Do we not have Igbos? Do we not have Kanoris? Do we not have all ethnic groups in APC that presented Tinubu? But if a platform can descend so low and ridicule all Yoruba race because of one Peter Obi, and you are saying, let's just move on.
All right.
Don't worry. I listened to that episode too. I had to go and...
Sorry, enigmatic, please now. One voice. Let's have
I listened to it. I had to go and withdraw my Yoruba card. I disowned Yorubaness. Like, this is too much. Because it wasn't just that lady. I think there was another guy. I mean, it was like back to back, like 3. I'm like, what did we do? Nobody else vote for Tinubu for primaries now. Like, why would you? She really insulted. She was mean. Well, I mean, at the end of the day, I just laughed. It was entertaining to me. I didn't take it personal.
You know, that Edo space is a special. I often say people are on a special diet. Everybody there is on a special diet. Do you know that rather rotund girl, that the light-skinned one that always anchors one of their programs? She fell off a bike, and then they told us that it was Tinubu that went to attack her.
She fell off a bike? Not like they attacked her?
No, that's what I heard, that she fell off a bike, but I don't know the details of it, but they're just, they're on a special diet.
I don't know how people cope going to that place. I was there like once or twice. The second time I went there was when I saw you. You were there for a few minutes, but the way people were responding, I thought this is not the right place. Somebody went to add me to their WhatsApp platform. I had to take myself out because it's just all nonsense, to be honest. It's just nonsense. Insult upon insult. People that are not in the platform say we are cursing them, mentioning their names and all those things. I don't think it's good for anybody. And I think we are even going too far. Even on this platform, people insult people. Somebody has insulted me earlier today on this platform, saying me, the way I talk about Obi is irritating. and something. They will say a lot of things to you. Especially when you delve into politics, there is no way. If you put your mouth, it's that you get insult. If you are involved, you want to contest, they will insult you. Please, we need to. This guy is just crying for no good reason.
All right.
To me, it's emotion. They've been playing on people's emotions. They've been using that to get audience, and that is what he was doing because there was no need for all that. Let us deceive ourselves here.
All right, bring it home, Kolata. But Edo space, it continues to both bemuse and befuddle me. It bemuses and befuddle me. Because it's like Groundhog Day. Anytime when I go there, I say I cannot bear this anymore. I will never come here. But you feel the temptation to go and see again, and it's exactly where I left in the same voice saying exactly the same thing.
The same thing.
And then go back
shouting, yelling.
Oh God, it's unbelievable. But carry on.
Shouting, yelling. This person killed Deborah. This guy, I mean, the same. It's like, oh, come on, man.
Have you noticed that in the platform, anytime we talk about issues and maybe we're discussing about power or education or health, it's always smooth. But immediately anybody introduce anything tribal, the whole place is on fire.
No, we want to move away.
That's why I'm always trying. Let's always avoid that. Once it goes to the Yoruba House, Fulani, let's just avoid that space. Let's talk about what are they saying, what are they not saying.
One lady tore the generation of Yorubas apart based on something Yorubas had no hand doing. But anyway, that's fine. It's okay. It's no big deal. She's allowed to project whatever. It's okay. By February 25th, everything will be over.
Yes, I hope we can come back and be friends after, and I know we will. We have to rededicate the platform to healing. Whoever lives
this platform,
a group hug on the 27th.
Later has to come here because I will buy some gifts to be able to calm you down.
This platform remains the most civil platform I've seen. I don't know if there's anyone more civil anyway. Because me, Kulata, you can survive in Edo Watch. I cannot.
Unbelievable people.
Don't say that in Playtown. You that is Obi man. It's people like you they need there because I call that platform Obi Church.
you need to see the speed Samuel Ekpa used to block me from Twitter. I immediately followed him. In 6 hours he blocked me because I cannot stand anything tribal. Anybody knows me, I have not spoken anything. I cannot stand it. It irritates me. And whether it's coming from obedience or it's coming from Tinubu camp or Atiku camp, I attack. Once it's tribal, you see me attacking everybody. If you go to my Twitter, if you go tribal, if you are obedient, I'll attack you. If you like, come back at me, and I know I will still defeat you. You can't defeat me because on the foundation you are attacking me on, you don't have a ground. I will still
you know when it's guaranteed to get tribal here. There are two factors that you have to look for. First, look for Enigmatic on D, and then look for Joel of Nashville. So when those two characters are on this platform, no matter how hard you try, it will get tribal.
You're the only person that has the ball to mention those two names now.
Yes, so Enigmatic in his usual portion.
No, one man, you forgot one man. Yeah? You forgot another name. What piece?
No, what piece? The only thing that triggers what piece if you don't say the if you don't say the Edo people are the master race, then you are in trouble. But Enigmatic will say, "Oh, those barbarians in the east."
All those kind of phrases like those people.
And then Joel will come running from wherever he is. They will drop everything and come charging in, and then it's war.
One man, I think the problem is fundamentally that what people have the mindset that if you criticize Tinubu, you have criticized Yoruba. If you criticize Obi, you have criticized Igbo.
No, Playtown, no. Playtown, that's not true. The thing is, if you're not
that believe that
Playtown, I'm not a tribal person by any stretch. But when I'm talking and I'm maybe criticizing Obi or just not praising Obi, let's put it not praising Obi or not worshiping Obi, you just see people writing, "Oh, he's anti-Igbo, is this, is that." I'm like, if you knew me, if you knew my personal life, you wouldn't even be able to say this nonsense. because you have to worship Obi for people not to call you, for people to say no, you are not tribal. But then the people saying that, how do they feel for a Yoruba person supporting Tinubu? So it's just kind of like, hey, guys, stop playing the ostrich here. Don't put your head, dig your head in the sand and say, oh, this person supporting Tinubu is a tribal person. And you that you are Igbo, you're supporting Obi, you're not tribal. It's just, come on. It's ridiculous.
I think that is the problem here. For me, I believe if you want to criticize Obi, criticize two things, Obi and Labour Party. If you want to criticize Tinubu, criticize two things, Tinubu and IPC. APC fielded Tinubu, Yoruba did not field Tinubu. I don't know where people are going to go and drag an entire ethnic nationality into party politics. Waiting concerning Yoruba and APC primaries in Abuja.
Let me just say this to you, right?
People, and the two divides are guilty of it. Some obedience are guilty of it. Some Tinubu supporters are guilty of it. When you insult Tinubu or criticize his policy, there is like an attack on Yoruba race. How? What's the connection?
It's like they don't even know we have rational mind.
What's the connection?
No. If there was ever a name that doesn't fit, is rational mind. It comes with that name and then it says just the most unfathomable. Have that interjection enigmatic. Round off the crybaby Kulata, and then I'll sweep up the remaining two, and then we start to round off the closing remark, the final remark to Kulata in the absence of Ajale Kokobok coming. Obviously, when I said you call them, you want to respond to what I said. Go on. Yeah.
No, it's just on a funny note. Do you know sometimes, right? Sometimes when I want to get on the platform, it's very funny, but I'm not making this up. Some people around they will say, "Okay, I can give you in the next 5 minutes. This place will be a shouting match now." And I've come to realize that even when I see people on the comment section that basically I'm maybe seeing for the first time, or I'm seeing maybe I probably know almost everybody on the platform, seeing their stuff for the first time, and then I would just be surprised what they will write. This enigmatic, but they don't know I'm the life is good, right? But they'll be talking about enigmatic, and I'll be replying them. With life is good, and they'll be telling life is good. Let enigmatic defend himself, something like that. But the thing is, I think people who have been able to, I speak with World Peace a lot, Thomas and yourself and a couple of people like that, and from what I know from politics, from what I know even in the world generally, people take things to they internalize this politics of a thing too much, because I know my candidate, Omoyele Sowore. I know his capacity. I know how far I can go. That's why I have that latitude of opportunity to, to swing right and left and trash any candidate I want, because
you have no dog in the fight, Abby.
I have no dog in the fight. So if you are pulling your hair out because of what Enigmatic is saying, I'm just gonna be here, just be cutting up.
But you enjoy prodding at them. We all know that now. We all know you enjoy prodding because I can, because I know the way everybody speaks. Just because we are hanging out so much, when you are starting to build up to poke at that space, I can see when you are coming. I say, okay, it's been a slow session.
Yeah, and I'll be counting my mind like, okay, why is Duet not here yet?
Matthew, do you think at this point you need to allow some people know that you don't have a dog in the fight, but you are just being realistic with this Nigerian political space?
No, they don't care. If it's not backing Obi, it's an enemy.
I think the point is now about realistic. You can be realistic without bringing.
25th is my birthday, right? 25th is my birthday of February, the same election day.
Oh, nice.
I'll be
all right, we'll note that down.
If I wish I can pass candies and then tissue papers, through the scene, because when the results will be trickling in, and they will be seeing results, some people, I want book best around by me.
I'm in my best odo. I don't have best odo, but Kulata round up that space.
Anyway, so I mean, Dati Baba Ahmed, please don't cry anymore.
One man, these people
Hold
they have
on
been
now.
talking,
We'll be here forever, but yeah,
but they have been talking for 2 hours. You don't even give me chance.
No, I'm making my way to you. You know that I'm
Okay.
taking everybody turn by turn. You're on there, of course.
Kulata, you have been talking more than many 4 times.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. No, I'm done.
No, continue. One man.
You know what elongates it, Midwest is the interjections, but then that's what
One
the
man
audience,
what is it called? Kulata, please
the
continue.
audience.
No, me, I've said my own that he should stop crying anymore. It's not cool. It's not cool.
Don't cry for me,
Argentina.
The truth is, I never left you. So there it is.
One man. Sorry, I just want to suggest something. I think when we are doing a Rob Brown question, I think people should make it short. Then, if you have not do your own mind rubbing yet, you can't interject the person because you have a turn to do your mind rubbing. Then you can chip in to interject to whatever the person has said before you. People that have actually said their own part could have an interjection, but a short one as well. Because I think with the interjection, like on Playtown said a lot of things, a lot of interjection. We spent almost over 30 minutes on it, and he was almost saying almost the same thing. And people keep throwing questions at him. It's going around. It's annoying when we have to spend 30 minutes on something that you should just answer. And if there is few interjection, people can just interject quickly and we can just move on.
All right, thank you. Thank you. But thank you. And I take note of that. But everybody knows I'm loath to over restrict, but I do take your point. You know what an interjection is? It is meant to be just a short, sharp injection of an idea, a disagreement, or something. But then sometimes the interjection is even longer than the contribution of the person who has the floor. But yes, but you know, because what I try to do, and I'm sure you all know, is that I rely on the space to self-moderate. So because you know, yeah, but I take that point. But thank you, Kulata. Let me acknowledge the supporters that have come in. Ayo Joe, it says anyone can take any yab, but when yab comes with real yab about personal life, then the feeling comes out differently. So yes, I think that's exactly what's happened there. And there's a part of me, as much as we are singing songs at him and you know having our own bit of the laugh and whatnot, I certainly would recoil from anybody insulting my father, and I'm sure we all would. So he's a politician, but also he's a human being. I think.
But would you cry?
I wouldn't cry. No. There's no shame in no. There's no shame in crying. By the way, I know we are meant to be men and butch and whatnot.
National TV.
When the emotions rush, it's a rush of emotions now. So that's it was just a moment. I'm sure he will regret it. His regret, as we are speaking now, is hiding away. He's shut down on social media. And he doesn't want to say any because he knows it's the laughing stock of the country. Anyone can take any yab, but when yab becomes real personal about somebody, well, you know what he said. So thank you for that, Ayo Joe. So let's go on from Ayo Joe. I think somebody else came in with a super chat, and that was RB. So RB comes in. He says, competing with monsters and expecting fair play. So yes, politics is a big boy game, and you have to put on your big boy trousers. That's just it. It's some Adiabota boy from Mauritania. He wants to come and politic in Nigeria. Well, welcome to the real world. Competing with monsters and expecting a fair fight. So thank you for that, RB. Let's just see, is there anyone else? Let's scroll to the bottom. Yes, and that wraps it up. So thank you for the super chat. So exactly how we want it. The place should be illuminating like a fairy ground. So illuminate like a fairy ground to the delight of Ife's commentary. So Ife, Omomomi politics, new to the Nigerian landscape, Ife.
One thing I know about politics is, I think the first thing is you have to go into politics, you have to call a family meeting to tell them that whatever they hear outside they should not take it personal, you know. Then to some extent, you need to tell your family members so that your family members will tell you some history you need to quickly know. So that since you've known those family history, whatever anybody says house, I will not just take you unawares. What I believe is maybe the FFK attack and the Shetima attack was more of a family thing that somebody knew somewhere and they told them. Then they projected it based on the way they normally speak, and everybody knows them for. Then it really touched him, you know. That being said, political space is not a place you go and you expect everybody to treat you like even if who cares about your background? Look at what they are talking about Tinubu. They normally I've seen a post where they even abused Tinubu's mother that even though yes, that she was more of a slave trader, you know. They made a skit for Tinubu, Baba we know well. The abuse that can affect somebody in life is abuse of health, children, and family background. They used to abuse Tinubu's daughter too, Yalode.
Even the
They
son,
used to yes, they used to abuse them, you know. When people so that's just politics. And for him to come to the national TV to show emotion, it's not even a good projection for the country itself. Can you imagine we have these people go for international business negotiation in front of figures like Trump, and we know in business transactions is even more dirtier than what we are seeing in politics. Because business transaction with the slightest mistake, you can sell the whole country, and they can see that I don't have a thick skin for negotiation or to take insult, you know. So those are the things. I am on collateral, enigmatic, and DOG's path. We don't want crybabies in Nigerian politics, especially in Nigeria. Nigeria is a very, very diverse space. Can you imagine an Ibadan person handling?
Can you imagine an Ibadan person crying on I cannot imagine Kotele Shele anyway. Never mind. Can you imagine
Look at the one. Ibadan. Look at the way they handle Ajimobi. Let's Ajimobi. Tó bá jẹ́ ìpàdé jẹ́ ọ̀dọ̀ Ìgbò. Bó bá jẹ́ ilẹ̀ ní ìlú ni bá wà lálẹ́. Bẹ́ẹ̀ ilẹ̀ ní ìlú ni bá wà lálẹ́ ìlú ni.
Did you see FFK tweet 2 hours ago about Atiku?
Ẹ̀bìrà yín léèrè. So àwọn orin àpárá wọn yẹn.
Wọ́n ti fi cup bù now.
Àwọn eléwì yẹn náà tẹ̀ máa bá tẹ̀ jẹ́ because àwọn eléwì yẹn God Almighty God I enjoy it though if you are not the victim of it it's funny but when they put your name to Ewi God Yoruba man God when they
special when they use Bata to start Bata drum talking drum to start insulting you and they start singing along with the talking drum. Then you know what you're up for. And secondly, if you go and check, let's go.
Oh God!
One man. Yeah. I think Atiku too should cry. If you see what FFK have just tweeted 2 hours ago, after probably the news of him being rushed to hospital came up, he tweeted. He said.
Carry on. You've lost connection again. Look at that. Carry on, Jerry. Yeah, the tweet is too heavy for him to read. Carry on.
No. Hello.
Yes, carry on. Give us the tweet.
Because I'm using my phone. If I want to go to the page, it's making my mic off. But what he's trying to say is why some were in overseas stitching their spectrums together.
Rectum together,
yeah, together.
We really know.
Yeah, look at that.
That, you know, that
Why if we get paid that as sexual innuendos, man, low, calling
but there
people as
was a rumor. There was a rumor that Atiku is a gay now.
yeah, but
Even before now.
Yeah, but that's not uncommon in the north, though, is it?
Yeah.
Back to you, Fair.
Nnamdi Kanu said everybody in APC. From Buhari.
Did he not say that Peter Obi was Atiku's boyfriend or something?
Even Peter Obi collects from Nnamdi. Everybody collects. Buhari collects. El-Rufai collects. They talk say all of them. Even the late Abakari. Like, that's so disgusting, man. Like
Nigeria, man.
We're
a case.
Nigeria politics.
See what they talk about the supreme leader. You go collect to
Supreme leader call supreme leader.
All right, back to you, Fair.
Yep. So, unfortunately, that's the space we find ourselves. Our culture is a culture where, like, we stuck on that Apala. Okay, look at how those Apala musicians. They are in would have this world versus Orlando Owo. You cannot grow up listening to Orlando Owo or Ayinla Omowura or Batile music. Who again? Pasuma versus this other Fuji musician Oshupa, and somebody start abusing. Yeah, we are not projecting people to abuse themselves, even from the religious standpoint. It's not good, But when you come to politics, you are going to deal with an array of characters, and you should be ready to have that thick skin. And even it's a leadership skill where it means that can you imagine yourself this type of that and they are maybe president or in position of authority. No, Masunje Okunu.
No, it will deal with you. If that guy had the power, it will it won't you will be the one crying if you have power.
Exactly. So those are the things. So for me,
I think, my friend, sorry, I think it has something to do with the position his father occupied before he died. I heard he was a kind of a cleric, a Muslim, respected Muslim cleric, just like insulting a sheikh or maybe a religious figure.
Yeah, that's and because of that, we are saying the same thing. Because of that, that's why he even needs that thick skin.
Yeah.
You understand? That's the most reason why the more reason why he needs that thick skin to accept insult. Actually, leadership skill, what's it called? Requires you to have the ability to accept insult. Even if you look at from the religious standpoint, if you are in position of leadership, be ready to accept insult. So for somebody insulting him on national TV and he crying, well, we have different level of what you can
tolerance level.
Yeah, tolerance level, but his own tolerance level is too low. It's too low. That's the way I see it. It's too low. So the Nigerian political space is not a space for crybabies. Yeah.
So sorry. Who's that? Please don't get me copyright struck. Who's that now? All right. Sorry. Carry on, Ife.
Yeah. So the Nigerian political space is a space that when you want to come and be ready to be insulted, and in most cases don't even respond, because the more you respond to insults, the more the insults come. And either you like it or not, I'm not a Tinubu fan. I really respected him, when he came out and said he does not even go to the social media space. Can you imagine what would have, and with his age, what would have happened? There are some tweets that I know if he sees gone, Afiki Babama fainted down. So insult is part of our politics, unfortunately. So yeah, and because we have diverse culture, and funny enough, if you want to look, I don't know. I want to go a little bit regional now. Do you think the Igbo space and the Yoruba space, who insults more?
If Yoruba people insult you and you understand Yoruba, you understand what they are insulting you about. Chai. Horror ló fẹ́ gbọ́. Some things they will say, you will cry. You will be crying right there in their front self.
I think the Igbo space is more like just what's it called? Petrol type of reaction, you know, it just
It's
come
more
boom.
reactional, emotional, all of that.
Yeah. But the Yoruba space is more like you may want to go ask your dad, like, is this true?
That one is diesel now.
All right. All right. Round it off in a couple more sentences, and let me move on to Midwest.
Yeah. That's just my submission. That's all.
All right, brilliant. So you are up next, Midwest. I haven't waited all day. Anytime you come to one man, they just make you hang around. But Midwest, you're up now. So through that space, then we started off with going through live streaming the Obi town hall meeting. But then we've ended up in what came out of that. A lot of the things he said, standard stuff that I said before. But the highlight, of course, Dati Baba shedding a tear. But what are you then making then of the Mauritanian crying on Nigerian soil, Midwest?
First of all, thank you very much, and I greet my fellow panelists. I also greet all the listeners and viewers all over the world. Dati is a Nigerian, he's not a Mauritanian. Perhaps every one of us have a place of origin. Some people are in Lagos, but they are from Ibadan. So that is life. I think the touching part of it is that the insult went to his late father. I don't know how he lost his father. You know, some people, the death of their loved ones, sometimes, for every one of us, is very painful, but occasionally the way they die, it looks like you are still dreaming. So when people insult that kind of person, sometimes you cannot figure out why. And I think it's also show that we Nigerians, we should have a boundary to respect one another. That is it. He did not shed tears because of the insults. And I think it went beyond that to, you know, at that very particular moment, perhaps to remember some moments in his life with his father, with his late father. So sometimes that can easily trigger emotion, and sometimes it make you break down. We are human beings. Everyone have a limitation. I hung it there. Whether he cry or not, I believe that will not stop him not to be our vice president. By the grace of God, I believe that Obi is going to win and nothing's going to stop Obi.
Amen.
And I will also come to Baba. For me, I don't insult Baba Tinubu all the time. Never, I've never done that. Because the only thing, when I look at this marathon race, is beyond one day. We're talking about 8 years. I still remember that you are too old for this race. This is marathon. You can't. So let's also give it to Obi. That is my own opinion. I always respect him. He's not a saint. Obi is not a saint. And the nature
is he a sinner though? He's not a saint, but is he a sinner?
When someone is not a saint, doesn't mean one is a sinner. So let us put it that way.
But we are all sinners now. Why are you saying? Is there anybody that's a sinner in the world? Even the Bible says we are all sinners.
I don't want to go into preaching now one man because that one will trigger another thing. I want to quickly also trip in a little thing. So Baba said, the kind of insults I have received, he referred to himself. I don't go to YouTube again. He said they insult hell out of him. He did not say they insult hell out of my late father. I don't know whether you understand. There's a difference. So Baba said, no, I don't even go to that place. If anything they are doing, my children will tell me, Baba, this one said this one or some of. Who are his children? He's not only talking about his parental children. He has a lot of people all over in Nigeria as his children because the man did a lot. You know what is called politics of let's go along and look for brain all over every people beyond ethnicity. So we should respect him for that. And that is my own opinion when it comes to this candidate that is on board. For me, I want the power to come to SAT. So, and I believe God will do that through Obi. Then let me also talk about this in sort of ethnic something. The truth is that Nigerians are becoming so hungry. They are very hungry. My brother, everybody is blaming one another. Any little thing like this, before you say na Yoruba man, na Edo man, before you know how they insult each other, it turn to try. But I still thank God we don't have anything to be threatening ourselves with death for. So it's just politics. After this election, I think that one will stop. So I
Yes,
strongly believe.
after the politics, it's really the responsibility falls on places like this place that we gather for us to now pull people back together. So that's the big job after the politics.
Yeah, that would be the after the election. So it's just like that, out of pain, passion, first. My brother, you know the kind of hunger that is in that country. It's not easy at all. Family that were once living very good and okay. Now they are begging. People that has never called me before. I know the position they have. My brother, they are asking me something with style. You know, even here is not easy also. So all these kind of things, I think these are the reason why you see people everybody just campaigning through fear. My worry is also that we should not be threatening ourselves. If the election end, we will kill, we will fight, this one, that one. I don't think people will be there to fight. I don't think anybody will fight. But however, the government should help us not to throw us into crisis, because hungry people can be very hungry, and so that they don't create an atmosphere for people to exploit. So I pray for God to give us peaceful election. And I still want to say Peter Obi is my choice. And I strongly believe is the choice of many, many multitude of Nigerians. And those people will stand for him. And Daddy and him will rule this country and lay a fresh foundation, a grassroots solution to this our problem. Thank you very much.
Brilliant, well put. So, gentlemen, we keep threatening that we must not go past the 6-hour mark, but rather it's the reverse. We are now hitting 8 hours. Can you believe that? And I feel we could still do another 8 hours, but alas, we must save some for tomorrow. So we start to take the closing remarks. In the absence of the mighty one, a man of equal might, Kulata, the final word. We wrap it through it. I suspect Babati has already left us, but to fulfill all righteousness. Babati, are you still there? No, it's very unusual for Babati to be quiet. So he has already. So thank you, Babati, for your company today. We'll see you in the next session, hopefully. So from Babati, let's go on to let's do it in the order that is on the screen. So from Babati, let's go on to Enigmatic Hondi. Enigmatic, final word. Gentlemen, just a short summary. 8 hours. Enigmatic closing remarks.
Yes, sir. So countdown to the D-Day, February 25th, 2023, for 9 days to go. Let's see who becomes the next president. So I've narrowed it down to APC and PDP. So Obi has given a good fight. Kwakanso has given a good fight. My Omoyele Sowore will regroup and come back hard next 4 years. So I wish everybody well. Do not make enigmatic on this opinion, a big deal. Just laugh and then have fun. God bless you all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Enigmatic. As we hear the young Enigmatic in the background waiting for Daddy's attention. So thank you, Enigmatic and Enigmatic the Younger. So from Enigmatic and Enigmatic the Younger, we go to the youthful, or even young, given that sounds patronizing, Playtown. Playtown, closing remarks.
Yeah, one man, thank you very much. Generally, I think the Obi dirty outing today was really very, really, even me as obedient, I'm also even more impressed than I expected to be, because I felt there were more categorical statements. Saying that without equivocation and without fear that subsidy will go immediately, and he stressed the word immediately. He didn't even try to make it ambiguous or whatever it is. Say he's taking it off immediately. I think so. I like the fact that weeks to the election, candidates are beginning to be, I don't know, Obi,
and these guys, they are beginning to say this is it, and this is it. Give us numbers and all that. I think another part of it that was interesting to me, and I like the jab, the funny part where Sheun asked him about how many megawatts of electricity exactly is he promising in 4 years, and he told Sheun that he should go and read the manifesto, and Sheun said he should talk to. He said they should read the manifesto because when they have not put out manifesto, they were shouting. So Sheun was like, but some people have not read it. Say yes, they should go and read it because they're the one that asked for it. So I thought that was really fun, even though he still ended up telling us exactly what they wrote in the manifesto, which is 20,000 megawatts in 4 years. And yeah, so I think all round that he did very well with procurements. I mean, he's always been hammering on that for the last decade. And I like the fact that they focused on corruption. And the last time I tried to analyze the Nigeria situation on this platform, you notice that I'm hammering on the fact that Nigeria can be the greatest country in the world. One of, probably on the top 5 list. It is possible. I've tried to study the potentials of this country. It is unimaginable. But the problem is, you see that corruption, the problem, because Buhari ran on corruption in 2015, but failed to work on it, it has now made a mess of the whole anti-corruption thing. So people now are now quick to forget that our problem still remains corruption. So people are like, Buhari ran on that, so okay, where are we now? That means maybe corruption is not our problem. No,
All right.
it's our problem.
Round it off in a
Okay,
couple
let me
of
round
words.
off.
Yeah.
So it's our problem. So that corruption in every sector, why they are not working is corruption. And I like the fact that they hit on that. So one man, thank you very much. 5-6 weeks to the elections. Let me remind the enigmatic Kulata, you one man, and let me remind Thomas.
Yes.
Exactly. My brother Thomas, that I'm going to laugh at all of you on 25 February. It's going to be epic. It's going to be massive. And I hope you guys also launch my book by that time because
when you came the last time, I wanted to have a conversation around you. When you come the next time, I want to, because I'm really impressed and I want to know more about those books that you are. It's just a man of so many talents, but yes, a conversation around that next time.
Plea, if you need support on your book, let us know.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. So thank you everybody, and thank you for making the platform engaging as well. I learned a lot, and that's the biggest takeaway I take off from this platform. I always leave every section, I always leave more intelligent than I was when I joined. So I thank one man, that's to you, everybody, that's to you. Thank you very much. Good night.
All right, thank you. It's really thanks to people like DOG and the rest of them. I'm just here to, just to jolly it along. To jolly it along and jolly it in the direction of DOG. So DOG, closing remarks.
Thank you, one man. I will say Peter Obi and Dati, they did well. Where I was just not happy is you keep talking about how you want to fight corruption, but when they asked the question about CBN, you didn't want to say anything at all. I don't. You've said a lot even before now, so at least a hint about a bit, not to disregard the question like that. So I don't really credit him on that side, because we say we want to fight corruption. Those are one of the financial institutions in Nigeria that at least you should be able to give us a hint of what you want to do. But aside that, they did well, and I think so far so good. They've done their bit. I think they've tried enough, and we'll see what happens on the 25th of February. Fingers crossed. I will leave it there. One man, thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's actually a nice section, and take care. Cheers.
Thank you, DOG. Thank you. And thank you for stating the duration. You started it off and you're saying it off, which is quite rare, but thank you, DOG. So that's DOG, one of your favorite voices on the platform. Another voice that you've very much taken to on this platform, Solomon from Abuja. Solomon, closing remarks.
Yeah.
So sorry, why the DK, by the way? Your name keeps changing. What's behind this one now? Is it from your attacks in the comment section? They've bullied you into another Is this how you are no God that tossing you around?
No. I can't be bullied in the comment section. I cannot be bullied in any.
Now you be the don there.
Okay, my guys, everybody there, now my guys. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Thank you, man. Thank God for this section today, and just I learn every day. I come in like I'm already addicted to this program. I feel like if I don't stay a day without get engaging in this program, and I really achieve a lot in it, and I thank you. And
sorry, Solomon. Patrick was after your number, so if you're happy for that to happen, you have my Instagram. But yeah, carry on.
Yeah, I'll just drop it there for you. Yeah, this election, if Obi should win, it's going to really change a lot. To change a lot, to be honest, is to change a lot, and it will be good for the country. And even if anybody wins, it will still be good for the country. And I just want everybody to just their expectations should not be too high. Everybody should just their emotions should be in a very, like, they should not expect too much. They should just expect anything good. Like, expect anybody to be the president. Like me, anybody that comes in as the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, I'm cool with it. To be honest with you, I'm very, very cool with it. So thank you, one man. Thank you, everybody in the comment section, the panelists. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Oga, Ayo, and Mr. Thomas, Rational Mind. I would do is his name, and everybody. Yeah, thank you.
Do you think I can survive in the comment section? You guys are too quick. You are too quick for me, man. I don't think. I think you'll be insulting me, and I won't even know. You are just too sharp in the comment section. You know, you people. Yeah, I don't know. You need special. You need special license to come there.
The comment section is not for people like that. You don't need to be a crybaby to be in the comment section. You need to.
All right, you see that, and that's exactly what I mean. But thank you, Solomon. So thank you, Solomon. So from Solomon, we go on to Midwest. Midwest, closing remarks.
Okay, thank you. I just want to throw something in. Like today, I saw this our new call. You said he didn't talk about the central bank. When you look at the reality on ground, Nigeria central bank is becoming so complex. So I don't think anybody can even figure out exactly what is going on. Kind of politics. Do you know that the new Naira note they just printed? There is a Ghanaian television with ITV. They normally have a program they call Wasunu. That means what is happening. He went to marketplaces in Benin. They gave him this note. After pouring water, they clean it with handkerchief. The handkerchief, the entire handkerchief was stained with this the color of the ink of that the color of the currency. So you can even watch the money and the color will just be going out. So I wonder whether which one is now fake and which one is now original. If you wear white and white, you put that money and you get sweat in Nigeria, then it will stain your white cloth. Imagine. And that's the money in circulation now. When they told him that, look, if you put water, you clean it, he didn't believe. But he did it, and he was so surprised that was the result. So I don't think he have any need to go there, because there are a lot of things when you are campaigning, you sort of giving more promises. Once you get into office, you look into what is going on. Then you can know how to put a profound solution, because our central bank has failed us. The policies and everything, pegging policy and all those things. You cannot be, if you look at all of them, it's going to be a lot of problem for the next leader of the country. So I hope that he will skip what he can skip and talk to what he can talk about. And we vote for him, let him go there and see the reality of the challenge, profound challenges that is facing this country called Nigeria. Now we round up my remark there. Let us hope for the best candidate. Let us pray for all the candidates to recover the one that are sick. I don't wish anybody to die, so that we campaign for the various candidates of our choice
But I strongly believe Wama and some people here, we are going to give them the shock of their life on the day of election. Thank you.
All right, brilliant. They're going to give them the shock of their life. They will see. They don't know what's coming, no, but they will see. But thank you, Midwest, who used to be with us, now rejoins us again. So good to have you back, Midwest. So from Midwest, we go to Ife. So Ife, just a brief words as we pass the 8-hour mark.
Yeah. So the space I really want to speak on was the education space. Irrespective of the culture,
but make it short though, Ife.
Yeah. Irrespective of the culture we find ourselves, either defined by religion, either defined by our traditional beliefs, we can look into the culture and get the best out of it. If there is a political way, if there is a religious way, if there is a societal way, everybody can we can have a very high literacy level and to trickle down to the productivity of the country, such that the problems we're having, insecurity and whatnot, will be reduced to the barest minimum. Thank you very much, Wama, for always coming out to host us, and every other person that has one or two inputs on the platform. Really thank you. The Ayo, the Oga, the Orids, RB, everybody on the comment section, Rational Mind. You guys are wonderful. And also Malpego, you guys are really, really doing well. So thank you very much. See you tomorrow again. Yeah, bye.
All right, brilliant. Thank you, Fair. So thank you, Fair, of course. The poetic voice of, I think it's the Badagry intonation. So there it is, Kolata. Almost night and day yesterday and today. Yesterday, Ija Igboro. Today
it was so
like,
rowdy yesterday.
Yes. Today is like guys chilling out in the wine bar, So it's just this thing. It has a life of its own.
It really does, but it's always fun. That's one thing. It's always fun. Can I make a confession? I've not watched Netflix in months.
Look at that.
Netflix. My Netflix habit is dead. Like, because a lot of the time I used to watch Netflix, I now use it on your show to talk Nigerian politics. I was just thinking, like, there's so many shows that just piled up that I'm never gonna watch. Maybe I should just cancel my subscription. But anyway, it's not happening. So I mean, today was a good day. Obi did good. I mean, I already wrote his candidacy off like weeks and weeks and weeks ago. I don't think he's going anywhere. He has too much ground to catch up. It's virtually impossible for him to catch up. But he's made a lot of positive change to our politics. For the other candidates, I pray for Atiku. I pray he gets back into health, or I pray he's healthy. I want them to run a good race along with Tinubu. I don't want a protracted race. I want someone to win first round, and let's be done over. I mean, let it be over with, because we need to heal. Many people have taken this thing personal too far. They go tribal, they go emotional, especially the obedient. I hope they'll be able to handle it. But it's glad that people like us are letting them know that it's not going to win early on. So at least they can prepare their minds for it. So it's not a shocker. So I really do want a peaceful election and everybody get with the results and let's move on with our lives. But the outstanding relationships being formed on your platform is very, very special. It's like I feel connected to almost everybody here. I mean, I mean, it's like friendship. It's no longer just talking politics. So you're really, really bringing people together on your platform. It never.
I spend more time with you guys than I do with my wife. Of course, I'm 24 hours with my wife, but it's really just the usual. But in terms of seated, concentrated, I think somebody pointed. It was Ajane Koko that actually pointed it out, that we spend more time together than we spend with our family.
Oh yeah, it's true. But my wife just looks like it started again. Like, yes. Well, it's more like, well, as long as it's not harmful. I'm not. I could be going outside and doing all sorts of calamity. So, I mean, I'm also doing what I like. So as long as it's something I like, she's down with it. She's fine. She's fine with it. But now my kids now know there's a Tinubu, there's a Peter Obi. I'm like, say, Daddy, are you going to talk about Tinubu and Peter Obi again? I just started laughing that you guys have been paying attention to what I've been saying. So it's a good thing. At least they know that they have their dad has another life outside of America. I'm trying to make them know that no, we're not from here. We're from Nigeria. So that is going to be Nigerian president. So whenever we get a president, when we go and visit you, you'll know. And that's the conversation your dad has been having. So it's good. It's all fun. It's wonderful. The biggest part of it is the interacting with different people with different life. And I'm glad, like, I'm learning from a lot of people. There are many new contributors here that are excellent. There's this lawyer guy from Scotland. There's Fatai. There are new people.
We didn't have Fatai today. The headache you guys have been giving him is recovering from yesterday. But
it's just learning the bombardments I was getting. It's just getting those kind of bombardments.
Yeah, baptism of fire.
So there are many people. Well, there are a lot of intelligent Nigerians because you seem to bring a lot of smart people here, and so the conversation goes in good direction. So I kudos again. You keep putting a good job, and to those in the comment section, Ekushel, the Ogas, the Ayos, even Rational Mind is there, and Thomas is double hearting. So they make the thing go round. Well, so National Mind, I know. I wonder how you're going to cope on the 25th if Tinubu wins. The guy is probably going to blow. It's going to blow a gasket.
Just keep him away from guns. That's all I'm saying. Keep him away from guns.
It's going to blow a gasket. All right, man. Let me go prepare for tomorrow. Thanks, man.
All right, thanks a lot. So that's Kulata, of course. Who doesn't know Kulata? World famous. People are accosting Rudolph on the streets, asking, engaging him in conversations about Kulata. So there it is. Thank you, one and all. A real delightful session. I thoroughly enjoyed it. Hope you did as well. So the sweeping up, the super chat, Alexander Gomez, as ever, the name that registered in that space. Oh, I forgot to highlight this. This was to point at Thomas. Thomas, if you are in the comment section, this one points at you from George Blue Shell. He says, please, is Thomas 3 million challenge still on? So people are looking to raid your wallet, Thomas. They want to brutalize you financially. So that's George Blue Shell. So Play Summer comes in with the super chats as well, which he does occasionally. Alexander Gomez, as we've already mentioned. RB, he came in with little snippets to just interact with the conversation. Ayo Joe was there as well, keeping it 100. I did ask that the place should illuminate, and it looks as though some people heeded that. And RB came back in again. So thank you. And of course, you know what usually happens as soon as the session starts. Ayo is there promptly to mark his register with the buy the coffee. So let's bring that up to just to highlight that Ayo did as he often always does. So that's Ayo right there, and that's Ayo right there. Who in this instance was actually joined by World Peace, who has been promising a booyaka, but we're not going to make any mention of what he actually did. So that so that's what booyaka means in Edo land. So thank you for the booyaka. It was a boo, but no yaka, but still, thank you. So thank you one and all. So to the happy clappers, the super chatters, the in-betweeners, and the regulars, join us again tomorrow. You know we are doing it again tomorrow, all the way through to see who has the final laugh because PlayStation has been promising a hearty laugh, but with the joke be on him. So the mystery to be resolved, but we follow the trail. So I'll leave it there. Carry conversation with you in comment section, but here I say double one this time. Peace.